Chapter 211. The Great Zhou Dynasty was established. Wu Zetian was conferred posthumous titles for 5 generations, and her entire family, including chickens and dogs, ascended to heaven. Since Wu Zetian was already 6 to 7 years old, there were no longer any elders in the Wu clan. Those of the same generation had all been killed by her, so she conferred the titles of princes to her nephews and grandchildren. Wu Sanxi was conferred the title of Prince Liang, Wu Chengxi was conferred the title of Prince Wei, Wu Yuning was conferred the title of Prince Zhenchang, Wu Yu was conferred the title of Prince Zhejiang, Wu Yuwang was conferred the title of Prince Kuaiji, Wu Yizong was conferred the title of Prince Hanoi, and Wu Xizong was conferred the title of Prince Linchuan. All the Wu sisters were conferred the title of princess. Establishing the Wu clan's 7 temples in the divine capital. Exempting all the people with the surname Wu from all taxes, Shanghai WNR's foresight was very accurate. Just as she had said to Yang Fan, the person who took the lead in persuading would be able to change his position several times in a year, until he reached the peak of the court. That imperial messenger Fu Yuyi, who was of the 6th rank, was promoted one after another. First, he was promoted by 3 ranks and became the Minister of Rights. Now, he was promoted to Luantai's Assistant Minister and Luantai's Minister of Peace, becoming the Prime Minister of the court. The Assistant Minister of the Phoenix Pavilion, Zhong Qinke, who had forced Li Xian to abdicate his throne, was promoted to the position of the Imperial Censor, the Prime Minister of the current dynasty. Di Renjie and Pei Xingban, the Assistant Minister of Winter and Pei Xingban of the Assistant Minister of Earth and Pei Xingban of the Assistant Minister of Winter, were also appointed as the Pingjiangxi of the Phoenix Pavilion's Luantai and became the Prime Ministers of the Tang dynasty. After that, Wu Zetian announced to the world, "The ancients stopped killing by killing. Now, I will stop killing with kindness." This news lifted the spirits of the civil and military officials. They thought that the new dynasty was finally going to put an end to the cruel politics. However, immediately after, the Right Guard General Li Anjing and a few other officials who refused to acknowledge the empress were imprisoned and executed for treason. This inevitably caused people to be anxious and did not know what the empress's intentions were. At this time, on a mountain ridge in the Longxi Plains, a group of people and horses were trudging with difficulty. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the clouds seemed to be hanging over the top of the mountain. It seemed that there would be a heavy rain soon. The group was a large tribe. There were men and women, old and young. Most of them wore leather robes. There were not many ox carts and carriages in the group. Most of the things were carried by horses. There were herds of oxen, sheep, and horses in the group. The mooing of oxen and neighing of horses mixed together. However, the people were strangely quiet. They just silently hurried on without any excitement. Husaro reined in his warhorse and looked back at his tribesmen who were struggling on the mountain path. His face was dark. His cheeks were dark and thin, and his eyes were sunken and bloodshot. His sorry figure was completely different from his elegant demeanor in Luoyang. The mountain here was steep and dangerous, and the mountain path was winding and difficult to traverse. Tens of thousands of people, old, weak, women and children, cows, goats, mules and horses, they didn't know how long it would take for them to walk out. Once they walked out, they would be able to gallop across a wide expanse of flat land. But before that, the road was really difficult to walk on, and it looked like it was going to rain again. Khan, a burly man in leather robes, rode up to Husaro's side. Seeing his gloomy face, he asked, "Khan, are you worried about the rain?" This person's stature was abnormally tall and sturdy. He had a curly beard and a pair of spirited eyes. His appearance should have been extremely ferocious, but because of his square face, big ears, and plump face, he gave off a warm and generous feeling. This man was one of Husaro's generals, the chief of the Tukishi tribe, Wushel. Husaro said gravely, "That's right. The mountain path has always been difficult to traverse. Once the rain comes, it will be muddy, making it even more difficult to traverse. If we're not careful, we might even fall into the mountain stream." Wushel said, "Then, why don't we let everyone set up camp and rest first?" Husaro said, "The pursuers are right behind us. If we stop," Wushel said, "Khan, don't worry. Once the rain comes, we won't be able to leave, and they won't be able to catch up." I'll take some people to the back. If they really do give chase in the rain, I only need 100 people to block off the main path in such heavy rain. They can forget about coming over. Husaro thought for a moment. That's the safest way. Wushel said, then I'll go now. Wushel turned his horse and was about to leave when Husaro suddenly called out to him. Wushel. Wushel turned around. Husaro thought for a moment, then said, after I leave with the old and weak, I'll go straight to Luoyang to ask for reinforcements. I'll leave the Wunyusha by tribe to you. Wushel said, Khan, don't worry. As long as Wushel still has a breath left in him, he won't abandon our tribe or our plains. Huzero nodded heavily and said, go ahead. Wushel galloped up the mountain path. In a short while, he had met up with a few of his trusted aides and was at the back of the group. A burly man asked, Big brother Wushel, when are we going back to the tribe? Wushel said, we'll first cover the Khan and his tribesmen as they leave, then we'll take a detour back. All right. Another burly man carrying a three-pronged pitchfork beamed with joy. Big brother Wushel, once the Khan leaves, this place will be our world. At that time, we can. Wushel shot him a fierce glare, and the burly man immediately shut his mouth. Wushel coldly snorted and beckoned over a thin man with a shrewd face. He whispered, have you gotten in touch with Shenmu's men? The man nodded. His men agreed, but they said that their reserves are limited and that they can only provide us with 3 months' worth of provisions. As for fighting against the Tubo and Gugalu, we'll have to rely on ourselves. Wushel thought for a moment, then said, 3 months is enough. The Gugalu and Tubo won't stay on the steppe for that long. Let our tribesmen get through the current crisis first. Yes. As the group spoke, they gradually disappeared around the corner of the mountain peak. Longyu was in trouble. Before Di Renjie, Shenmu, Princess Taiping, and the others could make detailed arrangements for Longyu, the Tubo and Eastern Turkic Khaganate's Gugalu had begun to move. Just as Shenmu had predicted when persuading Di Renjie, the moment the Turks and Tubo learned of Blacktooth Changji's capture, they would take advantage of the fact that the Qingyuan Path Commander-in-Chief had been captured, the low morale of the armies, and the absence of a new commander-in-chief. This was even faster than Shenmu had predicted, as the Eastern Turks and Tubo had many spies in the areas controlled by the Tang army. Blacktooth Changji had been publicly captured and sent to Luoyang in a prison cart, so there was no need to spend too much effort in making inquiries. The Eastern Turkic spies had personally witnessed Blacktooth Changji being escorted to the capital. When this important news reached the Eastern Turks, Khagan Gugalu was overjoyed. At this time, Gugalu was ill and could not personally go to battle, so he immediately ordered his younger brother, Moshe, to lead an army to Whitewater Stream. At the same time, he informed the Tubo, who immediately launched an attack on the Western Turkic Khaganate that had submitted to the Tang dynasty. The Western Turks were in dire straits under the attacks of the Eastern Turks and the Tubo, their territory and numbers dwindling by the day. How could they resist the ferocious Tubo army? Helpless, Huzero could only disperse the 10 tribes under his command and scatter them across the steppe. Then, he led the old, weak, women, and children back to the Tang encampment to avoid the brunt of the attack. Smoke rose from the western regions as Tang messengers traveled day and night to deliver the news to Luoyang. The divine capital, Luoyang, was still ignorant of the situation in Longyu and was still immersed in the celebratory atmosphere of a new dynasty. On this day, Wu Zetian was holding a grand family banquet in the Wanxiang Divine Palace, gathering all the members of the imperial family to celebrate the peace. The Wanxiang Divine Palace was also known as the Bright Hall. The Bright Hall was where the emperor would hold court and discuss the country's military and political affairs. Using it to hold a family banquet where people could sing and dance and the fragrance of wine and meat wafted through the air was a bit lacking, but Wu Zetian wanted to hold it here. In the first year of the founding era, a year before the death of Gaozong Liji, Wu Zetian wanted to hold a banquet in the Hall of Announcing Politics in the Bright Hall, but Professor Taichang led a group of civil and military officials in retorting, "The Hall of Announcing Politics is the main hall, where the emperor holds court. It is solemn and dignified. How can it be used to eat and drink?" Although Wu Zetian had already seized all the power at that time, Gaozong Liji was still alive and Professor Taichang and the other officials were confident in their stance. She did not dare to act arbitrarily and could only suppress her anger and hold a banquet in the hall of announcing politics. She did not forget this matter. 9 years later, she became the emperor. She insisted on holding the banquet in the Wanxiang Divine Palace, which was grander, more dignified, and more glorious than the hall of announcing politics. No one dared to say anything. The huge and magnificent bright hall was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman strolled around the palace. Yang Fan now only had one enemy left, but he could not find a chance to make a move. Qiu Shenji was skilled in martial arts and slightly better than Yang Fan. He also had many servants around him, so it was too difficult for Yang Fan to get close to him. Now that Yang Fan had Wanna to worry about, he could not risk exposing his identity, so he could only wait patiently. That night in the drunken spring house, he and Shen Mu talked until late. No one knew what they talked about. Yang Fan also completely buried the matter in his heart, as if it had never happened. Recently, Xiaoman was a little distracted. She had already sent people to Guangzhou Prefecture according to the method Yang Fan taught her. According to the time, her people should have already arrived in Guangzhou Prefecture. Notices offering a great reward for finding her elder brother had been posted all over the streets and alleys of Guangzhou Prefecture. Xiaoman did not know when her people would come back, and when they came back, whether they would bring her elder brother back. So recently, her heart was full of worries, and she was always a little distracted. Because the two of them had their own worries, they walked side by side for a long time without speaking. When the two of them walked to a corridor in the side hall, a voice suddenly came from behind a screen, and the two of them could not help but stop. Today, Wu Zetian was holding a grand family banquet, and all the dance and music masters of the left and right musical houses and the inner musical houses had come. Each of these masters had a large group of followers and disciples who needed to accompany the masters to perform, so they occupied the east and west side halls and corridors of the main hall for changing clothes, putting on makeup, and rehearsing. The corridor that Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman passed through also had a row of screens, which divided the extremely wide palace corridor into two halves. One half of the corridor was used as a changing room, and the voice came from behind the changing room. It was a crisp and childish voice. Fifth brother, no matter whether the country is called Zhu or Tang, or whether our surname is Wu or Li, this world is fought for by our family. Now it is our grandmother who rules the world, and it is still our family, do you understand? Don't be listless, and let those Wu scoundrels look down on you. The voice was so loud that the eunuchs who were walking in the corridor and the people who were changing behind the screens all heard it, and the whole corridor suddenly became silent. Yang Fan and Xiaoman looked at each other and thought, this child must be a member of Li Tang's royal family, and he still dares to speak like this at this moment. I don't know if he is young and ignorant, or if his courage is commendable. At this time, the childish voice said again, all right, you get ready, I'll go take a look first. As soon as he finished speaking, a small person ran out from behind the screen. Yang Fan was standing outside. That person didn't expect this and couldn't stop in time. She bumped into Yang Fan's thigh. She immediately cried out in pain and covered her nose with her hand. Tears welled up in her eyes. Yang Fan took a closer look and saw that it was a little girl dressed in colorful clothes. She had red lips, white teeth, and a delicate face. Chapter 212. Although Yang Fan didn't know if this little girl was a princess or a princess, she was a member of the royal family. He quickly cupped his fists and apologized, I'm sorry, I couldn't dodge in time. The little girl covered her sore nose and stared at him with teary eyes. She asked in a nasal voice, where is Master Are You Mai? Do you know? She was asking about a famous musician from the inner musical house. Yang Fan was one of the guards in charge of the safety of the WN Xiong Palace today. When Master Are You Mai brought a group of disciples and servants into the palace, it was him who arranged the changing room. He happened to know where this person was, so he said, I know. Then bring me to her. The little girl was about to leave when a shout came from behind, stop. The young lady stopped in her tracks and turned around. She saw a person appear from behind another screen. He was dressed in a colorful costume, and his face was only half painted. The other half of his face was still unpainted. Yang Fan recognized this person from this half of his face. This person was Prince Lin Chuan, Wu Xizong. It seemed like he was also going to perform at Wu Zetian's banquet to entertain the empress. Wu Xizong stared at the little girl coldly and said in a deep voice, "Which family are you from? How dare you be so presumptuous? Everyone with the surname Wu is a villain." Say that again. Yong Fan couldn't help but frown. Wu Xizong was in his early 40s. He was so old, yet he was arguing with a 6 or 7-year-old little girl. Moreover, he was a dignified prince. The little girl raised her eyebrows slightly, but she didn't show any fear. She replied with a glib tongue, "So, your surname is Wu? There are many people with the surname Wu in the world. I've only seen people pick up things, but I've never seen someone pick up curses. I said a villain with the surname Wu, and you know who I'm talking about, so you jumped out to admit it." Wu Xizong was so angry that he laughed. He said, "You silly little girl, you're really brave to talk back to me. I won't argue with you about this. Just based on how you spoke to me, I can punish you for disrespect." The little girl curled her lips and said in disdain, "How impressive. What kind of king are you?" Wu Xizong puffed up his chest and shouted, "I am King Lin Chuan." The young maiden sneered, "Don't flatter yourself. You are the royal prince of Lin Chuan." Wu Xizong said, "So what if it's Lin Chuan Jun Wang? You don't bow down to me when I'm isolated, and you contradict me again and again. Do you still have any manners? Immediately apologize to this prince, and this prince will forgive you on account of your young age. Otherwise, I will go to His Majesty to discuss this matter. Although you are young, your parents have not taught you properly. They must be punished heavily, otherwise, how can the dignity of the royal family be preserved?" At this time, another little fellow came out from behind the screen that the little girl had run out from. He looked even younger than the little girl, and was a handsome little boy. He wore a set of lacquered armor, and on his head was a green mask with fangs. Seeing Wu Xizong's anger, the little boy was a little afraid, and tugged on the little girl's clothes, signaling her to stop talking. But the little girl was not afraid. She stuck out her chest and said loudly, "You ask me who I am? Good. Let me tell you. I am the third son of the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness, King Chu. You are a royal prince, yet you claim to be alone in front of me and contradict me again and again. Immediately apologize to this prince, and this prince will not bicker with you on account of your age. Otherwise, I will go to His Majesty to discuss this matter. Otherwise, where can the dignity of the royal family be preserved?" The third son of the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness, King Chu? Yong Fan was a little surprised to hear this. He had been in the palace for a long time and had some understanding of the situation of Emperor Li Dan's family, who were trapped in the East Palace. Now that this little girl had introduced herself, he realized that this person was actually a man in disguise. It turned out that this person was the third son of the original emperor of the Tang dynasty, the current crown prince of the Zhou dynasty, Li Longji. Li Dan himself did not show his face, and his children were usually under house arrest in the East Palace. They did not see any outsiders, so Wu Xizong really did not recognize him. Now that Li Longji had introduced himself, Wu Xizong could not help but be dumbfounded. Just now, he did not want to admit that he was a vile person, so he avoided the topic and only used the little girl's lack of respect and deliberately contradicting him as an excuse to question her. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, this little girl had become a man, and the current King Chu? No matter how much he disregarded Li Tang's royal family, if the other really started to argue with him, he, as the Prince of Lin Chuan, would really have to lower his head to the King Chu. The King Chu was a prince, and he was a royal prince. Wu Xizong had shot himself in the foot. His face alternated between red and white, and he was very embarrassed. Although Li Longji was young, he was well aware of the situation his family was in. All these years, his family had been trapped in the Eastern Palace, and he knew how his father had been treading on thin ice. So, although he was young and impetuous, he didn't dare to really fall out with Wu Xizong. Seeing that Li Longji's face alternated between red and white without making a sound, the anger in his heart dissipated. He snorted and turned to Yong Fan, saying, "Take me to see Master Are You My?" Wu Xizong knew what his words meant, so he could not do anything to Li Longji. However, he was still very imposing towards Yong Fan. Once he heard Li Longji's words, he pointed at Yang Fan and said, "You, come and help me." Hearing this, Li Longji's anger surged, and the rims of his eyes turned red. He was not afraid of the Wu clansmen, but he also knew that no one took the Li family seriously. If he and Wu Xizong ordered this guard to do something at the same time, this guard would definitely follow Wu Xizong's orders and ignore him. In front of so many palace maids, the Li family's face would be thrown all the way to their grandmother's house. However, he was still young, so how could he have the slightest influence on this situation? In the end, he was still going to lose. The little fellow was angry and wronged, and he almost cried. Yang Fan was startled, and he felt even more contempt for Wu Xizong in his heart. As expected, the descendants of the Wu clan do not have any great achievements. An adult in his 40s actually dared to oppose a 6 or 7-year-old child like this. What a disgrace! Yang Fan bowed to Wu Xizong and smiled, saying, "This lowly servant does not dare to disobey the regional king's order. However, His Highness King Chu wants this lowly servant to bring him to see Master Ru Mai. This lowly servant is unable to split himself." Wu Xizong sneered, "Then will you come when this king summons you?" Yang Fan replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. There is a difference in status. Since King Chu gave the order first, this lowly servant does not dare to disobey. Wu Xizong was startled. He did not think that this little guard would dare to reject his order. Whose world was this now? The Wu clan. How could there be such an ignorant person? Li Longji's eyes lit up when he heard Yang Fan's words, and he was so happy that his heart was about to explode. He really did not expect that at this time, there would still be someone who would take his Li clan seriously and care about him, the King Chu. Li Longji looked at Yang Fan and said loudly, "Let's go." After saying that, he actually reached out and held Yang Fan's big hand. As he walked, he turned his head and glanced at Wu Xizong as if to show off. This childish attitude was truly adorable. "Your Highness, Master Ru Mai is behind this screen." Yang Fan led Li Longji to where Master Ru Mai, the head consecrator of the internal musical house, was and stopped far away. Although this Master Ru Mai had already become the head consecrator of the musical house, and many nobles had to be respectful to her, she was still young. She was only in her 30s, and she was still as beautiful as a flower. Beside Ru Mai was a group of female disciples, and the servants were also women. With so many women putting on makeup and changing clothes behind the screen, he could not be too close. Li Longji let go of his hand and looked deeply at Yang Fan, asking, "What's your name?" Yang Fan said, "This humble servant is Yang Fan." "Yang Fan," Li Longji murmured softly, then nodded his head heavily and said to him, "Good. I'll remember you." He did not say anything else. The Li clan was in a precarious situation, and who knew what would happen tomorrow? He could not promise Yang Fan anything. However, he remembered this name. When the Li clan was reduced to a clown, isolated and looked down upon by others, there was still one person who respected them. This person was called Yang Fan. Seeing that Yang Fan dared to disobey his orders, Wu Xizong was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Seeing Yang Fan holding Li Longji's hand and leaving, Wu Xizong angrily asked a servant next to him, "What's the name of this guard?" "He's called Yang Fan." The voice came from behind him. Wu Xizong turned his head and saw that it was Wu Yuyi, who had just been conferred the title of Prince of Jianan. Wu Yuyi patted his shoulder and said indifferently, "You'd better not think about him." Although the two were both princes, Wu Yuyi held the position of Grand General of the Featherwood Guard and was more powerful than him. Thus, when he heard Wu Yuyi's words, Wu Xizong could not help but be surprised. Wu Yuyi put his arm around his shoulder and dodged behind the screen, saying in a low voice, "This person." After a while, Wu Xizong let out a low cry from behind the screen, "Ah, something like this actually happened. Thank goodness you reminded me. Ha ha ha, good singing." Wu Zetian sat high up on the throne, holding a golden cup and laughing loudly. The one who had just sung was the crown grandson, Li Chengqi. Of course, he was now called Wu Chengqi. Wu Chengqi was 12 years old at this time and was Li Dan's eldest son. Although he was called the crown grandson, he was still confined in the palace. Li Chengqi sang Young Master and For His Grandmother. This song was the same as Dancing Seductress. They were both very popular songs in the musical house. Li Chengqi's voice was quite good, and Wu Zetian was very happy to hear it. At this time, a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth walked up to Wu Zetian with a round fan in her hand. The noble princess moved closer to Wu Zetian and said with a smile, "Mother, the person who will be performing for you today is the Crown Prince's third Langjun, Longji." Wu Zetian was full of smiles and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. Li Longji was performing a dance called Longevity Maiden. In the side room, Master Ru Mai led a group of musicians to play instrumental music, and Li Longji began to dance lightly in the main hall. At this time, a border army officer with a triangular red flag on his back rushed to the front of the palace gate. He shouted in a hoarse voice, "Urgent," and then fell head first off his horse. The guards at the palace gate were shocked and rushed forward. Some people helped the fainted officer up, some held onto the horse, and some untied the yellow bag containing the military intelligence from the officer's back and hurriedly brought it to the palace. Chapter 213. Li Longji was still a child. When he dressed up, he looked like a young girl. His voice was also as clear as a young girl's. At the banquet at the Ming Palace, a cup of wine and a song. Then, I pray for 3 wishes. First, I pray for the saints to live a long life. Second, I pray for my health. Third, I pray for my children and grandchildren to live a good life. Every year, I pray for my appearance. Wu Zetian smiled again and again. She picked up a piece of candied fruit and put it in her mouth. The more she listened, the more pleasing it became. When she heard the last sentence, her smile froze. At this time, Wu Xizhong sneaked up to her. "Aunt," Wu Xizhong told Wu Zetian what he heard Li Longji say in the side hall. Wu Zetian still stared at Li Longji, who was singing and dancing. She asked indifferently, "Did San Lang say this?" "Yes." Wu Zetian was silent for a moment. She laughed and said, "We have so many children. Unfortunately, not many of them are successful. This child has some heroic spirit." Wu Xizhong was startled. He said reluctantly, "Aunt, he said such rebellious words. How could you?" Wu Zetian glanced at him and said indifferently, "Xizhong, your nephew is here. Do you think San Lang is good as a girl?" Wu Xizhong glanced down the hall and said perfunctorily, "Good. He's very good." Wu Zetian laughed and said, "A child's words carry no harm. You're already an adult. You still want to take a child's words seriously? San Lang is pretending to be a woman, but is actually a man. Although you're a man, why do you look like a woman?" Wu Xizhong's face turned red and he couldn't say anything. Wu Zetian waved her hand like she was waving a fly. "We're very happy today. Don't spoil our mood. You can leave." "Yes." Wu Xizhong bowed and left. Li Longji finished his performance and received the applause of the entire audience. Wu Zetian laughed heartily and gave him a plate of candied fruits. Li Longji thanked her and retreated. Next, it was his 5th brother, Li Longfan, who went on stage. This Wulang was the little fellow who was changing clothes behind the screen with Li Longji just now. He had just turned 5 years old and was conferred the title of Prince Qi. The Prince of Lanling was the 4th son of the Northern Qi Emperor, Gao Changgong. Gao Changgong's bravery was unparalleled, but he was as pretty as a girl. In order to increase his deterrence, every time he went to the battlefield, he would wear a ferocious mask. Later generations created the dance of the Prince of Lanlings entering the battle array based on this dance. Among Li Dan's children, King Qi was the most artistic one. With him as the leader, he led a group of warriors to perform the Prince of Lanling and brought the atmosphere of the banquet to a climax. King Qi also received his reward and retreated. Li Dan's 4th princess, Li Huawan, leisurely walked to the front of the stage. Just as she was about to open her cherry lips and sing a song for her grandmother, a guard rushed into the hall. Raising a yellow bundle high in the air, he shouted, reporting, "Longyo's most urgent military report. The banquet that Wu Zetian had painstakingly arranged to show the prosperity and harmony of the imperial family had been disrupted by Longyo's urgent military report. The Eastern Turks and Tubo had driven the Western Turks who were loyal to Tang East and launched an attack on the garrisons of the Tang dynasty. This series of military actions had become an important test for the newly established Great Zhou dynasty, and the appointment of the commander-in-chief of Longyou's military once more became the topic of whether or not to recover the 4 garrisons of Anxi. In truth, last year, Wu Zetian had appointed Minister of the Right of Wenchang, Wei Daijie, as the Grand Supervisor of the Anxi army, to supervise the 36 military commanders in attacking the Turks. They had attempted to recapture the 4 garrisons of Anxi, but after several clashes with the Turks, they had suffered heavy casualties. In the end, they had suffered a major defeat at the Yanxijia River west of Crescent City, and Wei Daijie had been exiled to Xiangzhou. Now, the imperial court was forced to reconsider the 4 garrisons of Anxi. At the morning court session the next day, a major debate on whether or not to recapture the 4 garrisons of Anxi began in the Golden Hall. The new Prime Minister, Di Renjie, led his fellow officials in opposing the Western expedition. In Di Renjie's view, the attacks of the Turks and Eastern Turks had already forced the imperial court to appoint Lu Shude as the Qingyuan Daoist historian. It was enough that military authority did not fall into the hands of Wu Chengxi's ambitious faction. As for the 4 garrisons of Anxi, they were truly of little value. They were remote and unbearably barbaric, of no use to the empire. Whether it was sending troops on an expedition or garrisoning them, it would be a huge waste of manpower and resources. It was better to abandon the 4 garrisons of Anxi and withdraw the main force to reduce military expenditures. This time, it was Wu Chengxi's faction that was strongly in favor of going to war. Only by going to war could they seize the military authority of Longyou. But of course, this goal could not be openly stated. Thus, if they seized the 4 garrisons of Anxi, it would affect the Tang dynasty's control of the western regions, and these strategic locations would be of great benefit to the entire Tang dynasty. Di Renjie and the others, on the other hand, were opposed to using this matter to expand the situation and bring up the topic of recapturing the 4 garrisons of Anxi. In their view, any proposal that only focused on one aspect was not advisable. Guangzhong had the Daisan Pass to the west, the Hangu Pass to the east, the Wu Pass to the south, and the Xiao Pass to the north. Together with the 2 natural barriers of the highlands and the Qinling Mountains, it was an impregnable country surrounded by 4 fortresses. If the so-called strategic locations decided everything, how could the state of Qin have fallen? The Shudao was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The Yang'an Pass, the Swords Gate Pass, the Jiameng Pass, the Dragon's Pass, and the Kuei Pass were all places where one man could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. How could the state of Shu have fallen at the hands of the state of Wei? When a country was at its weakest, no matter how many strategic locations it had, they would not be able to withstand a single blow. Moreover, after abandoning the 4 garrisons of Anxi, there were still many passes to pass, and it was not a smooth road to the central plains. To abandon or take the 4 garrisons of Anxi, one had to weigh the price of taking them and the gains of abandoning them. In terms of eloquence, how could Wu Chengxi, Qiu Shunji, and the others be his match? And while Zhu Xing was eloquent, he was more familiar with the affairs of prisons. This was a matter of state secrets that concerned politics, economics, and military. Di Renjie's rebuttal left Wu Chengxi speechless. He turned to Wu Zetian and reported, "The 4 barbarians are all outside the former emperor's domain. The east is separated by the sea, the west by the quicksand, the north by the desert, and the south by the 5 ridges. These are the boundaries that the heavens divide between China and the west. Now, if we use the outside of the Wulin wilderness to claim credit, we will exhaust the treasury to fight for the barren land. The people will not be able to increase taxes, and the land will not be able to be cultivated. To seek the crown and lead the faraway barbarians, and not to strengthen the foundation and the people, why did we come? The ancients have a saying, books are of the same language, chariots are of the same track, it may not be safe. Although this saying is small, it can be used to describe the big picture. If we are greedy for achievements, we will exhaust China, and the foundation will be shaken. Won't the gains not make up for the losses? In the past, Emperor Yuan of Han accepted Zhou Juanfang's plan and stopped the Pearl Cliff. Emperor Xian used Prime Minister Wei's plan and abandoned the charioteer's field. It was indeed a wise move. Our emperor should lose the 4 towns, enrich China, and save military expenses for faraway places. We should also keep the armored troops in the fortress, and wait for the enemy to come. Wu Zetian sat upright and listened to the arguments of both sides, but she did not say a word. Hearing Di Renjie's impassioned speech, Wu Chengxi and the others were speechless. She said, "We will discuss whether we should take back the 4 towns of Anshi later. Right now, the Tubo and Turkic troops are at our frontier fortress. If we are a little late, the enemy will take advantage of the gap to invade. Issue an imperial edict, promote Lu Shede to be the left general of Jin Wu, inspect the governor of Feng province, and temporarily replace the Qingyuan sect's minister of strategy and chief of the army. Reorganize the armaments, be ready for battle, and do not give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of. As for the details, we will wait for Huseluo to arrive at the capital before making a decision." Court dismiss. Wu Zetian brushed her sleeves and withdrew from the court. When she arrived at Wucheng Hall, she ordered, "Summon the Yulin Guard General Wu Yuyi, the left general of Jin Wu Guard General Qiu Shenji, and the right general of Eagle Guard General Wang Xiajie to see me quickly." After saying this, Wu Zetian angrily said to Shanghai Wana, "State Elder Di does not know my difficulties." Shanghai Wana presented a bowl of Wu Zetian's favorite fermented rice, and said softly, "Everyone, please calm down. Master Di has always understood your Majesty's wishes. What has made everyone unhappy this time?" Wu Zetian sat behind the table and snorted coldly. "This old man has always opposed me sending troops to the western region, but he is so eloquent that even I cannot win against him." Shanghai Wana covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "So this is what everyone is talking about. Speaking of which, even though Master Di's opinion is different from everyone's, he is still thinking for everyone's sake. If everyone feels that Master Di's words are unreasonable, then don't listen to him. There is no need to get angry and harm your health." Wu Zetian's expression softened, and she nodded, saying, "Yes, it is still Wana who understands me." After praising Master Di, Wu Zetian's eyes narrowed, and she said, "We are a woman. When a woman rules the country, the civil and military officials, as well as the common people, have their doubts. If we cannot take back the 4 towns of Anshi, or even abandon them, how can we convince all the officials? This time, no matter how many people object, we must send troops to the western region. The 4 towns of Anshi must be taken back from our hands." Shanghai Wana's expression tightened, and she said, "Everyone, our court has suffered many defeats when it comes to sending troops to the western region. Now that so many officials object, they naturally have their reasons. Everyone must be extremely cautious." Wu Zetian nodded, saying, "We know. We have already been defeated once. This time, we will definitely be cautious, and plan before taking action." In the evening, Yang Fan discovered that Captain Huang and Captain Cheng had been called away by Brigade Commander Xu. After that, Zhong Shitong, Tian Yang, Yu Ziqing, and the rest were also called away. Everyone who returned had a strange expression on their faces. Yang Fan couldn't help but stop Zhong Shitong, who had just returned, and asked, "What happened? Our brigade commander has never transferred people alone at this late hour." Zhong Shitong knew that he had some background. Not to mention the brigade commander, even General Wu seemed to treat him differently, so he answered honestly, "The sage, emperor, wants to send some people to Longyu, but we don't know what they are going to do. I heard that this is a big matter. General Qiu Shenji of the left Golden Guards and General Wang Xiajie of the left Eagle Guards are going. Qiu Shenji is going to Longyu, and the 100 Cavalry is also going." Hearing this, Yang Fan's heart thumped, and he hurriedly asked, "Has the people going to Longyu been decided? Why didn't the brigade commander summon me?" Zhong Shitong thought to himself, "Longyu is a place of suffering, and there might even be danger to your life. Your life is much more precious than ours. Who can transfer you there?" Although he was thinking this, he only laughed dryly. "Perhaps Lord Brigade Commander has other arrangements for you. Didn't I want to follow the right path to get promoted? Military merits are in Longyu. Wasn't I worried that I couldn't get close to Qiu Shenji? Qiu Shenji is going to Longyu." Yang Fan's eyes lit up. Chapter 214. You want to go to Longyu? Wu Yuyi and Xu Liang stared at Yang Fan, their faces full of disbelief. Young Fan said, "Yes. I heard that you are going to send 100 cavalry to Longyu for official business. I want to go." Wu Yuyi and Shu Liang looked at each other and muttered, "Is this kid doing this on a whim or is it Aunt's idea? If I really send this kid to Longyu and Aunt suddenly wants him to serve her in bed, or if he comes back from Longyu and loses an arm or a leg, this." Wu Yuyi thought for a while and asked, "You want to go to Longyu? Whose idea is this?" Yang Fan was stunned and said, "This is naturally this subordinate's idea." Shu Liang could not help but ask, "Why do you want to go to Longyu?" Yang Fan was even more puzzled and said, "Because this subordinate wants to establish a career. This subordinate is a soldier. If I want to establish a career, it is best to fight on the battlefield. Since there is this opportunity, this subordinate hopes that great general can give it to me." Wu Yuyi thought, "You still need to fight on the battlefield. As long as you put in some effort on the bed." Wu Yuyi coughed and said, You have only been in the army for a short time, this time you need more military experience." Yang Fan said, "Great general, although this subordinate has only been in the army for a short time, this subordinate's various examinations are not weaker than the other brother. Even this lowly officer's archery skills, which were originally the weakest, have improved greatly. Battle experience needs to be honed. If this subordinate does not go to the battlefield for the rest of my life, will I never have any battle experience? This subordinate is willing to go to Longyu. I hope that great general will agree." When Yang Fan finished, he knelt down on one knee and gave the most solemn military salute. Wu Yuyi quickly said, get up, quickly get up. "This matter. Go back first, let this general think about it, I will give you an answer tomorrow." Yang Fan was helpless and could only cup his fists and said, "Yes. Since this is the case, this subordinate will take his leave first." Wu Yuyi watched as Yang Fan left and immediately said to Shu Liang, "Continue to choose the capable guards, I will leave for a while." Wu Yuyi quickly left Black Tortoise Gate and rushed to the history library, which was where Shanghai Wana usually stayed. When Wu Yuyi, the Prince of Jianan, arrived at the history library, Shangguan Wana had just finished bathing with the help of 2 handmaidens. Hearing that Wu Yuyi had arrived, Shangguan Wana changed into a more formal dress with wide sleeves and a jade-colored silk skirt. However, her beautiful black hair was still wet, so she only tied it up in a lazy and charming bun with a jade hairpin. Her snow-white and long elegant neck was like a snow lotus on a high mountain. Hearing the purpose of Wu Yuyi's visit, Shangguan Wana could not help but be taken aback, exclaiming, "He wants to go to Longyu?" Yuyi said, "Wn Yuyi, Wn Wan's Wn Fan Yi Yuyi." Shangguan Wana narrowed her eyes slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, "Thank you for telling me about this matter, General. This matter. I will give you an answer tomorrow, is that all right?" Wu Yuyi thought that she wanted to ask for her aunt's opinion and quickly said, "Since this is the case, I will not disturb you anymore. Goodbye." After sending Wu Yuyi off, Shanghai Wana sat under the lamp and quietly thought about this news. She knew that Yang Fan did this to be with her forever. She was very touched, but when she thought about him going to Longyu, to such a dangerous place, she felt very uneasy. When one falls in love with someone, there will always be a little fear. Because once you get it, you are afraid of losing it. However, everyone hopes that the man they like is capable and successful. Who would like a mediocre person? That is why there are sighs of repentant husband seeking the title of Marquis and stories of splashing water in front of a horse. Should she let him go? This night is destined to be a sleepless night for Wana. "You want to go to Longyu?" "I want to go to Longyu." Yang Fan looked at Wana with a very determined expression. "To me, the fastest way to get promoted is to make contributions, great contributions. Wana, this is a good opportunity. When you first transferred me to 100 cavalry, didn't you plan to do so? Now that the opportunity is here, why are you hesitating?" Shanghai Wana said worriedly, "Wana did plan to do so, but I never thought of letting you go to Longyu. Whether it is to suppress the rebellion, kill the bandits, or even follow the army, with your identity as 100 cavalry, you can stay by the side of the chief of the army. But this time, even Qiu Shinji and Wang Xiajie are secretly going to Longyu. I am afraid it will be dangerous." Yang Fan earnestly said, "Wana, what is not dangerous to do?" Xue Huai used bedding as a stepping stone to advance his position. Although he was a duke, he was like a vine wrapped around a big tree, throwing away the pride and dignity of a man. Fu Yuyi used persuasion as a stepping stone to advance his position. Although he became the prime minister, he was like a tree as thick as a little finger but as tall as 100 feet, unable to withstand the slightest breeze. Using military merits to fight for power, while it is dangerous, the merits must be obtained steadily and with a clear conscience. I know you care about me, but I should go. I am a man, I want to be a big tree that you can rely on, not a vine wrapped around you. His gaze was very calm. Although Qiu Shinji was one of the reasons he wanted to go to Longyu, he was very clear in his heart that even without Qiu Shinji, just for Wanna, he would still go. There was no man who did not want his beloved woman to be proud of him. In fact, men cared more about the difference in status than women did. Some women would consider whether the man's status was better than theirs, and whether they would live a rich life if they married into the family. But most men cared about whether their family status was worse than the woman's, and whether they would be lower than the woman's. When a woman found a man who was 100 times stronger than her, that was her fortune and glory. What accompanied it was envy and blessings. When a man found a woman who was 100 times stronger than her, he had to bear a lot of pressure, and what accompanied it was contempt and mockery. Because he was a man. Wanna looked at her man. She did not ask too many questions, and she did not need Yang Fan to say too much. From Yang Fan's eyes, she saw his determination and courage. She also understood his thoughts. Even though she was very reluctant and worried, she still obeyed his will. She lowered her head and softly said, "Okay. You must take care." Yang Fan nodded and softly said, "Don't worry, I will return safely." Wanna softly grunted and raised her head to glance at Yang Fan. She softly said, "Tomorrow, from Shu to Chou, you will be on sentry duty, right?" Yang Fan thought about it and laughed. "Probably. I wrote the duty time on the wall. I will have to go back and see to know." Wanna rolled her eyes at him and said with slight annoyance, "Men are so muddle-headed. Tomorrow night, you will be on duty, at that time." Wanna bit her lips. Her fair and flawless face suddenly turned bright red, as if she was drunk in spring. She said, "At that time, you can come and see me. I have something to say to you." Yang Fan grunted and said, "Okay. At that time, I will walk around and go to meet the scenery." Shenmu is going to Longyu. Young Master Jiang was holding a cup of wine. His clothes were as white as snow. He stood in a small 5-sided pavilion in the backyard of Assistant Minister Pei's rented house. He had one hand behind his back and stood alone. It was as if he was standing on the peak of a snowy mountain. Only Tin Ano stood behind him. However, he did not ask this question to Tin Ano. This was because this news was personally told to him by Shenmu. He knew where Shenmu was going and also knew that Shenmu's goal was to help Princess Taiping, Di Renjie and the others fight for power with Wu Chengxi. He wasn't asking himself this question, but he was pondering. Young Master Jiang pondered for a long time and said, "Chang'an sent news that Shenmu's men have mobilized a large amount of rations and are constantly purchasing them. At the same time, he has also mobilized a large amount of funds to Longyu. The amount of money and rations is enough to provide rations for an army of 50,000 men for 3 months and 100,000 arrows. What is he trying to do?" Still, no one answered. Young Master Jiang rarely discussed with others and rarely listened to others' opinions. He only believed in himself. Tin Ano obviously knew this habit of his. Thus, he just stood behind him and listened quietly. Young Master Jiang's eyes flickered for a moment and gradually turned into a cold, murderous aura. Maixian's sect is in charge of following the experts to fight for supremacy. His hidden sect should be lying low and listening to my orders. Now, it seems that Shenmu is unwilling to be left out and is getting restless. The hidden sect is so restless, and if they are not careful, they might implicate all of us. Young Master Jiang slowly turned around and said to Tin Ano, "Wu Mai has already proclaimed herself as the empress, but the aftermath of the royal court has yet to subside. The situation is changing now, and I still can't see anyone that I can fully support. It is enough to help Taiping, Di Renjie, and the others to this extent. We shouldn't get too involved and need to see more clearly before we can take action. This young master will return to Guangzhou in a few days. I will sit on the high mountain and observe the changes in the situation. Tin Ano then bowed and said, "Yes." Young Master Jiang muttered, "As for Longyu, I have to send someone to take a look. What is Shen Mu trying to do? All this while, I have neglected him." He thought for a moment and said, "Longyu has always been Shen Mu's territory, and this young master has no right to interfere with the hidden sect's matters. If this young master's judgment is wrong and Shen Mu has something on me, the doyens will definitely be dissatisfied. For safety's sake, RNU, you should go. Once you obtain the evidence, immediately go to Mount Hua to see me." Tin Ano didn't have any special expression on her face. She just bowed slightly and said, "Yes." Young Master Jiang took a glance at her and said indifferently, "The West region's various factions are complicated. Especially at such a time, there will be danger at every step. You have to be careful." Tin Ano might be his servant, but she was raised by young Master Jiang. She grew up from a young girl who was only a few years old into a charming and beautiful young lady. She spent more time by young Master Jiang's side than his wife and son. Young Master Jiang had a very special feeling for her. Even though he knew that this trip was fraught with danger, he couldn't help but be concerned. Young Master Jiang was conceited, arrogant, suspicious, and heartless. There were only a few people that he cared about. When Tin Ano heard his words, she couldn't help but be moved, and there was a trace of warmth in her eyes. She lowered her head and acknowledged softly. Chapter 215. It was late at night. Wanna sat alone behind the Nanmu table, with a soup bowl in front of her. It was a wooden bowl made of birchroot nodules. This kind of bowl would not crack when filled with boiling water, nor would it break when dropped. It would not burn or freeze one's hands. It was light and sturdy, and it could preserve the original taste of the food. Wu Zetian liked this kind of tableware very much, and Shangguan Wn was also given a set. There were natural patterns on the wooden bowl, forming a variety of patterns. The patterns on Wanna's wooden bowl were like the old branches of a plum tree. Looking closely, there seemed to be plum blossoms on it. The bowl was filled with medicine soup, which was dark red and emitted a strong smell of medicine. Wanna looked at the bowl of medicine soup, and her expression kept changing. It seemed that she was struggling in her heart. After a long time, she summoned up the courage, as if she had made a big decision. She resolutely picked up the bowl of medicine soup that had already been warmed, raised her head, and gulped it down. After drinking the medicine soup, Wanna seemed to be relieved, and her expression became relaxed. She put down the bowl and gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a silk handkerchief. Unexpectedly, her eyes fell on the windowsill. There were two vases with slender necks and long waists, each with a bunch of orchids in full bloom. Sitting there, one could smell the delicate fragrance of the flowers. Waiting for an order. The bath is ready. The bottom has been simmered with charcoal. The water temperature will not drop for the next 4 hours. Two palace maids walked into the room and curtsied to Shanghai Wanna. Wanna, who was staring at the orchids, woke up with a start. In the palace, Wanna and Twana both had a large number of trusted eunuchs and palace maids. Because Wanna handled a lot of government affairs for Wu Zetian, she also had many confidants in the imperial guards. It was not a coincidence that she could trust Xie Xiaoman to act as a go-between for her and Yang Fan. These two palace maids were also Wanna's confidants. Even so, Wanna did not want them to know what happened tonight. It was not that she was worried that they would gossip behind her back, reveal some information, or inform someone, but it was a girl's instinct of shyness. Wanna nodded and said, "Okay, you go back and rest. I will read a book and then take a bath." One of the palace maids blinked and said, "Do you want us to take a bath?" Wanna took a book from the table and casually flipped through it. "Oh, no need. I have taken a bath in the afternoon. I just need a simple wash before going to bed." "Yes." The two palace maids bowed to her and retreated. Wanna was reading the book with a look of concentration on her face. But as soon as the two palace maids left, she jumped up like a little rabbit and tiptoed to the door. She stuck her head out and carefully closed the door. Then she returned to the table and sat down. She took out a pack of red candles from under the table. This candle was made from the bark of a kind of ash tree. This kind of tree would give birth to a kind of insect. The insect would live on the trunk and branches of the tree, relying on the tree sap to survive. They would secrete a kind of sap, which was the raw material of this insect wax. This candle would burn for a long time. The candle of this candle was made from the bark of an ash tree. Because this candle was very expensive, even Wu Zetian could not use it every day. But Wanna remembered very clearly that every time Wu Zetian summoned Shui Huaiyi or Imperial Dr. Shen to bed, she would take these candles from the palace treasury. The next morning, when she entered Wu Zetian's palace to arrange for the Empress lover to leave, she could smell a very faint but strange fragrance that made people feel very comfortable. Tonight was the big day. She decided to give the body she had guarded for 25 years to her man. She could not get married in a grand way, nor could she have the dragon and phoenix candles burn all night long. She had to make her big day as grand as possible, because this was the only time in a lifetime. That was why Wanna had specially brought out a few of these special candles from the palace treasury. Usually, she was the one who brought out these candles for Wu Zetian. She did not have to worry that Wu Zetian would run to the palace treasury to check the number of candles. Wu Zetian did not keep records when she slept with her bedmates. Even if she went to check, she would not remember it clearly. Wanna lit the candles. First, she changed the lamp on the table, then the antique shelf, the dressing table. The candles everywhere were replaced with red candles that could burn all night long. She then looked at the bed. It was also a brand new bedding and curtains. Wanna let out a light sigh and had a peaceful smile on her face. As the candles burned, a fragrance filled the room. Just a light sniff was enough to make people feel relaxed and happy. She did not know that the fragrance from the burning candles not only soothed emotions and eliminated odors, but also had an aphrodisiac effect. But tonight, she wanted to give herself to her lover who was about to go far away. She could not help but feel nervous. This unintentional action made her nervous mood inexplicably calm. Dong, dong, dong. There were 3 soft knocks on the door. Wanna, who had just returned to her seat behind the table, stood up nervously and asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" "Your humble servant Yang Fan awaits the decree." Yang Fan did not know if there were any servants in Wanna's room, so he answered like this. Wanna looked nervously at herself and touched her hair. She then said, "Oh, you, come in." The door opened without a sound, and Yang Fan flashed in. Seeing his vigilant look, Wanna said, "There is no one else in the room. Lock the door." "Okay." Yang Fan did not think too much about it. It was not like the day he, a guard, entered Wanna's room at night. It would not be appropriate if someone saw him, so he naturally had to lock the door. He did not know that the little white rabbit wanted to eat the big bad wolf tonight. Yang Fan locked the door and walked to Wanna's side. Wanna became a little nervous. Her voice trembled slightly, and her tone was unnatural. She said, "Cough. You are here. You patrolled here. Did anyone see you?" "Based on my skills, of course not." Yang Fan smiled proudly and looked at Wanna's red cheeks. He looked down and saw the medicine bowl on the table. He picked it up and looked at it. He sniffed it and asked nervously, "Why does it smell like medicine? Are you sick?" Wanna made a mistake and forgot the medicine bowl on the table. She panicked and quickly shook her head. "No, I drank, that is a tonic." "Tonic? Oh, it is fairy powder." Yang Fan asked curiously, "What is that?" Wanna was a girl. She did not dare say that she drank contraceptive medicine. She made up a name, but Yang Fan did not stop asking. She could only blush and say, "This is a tonic to whiten the skin." Cough. "Anyway, it is something that only girls take. You don't have to ask." Yang Fan suddenly understood and agreed. He looked at Wanna's current appearance. Her skin was smooth like fat, and her skin was white like snow. She was slightly blushing. She was very beautiful. He could not help but smile. Your skin is already so white. Why do you need to take these things? How much whiter do you want to be?" Wanna shyly lowered her head and said softly, "As long as you don't mind." Yang Fan said softly, "I don't love you enough. Why would I dislike you?" He gently lifted Wanna's chin. Wanna followed his gesture and obediently raised her head. Her dark eyes stared at him with deep love. Young Fan was dressed in a guard's uniform. He was no different from the other guards she was used to seeing. But the same uniform on him seemed to be full of a heroic and masculine aura. Her lover had hair as black as ink. He had a sharp nose and a pair of clear eyes. They seemed to be able to shine into a person's heart. It made her flustered and her legs weak. Young Fan looked at the tender lips that were inches away from him. He could not help but kiss them. Wanna moaned. She did not reject him like she usually did when he tried to touch her. She only stiffened slightly and then obediently opened her cherry lips. She timidly allowed him to invade. He wantonly invaded, tasted, and comforted her. Gradually, her heart became intoxicated, soft, and moist. It was a lingering kiss. After a long time, Young Fan gently let go of her. He gently caressed her smooth cheeks and whispered in her ear, "Wanna, I will be going to Longyu the day after tomorrow. You will be alone in the capital. You must be well." Wanna's eyes quickly filled with tears. She lost herself and hugged Young Fan tightly. She leaned on his shoulder and quietly said, "Without you, how can I be well? Without you, it is like a dish without salt. There is no taste." Wanna, hearing these affectionate words, Young Fan could not help but kiss her again. This time, Wanna raised her little face. She was like a little sparrow waiting to be fed. She actively catered to him and kissed him. Her young and inexperienced actions, her warm and soft body, and her soft moans like the sound of a flute aroused Young Fan's desire even more. His hand climbed onto Wanna's jade peaks. Wanna's delicate body only trembled a little. She did not press him down like she usually did. Young Fan felt her attitude. He became even more aggressive and his hand went down the front of her clothes. Hiss! His palm grasped the tender, round, and full jade peaks. A feeling of ecstasy attacked both of them at the same time. Wanna, Young Fan's breath became a little heavy. His eyes were burning. Men were easily impulsive. Wanna, who did not know the real magic of the worm wax, used the same number of aphrodisiac candles in her room, which was 10 times smaller than Wu Zetian's bedroom. The effect of the strange fragrance not only worked on Young Fan's body, but also made her extremely thirsty. Maybe tonight, she only wanted to give herself to her lover who was about to leave and establish a real relationship with him. But at this moment, her heart was filled with a desire that made her both afraid and thirsty. She wanted to have her lover, and she wanted to be owned by her lover. Wanna slightly tilted her head and put it on his chest. She used a soft voice to say, "Lang Jun, tonight, you want Wanna." Her appearance was tender and beautiful, and her voice was soul-stirring. Listening to her muster up the courage to talk to him, Young Fan suddenly thought of another night, another woman. The same woman threw herself into his arms, but with a different tone. That woman said, "I want you." And the little girl in his arms, who was trembling with shyness, had the courage to express her love to him. What she said to him was not "I want you," nor "I will give it to you." Instead, she said, "You want me." In the hearts of these two women, it was clear at a glance what kind of position he had. The love in Young Fan's heart was like a tide, surging endlessly. He could not bear it anymore. He gently bent down, picked up Wanna's legs, and carried her horizontally. Then he walked behind the screen in the inner room. Chapter 216. It was late at night. Xiao Qi's 2 little hands were holding his head, his 2 chubby little legs were curled up, and he was sleeping soundly like a little frog. It was already summer, and Duoduo was afraid that he would be too hot, so she dressed him thinly. Duoduo was also afraid that it would be too hard for him to tie up his hands and feet, so she completely let him go. Fortunately, although this little guy lost his parents at a young age and could only drink goat's milk, he was very strong and had a great appetite. He was full of energy when playing, and usually did not make a fuss when he was asleep. Moving his hands and feet would not wake him up. Duoduo was sitting on the bed, not asleep yet. She was arranging her clothes. Actually, there wasn't much to sort out. Most of the things stuffed in the bundle were diapers. Duoduo had calculated that it wouldn't be easy to wash and dry the diapers on the way to the west, so she had specially prepared more. "What else is missing?" Duo counted the things in the bag one by one, thinking about what else she should bring along on the way. These 2 days, when Yang Fan took time out of the palace, he had already told her that he was going to Longyu. Every 2 days, Yang Fan would come out of the palace to see her, bring some food, and see the child. This time, he wanted to make some arrangements for her before he left. After a period of searching, Wu Yuyi had already given up on capturing Chun Nuea and Duo. She only left a hidden guard in front of Di Renjie's residence just in case. Yang Fan planned to move Duo and the child to Xiu Wen workshop and ask Pasta to help take care of them. Unexpectedly, when Duo heard that he was going to Longyu, she begged to go back with him. Yang Fan asked about it. Although Blacktooth Changji had no relatives in Longyu, Chun Nuo's mother's clan was still in Longyu. Although they had never contacted each other, such a large clan should not have been completely annihilated in the chaos of war. After Blacktooth Changji was captured, Chun Nuea had said that her husband was loyal to the Tang dynasty and had outstanding achievements, but he ended up like this. It would be better for her to return to Longyu to find her mother's clan after clearing her grievances, and live a peaceful life with her family. Now that Wu Zetian had just ascended to the throne and Wu Chengxi was arrogant, it was unknown when the opportunity Di Renjie spoke of would come. Besides, the most important thing was the evidence Madame Chun brought to Luo Jing. She was just a servant and had never participated in the military. She was not even a witness, so it was useless to stay in the capital. It was better to return and find Madame's mother's clan so the child could reunite with his family. Yang Fan could only agree after her begging. Duo's plea, so Yang Fan agreed. She missed Longyu. Although Luoyang was prosperous, to her, it was just a cage that never saw the light of day. She hoped to return to Longyu, where the sky was bluer, the clouds were whiter, the grass was greener, and the wind was freer. She missed the Cheong flute and the dong-dong sound of the sheepskin drum. That was her forever home. Her only regret was that she couldn't pay her respects to Madame before she left. Thinking of Madame, Duo's eyes became moist again. She looked at the sleeping Xiao Qi and gently stroked his rosy cheeks. She said faintly, "When Lang's injustice is cleared and little Gongzi becomes sensible, Duo will bring you to pay respects to your mother, okay?" Xiao Qi giggled in her sleep, and the corners of her mouth twitched as if she was sobbing. The old people said that when little babies were sleeping, they would cry, laugh, or dance. That was because there was an immortal grandma teaching them how to cry, laugh, and use their hands and feet. Duo couldn't help but wonder who was teaching little Seven now. Could it be that Madame was worried about her child, so she came to see her baby in his dream and teach him personally? Thinking of this, Duo's nose turned sour, and she couldn't help but cry again. Her waist was like a willow, and she bent gracefully. Her plump, smooth, and firm round buttocks were faintly discernible in the water. Steam rose from the surface of the water, and beautiful petals rippled on the surface of the water. Against her snow-white skin, she was extremely enchanting. Occasionally, Yang Fan's big hand would attack her vital parts. When Wana shyly dodged, her buttocks would arch and she would jump out of the water with a hua sound. In a gentle flash, there would be a dazzling snowy light. Before Yang Fan could see what it looked like, the bright moon would sink back to the bottom of the water. It made Yang Fan's mind go up and down along with its ups and downs. Looking at WNR's joyful, satisfied, and happy expression, Yang Fan's worries were quietly put to rest. When Yang Fan was in Nanyang, he had heard many men bragging about their abilities in bed. Yang Fan had thought that he was at least 7 or 8 times better than them, but he didn't expect his first night to end so quickly. According to his own estimation, it was only a quarter of an hour, and that was with him gritting his teeth and persevering. When WNR gathered her courage and said, "Lang Jun, tonight, take me," it was as if all the bones in her body had been sucked out with her exhausted strength. Her whole body was soft as if she had no bones. If it wasn't for Yang Fan holding her slender waist, she would have collapsed to the ground. At this moment, she was as soft as a vine wrapped around a tree. Yang Fan carried her into the bedroom and placed her on the bed. He gently undressed her. The insect candles continued to emit an aphrodisiac scent. However, this type of aphrodisiac scent only made people's desires stronger, but it didn't make people lose their minds. Yang Fan's mind was still clear. He wanted to give his beloved a romantic night, not a rough and simple process. However, when WNR's clothes were taken off, she buried her head under the blanket with her cheeks burning and refused to raise it again. Yang Fan looked at the bed and was completely lost in it. WNR was lying on the bed. Her body was slender, her limbs were long, and her skin was as white as snow. Usually, Yang Fan only felt that she was tall and slender. Now that she was naked, he realized that her slender shoulders and slender waist were the only things that were slender. Her two jade-like thighs were unusually plump and plump. They were like two egg whites that had been peeled off the shell. Against her slender shoulders, slender waist, and slender thighs, they were delicate and extremely graceful. Yang Fan couldn't hold it in any more. Thus, a battle between a man and a woman began. Even though Wanna had already prepared herself to give herself to him, the moment the sword reached her feet, she still felt an indescribable fear. Her hands and legs were like two pincers, one big and one small, immediately and firmly clamped down on his body, unwilling to let him take another step forward. After a contest of strength, Yang Fan won the first battle, but the strange pleasure that followed almost immediately made him fall into the trap. This had nothing to do with the strength of the body. No virgin could resist the ecstasy and extreme pleasure that they had never tasted before. Yang Fan only persevered for a quarter of an hour before his body exploded into millions of pieces. The ideal was very full, but the reality was very harsh. Yang Fan was very depressed. He didn't know that it was already very rare for him to persevere for the first time in his life for so long. He didn't even know that how could a virgin endure this. Even though WNR often practiced martial arts and had a strong body, this kind of love was already extreme for her. It wasn't until the two of them were bathing together, and seeing WNR's satisfied and happy expression and blissful shyness, that the uneasiness in Yang Fan's heart gradually disappeared. Then, he happily found that he was ready to move again. Splash! After bathing together for a long time, WNR's shyness gradually disappeared. She gradually liked the feeling of mingling with the man she loved. Her extremely white and graceful body was like a dolphin that playfully jumped out of the water. Suddenly, she sank back down and then slid closer. She wanted to kiss Yang Fan's chest, but she immediately found something strange. There was a pillar under the water that reached the sky. At dawn, Wu Zetian's royal carriage was heading for the divine palace of Wanxiang. Suddenly, a little palace maid walked quickly to her and whispered to her, "Oh, WNR is sick. Did she see an imperial doctor?" The little palace maid said, "I just caught a cold occasionally. It's nothing serious. She will be fine after a day or two of rest. I know a little about medicine, and I feel much better after taking a dose of medicine. However, I can't assist the emperor these 2 days, so I specially sent me to ask for leave from the sage." Wu Zetian still valued her left and right hands very much. Hearing this, she nodded and said, "Well, then let her rest in peace for 2 days. Ask Tuan to get some ginseng supplements from the palace treasury for her. I thank the sage for the reward on behalf of my superior." The palace maid bowed down gracefully. Wu Zetian waved her hand, and the carriage continued to go to the divine palace of Wanxiang. Tuan waited on Wu Zetian to take a bath, change clothes, have breakfast, and go to the court. Then she rested. At this time, she was eating bird's nest porridge in the room. A tall, white, and fat eunuch with good facial features tiptoed in. The fat eunuch reported in a soft voice, "Sister Tuan the saint has decreed that the palace treasury will allocate some ginseng to Shangguan Daijiao to help him recover." "Sister, please tell me." This big eunuch was Tuan confidant, named Jingguan. Because he had a thick and flexible tongue, his kung fu often scared Tuan out of her wits, so he was most favored by Tuan. Tuan listened to Officer Jing's report and said disapprovingly, "Since it's everyone's order, let's just pick some things and send them over. We don't have to take the best, just show our sincerity. Does Shangguan Daijiao lack these things? By the way, what happened to her?" Jingguan licked his thick big lips and said gloatingly, "I heard that she caught a cold and can't get out of bed." "Really?" Tuan was happy when she heard that. "Well, go pick some things and I'll send them myself. Sister Shangguan is sick." As her sister, I have to go and take a look at her to show my sincerity. Officer Jing chuckled, gave a sound of agreement, and retreated. Wana rarely didn't get up at this time, but today she really couldn't get up. Last night, when she gave herself to her Langjun for the first time, her greatest satisfaction came from her heart. The second time, she gradually experienced that kind of happy feeling. The third time, she felt like she was floating in the air. By the sixth time, she was as weak as a puddle of spring mud. The seventh time ended with her pleading because she couldn't bear to fight anymore. Until now, her body was still limp and weak, and she couldn't move. Occasionally, she moved her body, and the soft silk rubbed against her skin, which would produce a kind of numbing pleasure. Moreover, her skin was too white and delicate. Even a light kiss would leave a very obvious hickey. Now she was covered with peach blossoms. Although she could cover them with clothes, she still didn't dare to show her face, so she had to ask for leave on the pretext of illness. From now on, you are my woman. I have been yours for a long time. I will be yours for the rest of my life. Lying in the quilt, Wana couldn't help smiling sweetly when she thought of how she leaned against Yang Fan's strong and heavy chest, hugged his strong back, and told these sweet words to each other. This feeling was so happy, so steady, so beautiful. Chapter 217. Today, all of you will be leaving for Longxi. In a while, hand over your fish talismans and go back to make preparations. After leaving the palace, you will head for Longxi in plain clothes. Yang Fan, Zhong Shitong, Zhong Qi, Tian Yang, Yu Ziqing and a few dozen others stood in front of Wu Yuyi, listening to his instructions. Wu Yuyi said, "The situation in Longyu is complicated and the various powers are intertwined. Is the 100 cavalry sending 50 men to Longyu to rely on you to fight the war? Not really. Even if all of you can fight 100 men, you will not be able to change the situation in Longyu. The Empress is sending you to infiltrate the Tibetan and Turkic-controlled areas with the following tasks. Firstly, to investigate the enemy's situation. The tribes of the grasslands often migrate, but they also have a few places where they are often stationed. These places must be investigated and, more importantly, the number of troops of the various powers must be ascertained. Tian Yang, you used to be Marquis Yu, so you will be in charge of this. Secondly, to test the geography. All of you must do your best to mark out the mountains, rivers, water sources, grasslands, ramparts, roads, and other places to create a detailed military map. The Ministry of Works has already sent some cartographers, and these people will be personally protected by Huang Xuchang. Thirdly, it is to understand the conflicts between the various powers in Longxi. Regardless of whether it is the Tubo or the Turks, they are all greedy for their own benefits. There are all sorts of conflicts between officials and soldiers, tribes and tribes. Understand these things and make good use of them. We will be able to break up the enemy and defeat them without a fight. Wu Yuyi sighed and continued, Heikai Changji has committed suicide to escape punishment for his treason. As for the various reports from the border army, the Holy Son of Heaven is suspicious. This time, I am sending 100 cavalry to Longxi to be the eyes and ears of the Holy Son of Heaven. The Holy Son of Heaven will definitely attack Longxi, and victory or defeat will largely depend on the usefulness of the information you gather. Do you understand? When Yang Fan heard this, he was very surprised. He had thought that they would be sent to Longyu to follow Wang Xiajie, Qiu Shunji, and the other generals to fight against the Tubo and Turkic Khaganate. He did not expect that they would be sent to be spies. Wu Zetian did not even trust the military intelligence of the Western region that the Ministry of War had gathered. He actually wanted to personally send scouts to understand the situation in the Western region. What he did not know was that first there was Heikai Changji's rebellion, and then Princess Taiping secretly intervened. She used the court ministers she recommended and the eunuchs and female officials in the inner palace such as Tuan to indirectly influence Wu Zetian, hinting that the Longyu generals had their own selfish motives and were trying to seize the military power of Longyu. Di Renjie, on the other hand, led a group of courtiers to publicly oppose the war against the Western regions, and bitterly complained to Empress Wu about the pros and cons of going to war. Wu Chengxi and his gang of thugs were doing their utmost to advocate the advantages of going to war, while Wu Sanxi was secretly dragging Wu Chengxi down. He wanted to facilitate the war against the Western region, but at the same time he did not want the military power to fall into Wu Chengxi's hands. So many forces from all sides, through all kinds of channels, continuously instilled various opinions that were beneficial to Empress Wu. The result of all the forces competing together was that a large amount of contradictory intelligence was sent to Wu Zetian at once, causing Wu Zetian to have doubts about the opinions of each side. Before this, Wu Zetian had once used troops against the Tubo, but in the end, she returned in defeat, causing her to be especially cautious about using troops in the Western region this time. Therefore, she had no choice but to bypass the civil and military ministers surrounding her and send her most trusted aides directly to the Western region to understand the situation there. Yang Fan could not help but ask, "Great General, aren't we accompanying the two generals Qiu Shunji and Wang Xiajie to the Western region?" Wu Yuyi glanced at him and said, "Qiu Shunji and Wang Xiajie have already left Luoyang. They will go directly to the Qingyuan Taoist camp to meet up with Lu Shidao. In Longyu, the Tubo and Turkic scouts are everywhere, so you must be extra careful this time. Disguise yourselves, form groups of 3 to 5 people, and groups of 7 to 8 people. In short, it is best to not attract attention." Hearing this, Yang Fan could not help but be greatly disappointed. He had originally thought that on this trip to Longyu, he could stay by Qiu Shunji's side and wait for an opportunity to strike. He did not expect that there would be no contact at all. Hearing Wu Yuyi say that the 100 guards could form groups and disguise themselves to go to Longyu, he could not help but think of Miss Duoduo and the baby. If that was the case, there was really no need for him to let Duoduo follow behind him. It would be better to directly escort Duoduo to Longyu, and then spy on the Tubo and Turkic military intelligence. If he wanted to do this, he could not travel with others. Yang Fan immediately said, "Great General, I like to travel alone. Can I disguise myself and go to Longyu to spy on the Tubo and Turkic troops?" Hearing this, Wu Yuyi felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart. "So that's how it is. I really thought that you were full of courage and wanted to use your own abilities to earn a title. I was worried that if anything happened to you, I would not be able to explain it to Aunt. I was still worrying about how to protect you. From the looks of it, you do not want to go to Longyu at all. You can just find a place to hide, and when the time comes, you can bring some useful intelligence to your superiors. Aunt said that this intelligence is of great use, so naturally it will be of great use. Won't it be easy to bestow you a high official?" Hey! What a good plan! But, when Xue Huaiyi was bestowed the title of Great General, there was no such trouble. That's right, Aunt has just ascended to the throne, and now that she is the Son of Heaven, she cannot be as unscrupulous as before. If there is a reward, naturally it must be justifiable. Wu Yuyi automatically thought of countless reasons for Yang Fan, and naturally agreed to all his requests. He nodded and said, "Of course you can. If you like to travel alone, you can naturally go alone. Alright, next, Xu Liang will explain to you the detailed arrangements for your trip to Longyu." When Wu Yuyi gave them their tasks, Yang Fan thought that it was too simple. After listening to Xu Liang's description of the detailed arrangements for receiving, settling, collecting, and returning, he finally understood. So the real scouts of the Tang dynasty were still not these people. They were sent to Longyu because Wu Zetian did not trust the intelligence obtained from other sources. But the main reason for their trip to Longyu was to be a witness, to see if the process of collecting the intelligence was true. After they arrived at Longyu, they would be assigned with local scouts with rich experience to help them collect intelligence. Xu Liang's description lasted for a long time. When they rushed to Black Tortoise Gate to listen to the mission, the sky was still cloudy, and when they left, it was already drizzling. Yang Fan put on his straw raincoat and quickly walked down from the top of Black Tortoise Gate. The other guards who were sent to Longyu did not leave. They gathered together and were discussing who would go with who. Because they had already handed over their waste tokens, they had to leave the palace today to prepare for their journey. The choice of companions had to be decided immediately. The ancient bluestone steps were shiny from the rain. Yang Fan quickly walked down and left Black Tortoise Gate, heading towards the history library. Yang Fan, who was wearing a straw cape, had just left the Black Tortoise Gate when two people hurriedly came from the direction of Jiao City. These two people were Xie Xiaoman and Gao Ying. Both of them were also wearing straw raincoats. They saw the back of Yang Fan in the wind and rain, but did not recognize him as Yang Fan. The two of them walked straight towards Black Tortoise Gate. Xie Xiaoman's little face was taut and she looked very nervous. Gao Ying looked at her and comforted her. "Don't be so nervous, you will see them in a while." Xie Xiaoman suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her lips were pale as she nervously said, "Little Ying, shopkeeper Yang sent a message saying that he brought back a total of 4 people. Among them, 3 of them must be fake. I'm afraid. What if all 4 of them are fake? I have already rejoiced in vain many times. If this method still cannot find elder brother, I..." As Xiaoman spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes. When she heard that the people that shopkeeper Yang had sent to Guangzhou Prefecture had already returned, and had even brought back 4 child beggars who claimed to be her elder brothers, the string that had been stretched taut in Xiaoman's mind for a long time finally snapped. She very much wanted to find someone to pour out the anxiety and fear in her heart, and wanted this person to accompany her to see shopkeeper Yang on Yanglu Tower, because she no longer dared to bear the blow of disappointment alone. The first person she thought of was Yang Fan. In the end, when she rushed to Yang Fan's camp, she heard that he had been summoned by Great General Wu Yuyi. So she found her good sister Gao Ying and told her the things that she had suppressed in her heart for many years. At this time, Gao Ying already knew her pain. Gao Ying saw her uneasy look and hurriedly comforted her. "Silly girl, you haven't seen them yet, but you are already scaring yourself. Maybe when you see them in a while, you will immediately find your elder brother. Think about it, finding 4 at once, even if there are swindlers, can they all be swindlers? This time, you will definitely find your elder brother, yes." Xiaoman's crying turned into a smile. Because of this smile, tears finally rolled down her cheeks. Gao Ying wiped her tears and teased her, "Look at this pitiful look, even I feel sorry for you. Let's go quickly, your elder brother must be anxiously waiting for us." "Yes, let's go." Xiaoman continued to walk out, nervously hoping to eat another pill of reassurance. "My elder brother must have really found him this time, right?" Gao Ying casually said, "Of course. Definitely. If all 4 of them are fake this time, you can put up notices all over the Tang dynasty. As long as your elder brother is not dead, he will definitely see it." Xiaoman glanced at her, her little mouth flattened, tears glistening, and she was about to cry again. Gao Ying saw this and couldn't help but say awkwardly, I was talking nonsense. You see, the weather is so good today, your elder brother must have found him. I can even hear the magpies singing, ha ha ha." The rain hit the flowers and plants outside the window, making a rustling sound. Wen sat alone by the window, looking at the flowers that were watered by the rain and became more and more beautiful. She had rested for 2 days. The first day when Tuana came to see her, she clearly saw that she was lying on the ground and didn't even have the strength to speak, but she insisted on sitting by the bed and chattering endlessly. Tuana almost saw the kiss mark on her neck. Later, when the stewards of the various departments in the palace, the scholars of Hongwen School, and the inner study came to visit, they only put down the gifts outside and greeted a few words through the screen, so there was no more risk. Wen lazily lay on the bed for a day, and finally got up today. She only felt that she had been reborn, and her whole person had changed. Looking at the radiant and beautiful appearance in the mirror, she was shocked. She thought that she might be very haggard. What changed was not only the charm of her eyes, but also her state of mind. In the past, every time it rained like this, she always had an inexplicable melancholy in her heart. But now her state of mind suddenly changed. Looking at the rain, looking at the beautiful flowers, it seemed that the clear sound of the rain was like a cheerful music. Wan held her chin, quietly looking at the flowers in the rain. Sometimes there was a smile on her face, and sometimes there was a flash of shyness. Just like the flowers in the rain, she was as beautiful and beautiful. At this time, Yang Fan had just stepped into the door of the history library. Chapter 218. Although it was summer, the pitter-patter of rain felt chilly after a long time, especially in a quiet place like the Hall of History. The main hall was quiet. A few historical scholars were probably annoyed by the prolonged rain and were dozing off with their hands on their chins. As for Master Guan, Yang Fan had not seen him for a long time. The old man cherished his life. Yang Fan did not turn directly to Wan's study. He went to the side room where the documents were stored and left through a small door at the back. He came to Wan's study, took off his raincoat, and knocked on the door. When the door was opened, Yang Fan walked in and closed the door. Wan threw herself into his arms and happily said, "Lang Jun." Wan. Yang Fan threw the raincoat to the side and gently held her waist. "The order to go to Longyu has been given. I have to leave in a while." "So fast?" Wan left his arms and said in surprise. She had been resting in the library for the past 2 days and did not ask about the outside news. Even though there were many stewards from various departments and bureaus who came to see her, and many of them were her confidants, they did not think that a 100 cavalry guard would have any connection with the high and mighty Shangguan Daijiao. Naturally, they did not mention this to her. Yang Fan nodded. Seeing her pale face, he could not help but feel sad. Yang Fan softened his voice and said, "Don't be sad. Didn't we agree on this earlier? The earlier I go, the earlier I will return. I will definitely do my best to make a great contribution and marry you in a grand manner. Don't you want us to be together openly?" Wan bit her lips and nodded. "Lang Jun, don't worry. Wan is not an unreasonable woman. Wan only hopes that Lang Jun will take care of his health. It doesn't matter if you make a great contribution or not, but you must be well." Yang Fan said, "Don't worry. I am only going to be a spy. I will find out that it is a small merchant and gather information. There will be no danger." "Yes." Wan meekly agreed and gently leaned into his arms. The rain outside the window seemed to slow down, and the sound of the rain also softened, rustling their emotions. After a long time, Yang Fan gently pushed her away and said, "I have to go out of the palace to make some preparations. I will be leaving soon. Don't worry, I won't be in Longyu for too long. I'll be back when the plum blossoms." Wan's eyes brightened. She asked expectantly, "You promise?" Yang Fan hesitated for a moment before changing his words, "At the latest, when the next peach blossoms bloom." Wana smiled. Her smile was like a blossoming peach blossom. She was like a swallow returning to the forest. She jumped into Yang Fan's embrace and hugged him tightly. Then, she let go and took 2 steps back. She looked at him affectionately and said, "Lang Jun, please go. Forgive me for not being able to see you off. Wan will be here waiting for you to come back." Yang Fan nodded heavily, picked up the straw raincoat, and walked out. Wana quickly walked to the window and watched as Yang Fan, who had put on the straw raincoat, strode away and disappeared in the rain. The tears that she had been holding back for a long time also fell like the raindrops outside the window. Outside the courtyard of the female guard's dormitory, Yang Fan stood there with a straw raincoat draped over his shoulders. In the room, Lan Yiqing heard the question coming from outside. She held up an oil paper umbrella and ran out, "Why is Erlang here?" As soon as she saw Yang Fan, Lan Yiqing's smiling eyes turned into a pair of curved crescent moons. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Miss Xiaoqing, is Xie Juwei here? I guessed that you are here to see Sister Xiaoman." Lan Yiqing covered her mouth and chuckled. Xie Xiaoman and Yang Fan were indeed too close. Other than Gao Ying, who knew that Xie Xiaoman often got close to Yang Fan to pass messages on behalf of Shangguan Daijiao, the other female guards knew nothing about it. Therefore, in their hearts, Xie Xiaoman and Yang Fan were a couple. Yang Fan smiled. He didn't want to explain this to her, so he just asked, "Yes. May I ask if Xie Juwei is here?" Lan Yiqing said, "Unfortunately, Sister Xiaoman and Sister Xiaoying went out together. I saw them, but they were playing Shuanglu with someone, so I didn't ask them. I don't know where they went. They put on straw raincoats and went out, so they must be leaving the palace." "Is that so?" Yang Fan was a little disappointed. After thinking for a while, he said to Lan Yiqing, "I have a secret order to go out on business. It may take a few months before I return. Before I leave, I specially came to say goodbye to Xie Juwei. Since the county commandant is not here, I'll have to trouble Miss Xiaoqing to pass on the message." Lan Yiqing let out an ah and said in surprise, "You're going out of town on business, this?" Can you wait for Sister Xiaoman to come back and tell her personally? Yang Fan shook his head and looked at the sky. Yang Fan has also just received the order to go out. There is not enough time, so I can't wait for Xie Juwei to come back. I'll have to trouble Miss Xiaoqing to pass on the message. He smiled at Lan Yiqing, then turned and walked out. In the backyard of Xie's jewelry head ornament shop in Luoyang City, Xie Xiaoman glared at the 4 beggars who pretended to be elder brother without saying a word. Jiao Ying looked at her and gently pulled her sleeve. She whispered, "Forget it, they are just a bunch of greedy people." Xie Xiaoman suddenly shook off her hand and stared angrily at the 4 cowering beggars. She asked loudly, "Why did you lie to me?" The 4 beggars who had been exposed by her cowered and did not dare to answer. Xie Xiaoman was so angry that she cried. Tears fell one by one. She sobbed and said, "Why did you lie to me? I just wanted to find elder brother. Why did you lie to me? Why did you make me sad again and again?" One of the beggars puffed out his chest and said shamelessly, "Who lied to you? I just got separated from my little sister who begged with me since childhood. How would I know if it was you? You brought me all the way from Guangzhou Prefecture to Luoyang and tormented me for nothing. I still have a bellyful of injustice." The other beggars began to act shamelessly. That's right. It was you who didn't find out. How can you blame others? Fine. I won't say anything else to you. You just have to pay for my travel expenses, accommodation, and meals. I will return to Guangzhou. Otherwise, I won't listen. When Xie Xiaoman heard these shameless words, she could not help but fly into a rage. A bunch of scoundrels. How dare you? In a moment, there was a burst of ghostly wails and wolf howls coming from the back of the shop. A cough. Shopkeeper Yang coughed and blocked the valiant figure of Xiaoman behind him. He told the waiter who had heard the news, "Boss has something to do. Close the shop." Ma Qiao's house had a new noodle stall at the entrance of the alley. The shed was not completely set up yet. Because of the rain, the neighbors who had been invited to help had all gone back. Most of the shed was left there. When Yang Fan arrived, Pasta was tidying up the things under the shed. Although there was a half-built shed to block the wind and rain, the slanting wind and drizzle still came in and wet her clothes. Yang Fan and Pasta stood under the shed and talked. Pasta had already dressed up as a married woman. She had her face shaved, her eyebrows trimmed, and her hair was tied up in a woman's bun. She looked like a gentle young married woman. Pasta excitedly said to Yang Fan, "I was thinking, I don't know any other crafts. If I randomly try some things, I might not be able to make money. It's better to open a noodle stall. The capital will be paid by my mother and mother-in-law. With the 2 of them helping me, I can expand my business a bit. The leftovers can be cooked, and we can raise a few more chickens and geese at home." Yang Fan smiled. "That's good. I was worried that after you got married, your mother would have no one to rely on. This is the same as 2 families working together. We can both look after each other." Pasta said, "That's right. Fortunately, our 2 families are close, and the mother-in-law is kind, so I can take care of the 2 old people." "Oh yes, it's raining today. Why did you run out?" Yang Fan did not tell her that he was going to Longyu to prevent her from worrying. He only smiled and replied, "It's nothing. Tomorrow I will be accompanying a general to Chang on official business. I'll probably only be back next spring. So I came to see and say hello in advance. If I don't come for a long time, sister will miss me. How often can brother Qiao come back?" Pasta heard that he was escorting a general to Chang'an and that there was no danger, so he did not think too much about it. Hearing him ask about Ma Qiao, he said, "He can't be counted on at home. He only has 1 promotion a year, and each time he can only visit his family for half a month. Although he is now a bodyguard of the general and can move freely, he can't leave the army without permission." Hearing this, Yang Fan could not help but sigh. In his opinion, Ning Jejie and Qiao Jie were a good couple, but this kind of husband and wife could only spend 15 days a year together. Ning Jejie originally only needed to take care of 1 old man, but now she had to take care of 2 old men. Pasta smiled. "What? You think it's hard on sister? Actually it's not that bad. Mother-in-law and my mother are very healthy, so taking care of them isn't very hard. It's rare that he can be recognized by the general. If he works hard in the army, he will be able to make a name for himself in a few years. It's worth it. Looking at her expression, she was really happy and proud. After all, she had only been in the army for such a short time, but she was able to be recognized by the general and become his bodyguard. This meant that her man was very outstanding. If he worked hard for a few years, Qiao Jie could at least be a cook. If he was lucky, he could even be a squad leader. In this marketplace, how many men had such ability and glory? A man lives with a face, a tree lives with a bark. If Ma Qiao could have such a future, as his wife, Jiang Zuning would be the proudest and proudest person. No matter how much hard work she had to put in, she would be willing to do it. Looking at Jiang Zuning's expression, Yang Fan suddenly thought of Wan. Perhaps, even if it wasn't for an identity that was worthy of her, just for the pride she had for him, he should go to Longyu and do a big job. Yang Fan raised his head and looked at the misty sky. A heroic spirit rose in him. In a private room of the drunken Golden Hairpin restaurant, the informant, Zhao Yu, sat beside Shen Mu and explained. We don't have a complete grasp of the people that the various powers have sent to Longyu. After much effort, we can only get a partial list. He placed the list in front of Shen Mu. This is the list of people that Princess Taiping has sent to Longyu. This is the list of people that Wu Chengxi has sent to Longyu. Wu Sanxi did not want to be left out and also sent people. This is the list of people that he has sent. The last one is absolutely detailed. This is the list of people that the 100 cavalry have sent to Longyu. Shen Mu smiled. So lively? Is everyone going to the market in Longyu? He casually picked up the list at the top and glanced at it. His eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Fan is also in it. Haha, this is even more lively. Chapter 219. After Yang Fan left Ma Qiao's house, he went to Nansha City, which was the closest to the Ma family. At this time, the market was not over yet. However, because of the rain, there were not many customers in the market. When Yang Fan arrived at the livestock trading area, there were only a few livestock traders still wearing straw raincoats and holding on. It was just a simple negotiation. Yang Fan was eager to make a deal, and the other party was eager to close the stall. In the end, with a price that both sides could accept, Yang Fan bought 2 horses and a large carriage. The carriage was very simple and old, but the wood and workmanship of the carriage were all very good. For the carriage to still be so sturdy despite its age, it was enough to show the effort that had been put into it. Moreover, the carriage was not extravagant and conspicuous, and was suitable for long-distance travel. The horses were 2 old and skinny horses. By the time Yang Fan arrived, there were no good horses left in the stall. As for driving a carriage, as long as one had the strength to pull the carriage, it would be fine. There were only 2 adults and 1 child. The 3 of them added together did not even weigh 200 pounds. 2 old horses were enough to pull the carriage. Yang Fan paid the money, and with the help of the livestock trader, he hitched the horses to the shafts and drove the carriage out. The carriage was really good, but the wheels were a bit squeaky. After a bit of grease, it would not be a big problem. And the 2 old horses were used to pulling the carriage. Although Yang Fan was not very proficient in driving, he was still able to control it. When Yang Fan drove the carriage towards the south gate of the South Market Square, there were only a few customers left on the spacious main street of the market square. The drum at the entrance of the market square had already begun to beat slowly. After 300 beats, the market square would close. At this time, in the drizzle, Xiao Man was being comforted by Jiao Ying. She was very sad as she walked towards the north gate of Nansha City, preparing to rush back to the palace. They stepped out of the workshop almost at the same time on a long street that led from south to north. "Second brother, you're here. I'll heat up something for you to eat." Seeing Yang Fan drive the carriage into the courtyard, Duo, who had long been waiting in the corridor with the child in her arms, was very happy. Yang Fan smiled and said, "There's no hurry. Although it's raining, the sky isn't dark yet. Let's cook after a while." As he spoke, he untied the 2 horses from the shafts of the cart and tied them to the stables at the side. Then he took 2 bags of fodder and beans from the cart and placed them in the stone troughs in front of the 2 horses. Then he patted the horse's rump and walked out. Xiao Qi was held in Duoduo's arms. He stared at the 2 horses without blinking with his big black eyes. Ever since he was born, he had never seen such a big monster. Yang Fan took off his raincoat and hung it on the pillar. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Come, Xiao Qi, let uncle carry you." Because Yang Fan came to see him every few days, he was the person Xiao Qi was most familiar with other than Duo. Moreover, Yang Fan liked to tease him, so he was the most fond of him. As soon as he saw Yang Fan open his arms, Xiao Qi grinned and leaned into his arms. The little guy didn't know how to open his arms to respond to him. He just arched his little butt and leaned his whole body toward him. Yang Fan took him from Duoduo's arms and kissed him on his tender cheek. He chuckled. Duo, have you packed everything? Yes, I've packed everything. Duo looked at Yang Fan with her big eyes. Her eyes were filled with gratitude and kindness. Second brother, I'll pack up first. I'll leave tomorrow morning. Cook more food tonight. Yang Fan agreed. Duo picked up the bucket and rushed into the drizzle. Soon, she came back with a bucket of water from the well and quickly brought it to the kitchen. Yang Fan carried Xiao Qi and wandered around with nothing to do. Sometimes, he pointed here and there, using exaggerated gestures and tones to tease the little guy. When Xiao Qi was happy, he would always grin and spit a few bubbles of saliva. Second brother, actually, it's enough to prepare a horse. Put the things in the horse bag. It'll be more convenient for me to carry Xiao Qi and ride after you. I'm afraid I'll lose you if I drive. As Duo spoke to Yang Fan, she bent down to brush the pot with the loofah. She had even changed into a short-sleeved shirt and narrow trousers suitable for long-distance travel. When she bent down, her youthful and healthy little butt arched beautifully. Yang Fan originally followed behind her because he had nothing to do. Seeing that the situation wasn't suitable for him to watch, he turned around and stood under the eaves. He grabbed Xiao Qi's little hand to play with the rein and replied, "There's no need. I originally thought that I would go with the army to Longyu. Who knew that we would disguise ourselves and secretly go to the western region? In that case, I won't travel with anyone else. When the time comes, I'll drive the carriage and you can take care of the child. We'll go together. I'll send you back to settle down first before going to do my work." "Really? That's great." Duo jumped for joy, her wheat-colored face flushed with excitement, and her pair of big eyes glowed like a rose quietly blooming in the dark night, giving off a feeling of beauty in the dark. Although she was a woman from the frontier fortress, riding a horse, riding an archery, and traveling on long journeys, she was much more independent than the women of Luoyang. But after all, she had never traveled such a long distance by herself. It was inevitable that she would feel apprehensive. For the past 2 days, what she was most worried about was whether or not she would lose Yang Fan and get lost. Now that Yang Fan was going with her, the little girl's heart was finally at ease. Dinner was very simple, but for Duo, it was very rich. After dinner, Yang Fan played with Xiao Qi on the bed for a while until the little fellow fell asleep from exhaustion. Only then did Yang Fan go to the opposite wing to stay. The night passed uneventfully. Before dawn the next day, Duo was woken up by Xiao Qi who had peed on the bed. She helped the little devil change his diaper and took advantage of the fact that the sky hadn't brightened yet to cook. When the morning bell of the gate of heaven rang and the entire city responded, Yang Fan and Duo had already eaten breakfast and were ready to leave. A carriage drove out of Luoyang and set foot on the road to the west. In the carriage, there was a man, a woman, a sleepy baby, and a bleating sheep. At first, when he saw Duo carrying a bundle of grass and leading the milk sheep to get on the carriage, Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Duo was confident. "If we don't bring the sheep, what will Xiao Qi eat on the way?" She grew up in the frontier fortress and was used to seeing the nomadic tribes migrate on the grassland. Not to mention a sheep, she could even drive a flock of sheep. She was very puzzled by Yang Fan's fuss. Yang Fan thought about it carefully and felt that it was indeed fine. There were many people carrying chickens and ducks and pigs into and out of the city. Even if there was a sheep in the carriage, it wouldn't attract much attention. Although the most common beverage in the market was dairy products, it wasn't always possible to buy fresh milk. It was easy to deal with adults, but children's food had to be prepared. In any case, they were dressed very ordinarily. As a result, young Fan wore 2 pieces of clothing and disguised himself as a country bumpkin. Duo wore a woman's bun and disguised herself as his wife. Xiao Qi naturally became the crystallization of this newlywed couple's love. Driving the carriage, carrying the milk sheep, pots, bowls, ladles, and a large pile of things, they set foot on their road to the west. A few days later, they passed through Tongguan and set foot on the land of Guanzhong. There were a few bamboo poles on the carriage with pieces of diapers hanging on them. As they traveled, it was like a national flag waving in the wind. The large amount of diapers that Duo had prepared was finally finished. They had to wash and dry them along the way. However, this also happened to be the best camouflage. No one would have thought that this family of 3 were actually secret agents heading to Longyu. Wu Sance's people, Wu Chengxi's people, and Princess Taiping's people passed by them one after another. No one gave them a second glance. Even the comrades who were disguised as horse merchants didn't notice them. Riding alone on a horse, Tin Ano, who was disguised as a handsome young man, also ignored young Fan and rode past him. At that time, young Fan was bare-chested, wearing a pair of trousers and a bamboo hat to block the sun. His beard was unkempt, and his face was covered in dust. He swayed under the shaft of the carriage with his bare feet, teasing Xiao Qi who was babbling in his arms. Fortunately, Tin Ano didn't recognize him. Otherwise, he would have fallen off his horse. However, there was someone who had been staring at young Fan and leisurely followed behind him. This person was Shenmu. Shenmu was very puzzled. He didn't know where young Fan found a woman and a child to act as a cover. He followed behind and didn't meet young Fan. He wanted to find out the origins of this woman and child first. It was a pity that even though his men were omnipotent, they couldn't find out the truth. Only Di Renjie knew about this matter. Even Steward Shu, who was guarding outside the door, didn't know the details. Although Shenmu had a beautiful woman in Di Renjie's residence, he naturally didn't know about this matter. In the end, Shenmu almost suspected that this woman and child were really young Fan's wife and child. However, if that was the case, there was no reason for young Fan to bring his wife and child to Longyu to take the risk. Shenmu followed them all the way from Luoyang, but he still couldn't find out the identity of this woman and child. Shenmu didn't want to wait any longer. Longyu was his biggest base and this crisis was a great opportunity for him. Moreover, young Fan's involvement gave him hope. As the saying goes, although a urine bubble is big, it doesn't weigh much. Although a weight is small, it can weigh 1,000 catties. With young Fan's involvement, he quickly revised his plan. He wanted to reap the greatest benefits from Longzhong, and young Fan would become an extremely important part of his plan. In order to achieve this, he couldn't use trickery and schemes to achieve his goal. He had to be honest with young Fan and obtain young Fan's understanding and support. The journey to the west was long. Wasn't this a good opportunity to open up to him? Shenmu made up his mind. He waved the fan in his hand and ordered, "Hurry up and catch up." Miss Chichi snorted softly. Along the way, Shenmu only had young Fan in his heart and didn't even look at her. However, it was fortunate that Shenmu finally took her into consideration and sent the vixen back to Chang'an. With this thought, Miss Chichi didn't flare up. She was already seen as a vinegar jar. Could it be that not only was she jealous of the vixen, but she was also competing with a man? The road ahead was smooth and there was only one path. When young Fan saw this, he stuck the big whip on the shaft of the carriage and let the old horse move on its own. He turned back to look at Duo. Due to the hot weather, the ventilation in the shed was not smooth and the sun was blazing outside. Duo was sitting in the shade of the shed, hugging Xiao Qi and looking a little drowsy. Young Fan couldn't help but laugh. "Come, let me hold the child for a while. You can rest." Young Fan stretched out his hand, and just as he took the child, the carriage suddenly jolted. Duo's body leaned forward, and young Fan felt the edge of his palm touch a tender, bouncy, and soft place. Duo's pretty face turned red, and she felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, a few strong horses galloped over and overtook Yang Fan's carriage. They reined in and blocked their path. Chapter 220. In July, the sun was scorching. Most travelers would choose to travel in the morning and evening, choosing a place to rest and enjoy the shade when the sun was high in the sky. Thus, there were not many travelers on the road at this time. Suddenly, several fast horses caught up and immediately alerted Yang Fan. Their action of reining in their horses and blocking the road made Yang Fan even more vigilant. Duo. Yang Fan handed the child to Duo and gave her a look. Duo understood and quickly took the child and shrank into the carriage shed. Yang Fan pulled the carriage and quietly moved the hilt of the knife under the straw mat. He pretended to be a simple and honest countryman and asked in a daze, "Why are you brothers blocking my way?" A knight used a whip to push up his sun hat, revealing the dark and shrewd face of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged knight's sharp eyes glanced at the place where the knight's fingers touched, and he said with a faint smile, "Please wait for a moment, young Lang Jun. My master will explain to you." "Your master?" Yang Fan turned his head and saw two large carriages with wide axles and large wheels quickly rushing over. There were more than a dozen guards in green riding uniforms around the carriage. Yang Fan secretly cursed. If the people coming had evil intentions, he was not sure he could protect Duo and Xiao Qi in the hands of so many people. The carriage got closer and closer. The carriage was not very gorgeous. This kind of long-distance carriage, especially the one going in the direction of Guangzhou and the western regions, paid attention to sturdiness and durability, spaciousness and comfort. However, looking at the four horses pulling the carriage, they were all extremely handsome. As the carriage approached, the guards in riding uniforms parted to the left and right, allowing the carriage to drive forward and stop side by side with Yang Fan's carriage. The curtain of the carriage was lifted and a very annoying face poked out from the window. He said lazily, "What a coincidence, Erlang is also going west. Since we are going the same way, why not come over to chat, reminisce, and have a drink? What do you think?" Yang Fan cried out involuntarily, "Brother Shen, it's you." Shen Mu's carriage was not small. It looked ordinary on the outside, but the inside was extremely luxurious. It was not a problem to stand and walk in this spacious and tall carriage. The seat was also soft and could be sat or laid down. It was unusually comfortable and did not feel tired no matter how far they traveled. The hanging board of the carriage could be flattened. Once it was flattened, it would become a table. There were interlayers on both sides of the carriage. There were preserved fruits, candied fruits, snacks, and even chilled grape wine. The most extravagant thing was that in the middle of the carriage, there was actually a bucket of sparkling and translucent ice cubes, making the entire carriage pleasantly cool. Who knew where they got the ice cubes after traveling such a long distance? Looking at such a luxurious and comfortable carriage, such a noble and graceful style, and then thinking of his own broken car and the bleating milk sheep in it, Yang Fan could not help but feel a touch of shame. Shen Mu seemed to have seen through his heart. He shook the peach-red wine, letting the ice in the wine clinking against the walls of the glass. He leisurely said, "I am not from an aristocratic family. To be able to enjoy such a life is due to my ability and luck. Erlang is also a person with ability. Luck is on the road to the west. If Erlang has the heart, such a life can be easily obtained by you." When Yang Fan heard this, he was not fooled by the beautiful future that he had described. Instead, his eyes revealed an even more vigilant look. "Looks like this fortuitous opportunity is something that Brother Shen wants to give to me." At this time, Duo was sitting on his right side with the child in her arms. Chichi was lightly leaning on Shen Mu's left side. When Yang Fan and Shen Mu were talking, the two women were also sizing each other up. Shen Mu did not answer immediately. He only smiled and said, "The road is still long. What's the hurry? Let's first drink some wine and enjoy the cool air. Your wife and child can go to the car in the back to rest. That car is currently empty." He deliberately identified Duo as Yang Fan's wife because he wanted to hear Yang Fan reveal Duo's identity. Yang Fan naturally would not fall for this trick. He turned his head to Duo and said, "Since Brother Shen has said so, Duo, you and Xiao Qi can go to the car in the back to rest. Hehe, this car is so comfortable to sit in. It would be a waste not to sit. Xiaoqi. You called me Xiaoqi? Li Lingquan's eyes widened and she looked at Yang Fan in disbelief. Who are you to me that you dare to call me Xiaoqi? Yang Fan was startled and said in surprise, the eldest lady of the Shen family's maiden name is also Xiaoqi? The Xiaoqi that this Yang is talking about is this child. Yang Fan addressed her as the eldest lady of the Shen family. This was returning the favor to Shen Mu by giving him a taste of his own medicine. But when Li Lingquan heard that he recognized her as the matriarch of the Shen family, she felt an indescribable comfort in her heart. For a moment, she did not want to pursue how he called her by her pet name that only parents and elders would call her. She only smiled and said, "Your child is called Xiaoqi? Hehe, what a coincidence. We are fated." Shen Mu saw that she accepted the title of eldest lady of the Shen family. He uncomfortably twisted his butt and coughed. Chichi, since you are fated with this child, why don't you sit in the car at the back and have a chat to relieve your boredom? Li Lingquan pouted. I knew that you can't wait for me to leave. Young family's wife, let's go. Duo did not know who this young Master Shen and Miss Chichi were. She was originally dressed as a young married woman, Yang Fan's wife, so she did not deny it. And so, the Shen family's wife and the Yang family's wife who were not Yang family's wife got off the car together and went to the car behind. The carriages continued to move. More than 10 well-dressed knights surrounded the two carriages. Behind them was an empty carriage pulled by 2 crossbow horses. Inside the carriage, Shen Mu leaned forward slightly and asked in a low voice, "That woman is not your woman, right?" Yang Fan said, "Of course not. That child, also not. Then they are, he. Brother Shen, every man has a little secret, don't you think so?" "Ha, understood. Understood. Then I won't ask. Brother Shen, I remember that your wife is the eldest lady of the Yang family. Why is it Miss Chichi today? This Miss Chichi is not your woman, is she?" "Of course not. Then she is." "Hehe, Erlang, every man has a little secret, don't you think so?" The two men laughed mischievously, and their eyes were somewhat treacherous. Shen Mu opened a silver cup and filled it with wine for Yang Fan. She also used a silver clip to pick up 2 pieces of crushed ice from the silver basin. She smiled and said, "Isn't Erlang the Yulin Guard's 100 horseman imperial bodyguard? Why are you dressed like this heading to the pass?" Yang Fan did not answer, but asked in return, "Could it be that Brother Shen purposely followed this little brother here?" Shen Mu said, "Yes and no. Whether Erlang goes to Longyu or not, I will go anyway. After knowing that Erlang is going, I came with you. It's convenient for both sides." Yang Fan caught his words and said with a smile, "Just now Brother Shen said Guanzhong, but now it has become Longyu. Brother Shen, your aristocratic families are really amazing. You can even find out about this kind of news." Shen Mu laughed and did not hide it anymore. He only said, "Erlang is also going to Longyu. Do you still remember what we talked about that day?" Yang Fan's eyes narrowed. He said, "Brother Shen just said that my opportunity is in Longyu. Is Brother Shen also interested in the matter of me going to Longyu?" Shen Mu held the cup in one hand and lightly knocked on the table. He said slowly, "Not only am I interested, I am very interested. I can help you with Erlang's matter. I can guarantee that with my help, you will be able to obtain more detailed and useful information than anyone else. But there is one thing." Yang Fan said frankly, "I will return the favor. As long as it does not go against my conscience, Brother Shen, please speak freely." Shen Mu said, "Of course it will not go against my conscience. But, it will be disadvantageous to a person. Also, it goes against Master Di's opinion." Yang Fan frowned. Shen Mu continued, "However, going against Master Di's opinion does not necessarily mean going against the Imperial Court's opinion. The current emperor is also happy to see this second matter." Yang Fan asked doubtfully, "What is Brother Shen talking about? Can you be honest?" Shen Mu hesitated and said, "You were that person's subordinate and Xue Huai's disciple. Logically speaking, I should not trust you on this matter, let alone discuss it with you. But Master Di said that your heart is with Li Tang and you can definitely be trusted. Young Fan thought to himself, Master Di's evaluation must be because I would rather give up the opportunity to be promoted and take the risk to save Blacktooth Changji's youngest son. However, he does not know that my willingness to save him has nothing to do with Blacktooth Changji's loyalty to Li Tang. It is such an outrageous action that goes against my conscience. Shen Mu said in a deep voice, I believe in Master Di's judgment, so I will say it directly. This person is Qiu Shenji. Young Fan was stunned. He stared fixedly at Shen Mu, not knowing what to say for a moment. Shen Mu was willing to say it directly not because he believed in Di Renjie's evaluation of Young Fan, but because he believed that he would give Young Fan a generous reward that Young Fan could not refuse. It was true that Young Fan was once Qiu Shenji's subordinate, but it was very short and he had never become Qiu Shenji's confidant. It was difficult to guarantee that Young Fan would be loyal to Qiu Shenji just by being his subordinate. As for Xue Huai's close relationship with Qiu Shenji, there was no need to worry. Although Young Fan was once Xue Huai's disciple, it was due to a strange combination of factors. From the fact that Young Fan had never used Xue Huai's power to get promoted or make a fortune, it could be seen that Young Fan was very repulsed by the power of a gigolo. Therefore, he should not have a close relationship with Xue Huai. Young Fan's stunned expression was interpreted by Shen Mu as worry about becoming enemies with the high and mighty general of the Jinwu Guards. Therefore, he immediately gave Young Fan a reassuring pill. Don't worry, I will not ask you to do anything too dangerous. You will only act as a middleman and pass some powerful evidence to the hands of a powerful figure. Shen Mu smiled and said, Qiu Shenji is a traitor of the country. Master Di also wants to get rid of him as soon as possible. Master Di knows about this. As for the powerful figure I mentioned, his status and power are even greater than Duke Di's. If you can cling to him, what do you have to worry about? Of course, Young Fan knew that Di Renjie wanted to deal with Qiu Shenji. But Di Renjie was already the Prime Minister. Who else could be more powerful than Di Renjie? Of course, at this moment, even if Shen Mu did not say it out loud, he would not have thought that this powerful figure who was more powerful than Di Renjie was actually Princess Taiping. Young Fan stared at Shen Mu, and a mysterious smile slowly appeared on his lips. Shen Mu was puzzled as to why Young Fan's smile was so strange. Young Fan replied word by word, I agree. Then what is the other thing? Chapter 221. Shen Mu smiled. What I am most worried about is that you will not agree to this matter. Haha, you are indeed a person capable of great things. You are decisive. Good, very good. Shen Mu's smile faded. The second matter is actually not a big problem. The key is that Duke Di is against sending troops to the western regions to recapture the 4 towns of Anxi. You respect Duke Di very much and may agree with his opinion. However, the Emperor wants to recapture Anxi. You are a member of the court and should naturally follow the Emperor's will. This matter should not be too difficult for you. Young Fan understood his meaning and asked, You are worried that the situation in Longyu will develop in a direction that is not conducive to sending troops. Or perhaps, the intelligence gathered in front of the Emperor's desk will not be conducive to sending troops to Longyu and cause the Emperor to change his mind. Thus, you want the court to send troops to Longyu as much as possible. Shen Mu cheerfully said, It is indeed easy to speak with intelligent people. Young Fan looked straight at him and asked, Whether the court sends troops to Longyu or not, does it have much to do with the aristocratic families? Why are you so keen on this matter? Shen Mu replied, Of course it has a lot to do with it. Do you know how many aristocratic families in the western regions that have been passed down since the Han Dynasty? Do you know how many connections and interests they have with the aristocratic families of the Central Plains? Do you know how much wealth will be lost if the western region's trade routes are in the hands of the foreign races? Young Fan was somewhat displeased. Just for this, for the interests of the aristocratic families, you are willing to start a war? Shen Mu shook his head. You are wrong. In the end, the aristocratic families are just a representative of the local community. Do you think these interests are just the interests of the aristocratic families? Even if it is just the aristocratic families, do you know how many businesses they run, how many shops they open, how many people they employ, and how many people they provide jobs for? If they lose these sources of income, they will not need to engage in these unprofitable businesses. To these rich and powerful aristocratic families, it is just one less source of income. But to the commoners, it is the loss of a way to live. If the court cannot work for the welfare of its commoners, then why does it exist? Is it just for the glory and wealth of the imperial family? Further on, Longyu and Liaodong are all places where barbarism breeds. If we don't control these places in the hands of the imperial court, they will become a great threat to our central plains sooner or later. Although the Li Tang imperial family was Han, they had the blood of the Hu. Of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion, 30% were of the Xiongnu, Xianbei, and Turkic races. Therefore, during the reign of Emperor Wen of the Sui dynasty, Hua Xia was the orthodox and the barbarians of the four barbarians were his subordinates. However, our dynasty emphasized that Hua and the barbarians were one. At this point, Shunmu suddenly turned his head and looked out the window. He seemed to be looking at something far away, and his gaze suddenly deepened. Yang Fan followed his gaze and looked out, only to see layers upon layers of green mountains and clear waters, rising and falling, like a beautiful landscape painting. A man has no intention of harming a tiger, but the tiger harms a man. Our Han people are tolerant of all rivers running into the sea, we treat everyone equally, but when the barbarians become strong, they rarely treat us as brothers. You haven't experienced it, so of course you can't understand it. Although I haven't experienced it as well, I was born in a family with 1,000 years of heritage, so I am more aware of many things that have been forgotten or overlooked by others. Shunmu retracted his gaze and looked at Yang Fan, solemnly saying, in the first year of Yongxing, the Hu dogs and Xianbei pillaged the central plains, plundering countless riches and capturing hundreds of thousands of Han women. They raped them in the evening, cooked them in the morning, and thousands of women threw themselves into the river, cutting off the flow of the Yi River. The Jie dogs were violent, treating the Han as sheep and killing them for food. In the 4th year of Yongjia, they surrounded and hunted the Han people, killing more than 100,000 princes and dukes. Not long after, the barbarians and Xianbei set fire to the surrounding areas, roasting the Han for food, killing more than 200,000 people. In the 1st year of Taixing, Emperor Minute was humiliated and died at the hands of the Xianbei. All these are too numerous to list. Today, the Hu barbarians have the ambition of wolves, delighting in plundering and slaughtering, taking glory from the Han people. Shunmu paused for a moment before asking, "Do you know what I just said?" Yang Fan shook his head. Shunmu continued, "What I just recited is a part of the Kill the Hu order written by King Wu Ari." Yang Fan has heard of the Kill the Hu order before, and his countenance could not help but change. "Ah, so this is the Kill the Hu order." Shunmu continued, "No one is clearer than us aristocratic families on what happened at that time. At that time, the number of who migrated from the north to the central plains has reached 7 million, but the local Han population is only 5 to 6 million. The number of who is still increasing, but our Han people are constantly being killed, driven, enslaved, and our numbers are decreasing. King Wu Ari issued the Kill the Hu order, calling on the exterminated Han people to rebel and kill countless Hu. Although he was defeated and died in the end, he accomplished two great things. Firstly, under his Kill the Hu decree, the Han people in the north, who had been bullied and humiliated, responded and killed a large number of the foreign tribes. If he had not stood up at that time, then after the Han people in the north were killed, their descendants would continue to multiply and grow stronger, and then they would attack Jiangnan. At that time, there were only 3 million Han people in Jiangnan. They will also be killed, and the Han people will be extinct. The second thing was that even though the martial mourning Heavenly King had died, his heroic deeds allowed the cruel Hu people to see clearly that the Han people weren't sheep that could be bullied by anyone. Even though they defeated Ran Minute in the end, their hearts were filled with reverence. They bestowed Ran Minute the title of martial mourning Heavenly King to appease the Han people. From then on, they no longer dared to bully and slaughter the Han people. They did not even dare to let the Han people serve as soldiers, and did not dare to let the Han people touch weapons. It was under these circumstances that the small barbarians and barbarians killed each other, and the Han people who only focused on farming were able to recuperate and multiply. By the time the continuous wars caused a large number of Hu people to die in battle, they had no choice but to once again recruit Han soldiers. The Han people's strength could no longer be ignored. At this time, in order to win over the Han people, they had no choice but to marry off their princesses to the rich and powerful families of the Han people. The Han people used this opportunity to grasp power step by step, and continued to grow until Yang Jian destroyed the Hu people and established the Sui dynasty. At this point, Shen Mu sneered and said, "It's funny to say that to this day, there are some arrogant, boastful, and stupid people who forget their ancestors, who are still cursing Ran Minute as a butcher. If it wasn't for King Wu Ari, his ancestors would have long been enslaved to death, and he would not even exist." At this point, Shen Mu said to Yang Fan with sorrow, the situation at that time was really scary. The aristocratic families all fled to Jiangnan, living in fear. The Central Plains changed, and the aristocratic families never feared it. The emperor could be Zhong Wang Li Jiao, and the world would still be the Han people's country. However, when the Hu people entered the Central Plains, there was a real possibility of extinction. I never denied that my main goal was for the continuation and inheritance of my family, but to achieve this goal, I had to maintain the prosperity of my Han people. If the skin doesn't exist, where will the hair attach to? So, even if my original goal wasn't to help the world, what does it matter? Now that our Central Plains is strong and prosperous, if we don't take advantage of this time to control the western regions, consolidate the northwest border, and suppress the Hu people's growth, are we going to wait for the Central Plains to weaken, or for internal strife to occur, and give the Hu people the opportunity to invade? Erlang, you and I are good men, why don't we take this opportunity to help our Central Plains recover the western regions? Not only can we serve the country, help the people, and achieve success and fame. Yang Fan slightly lowered his eyes. After a long time, his eyes slowly raised, and met Shen Mu's eyes. "Brother Shen, you've convinced me." Yang Fan raised his cup with one hand, and supported the bottom with the other. He solemnly gave a toast to Shen Mu, and said in a deep voice, "Let us take this opportunity to do something great." Shen Mu was overjoyed, and also solemnly raised his cup. Dang! The two silver cups touched, and the wine in the cups rippled like blood. The cavalrymen escorted the 3 carriages, following the inclination of the mountain, making many turns to the left and to the right, traversed the difficult mountain path, and, after rounding the foothills, came a comparatively gentle downhill road, from which the journey was easy. Duo brought the child and Miss Chichi to stay in the second carriage. Although Miss Chichi was the daughter of a noble family, she did not put on any airs. After a few days, she became close to the straightforward and lively Duo. Naturally, Xiao Qi also became Miss Chichi's favorite. She always rushed to do such interesting things as changing diapers and feeding goat's milk. At first, she was clumsy and needed Duo to teach her, but now she seemed to be even more skilled than Duo. Because of Xiao Qi, and the fact that Yang Fan and Shen Mu were inseparable, it was not convenient for her to come over. These few days, she rarely pestered Shen Mu, which made Shen Mu heave a sigh of relief. After going down the hill, there was an endless plain in front of them. There were no road signs here, and people who were not familiar with this place would not know where they were. Shen Mu had a guide who was familiar with this road, so Yang Fan was much more relaxed. He did not even bother to ask for directions, and only knew that after passing Tong Pass, they walked west for about half a month. During this journey, he realized that there were more than a dozen guards around Shen Mu, and there seemed to be people secretly scouting for Shen Mu and protecting him. Yang Fan was not a disciple of a noble family, and he only thought that the disciples of a noble family were like this. He could not help but be speechless. However, he did not know that the disciples of a noble family were not great generals with thousands of troops and horses, nor were they high officials in charge of a prefecture. How could they have such prestige when they went out? It was because Shen Mu was not an ordinary disciple of a noble family. As the hidden sex patriarch of the succession hall, Shen Mu was involved in many things, and no one dared to let him take risks. The carriage went down the hill and entered a hilly area. The river and hills here were neither low nor high, and the undulating slope was very gentle, so it looked much more flat and wide. Especially when looking into the distance, there was no undulation at all, as though it was a flat plain. About 2 miles away, a forest could be vaguely seen. At this moment, A short horn sounded from the forest. Yang Fan and Shen Mu were playing chess in the carriage. The chessboard and chess pieces were made of magnetic stones, which were suitable to be used in the carriage. There was no need to worry even if it was subverted. When he suddenly heard the horn, Shen Mu, who was about to place a white chess piece on the chessboard, suddenly raised his head and looked out of the window alertly. This wasn't the first time that Yang Fan had heard the horn along the way, and it was only one sound each time. Every time the horn sounded, there would be a mountain ridge, a forest, a bridge, a canyon, or any other place that could hide an ambush. However, the horn that he heard in the past was always a long sound, and it had never been this short. Therefore, when he saw Shen Mu's expression, Yang Fan immediately realized that something had happened. Note: King Wu Ari's Who slaying order did exist, but it was said that there weren't any detailed contents that had been passed down. The article that could be found might be a forgery by the later generations, so we shall use it for now. Chapter 222. When the short sound of the horn was heard, the knights around the carriage immediately drew their swords in their hands, and took up their guard. A moment later, two short horns sounded from the distant forest. The two riders at the front immediately made a hand signal to each other and galloped into the forest. When they left, Shen Mu and Yang Fan had just walked out of the carriage and the two had already galloped into the distance, leaving only a trail of dust behind them. Not long after, the two riders returned from the forest and stopped in front of Shen Mu's carriage. One of them loudly said, "Lang Jun, there are 7 to 8 corpses in the forest and 2 carriages. The corpses are still warm and the blood has yet to coagulate. They should have died not too long ago." The other person replied, "We have checked the surroundings. There is no trace of anyone within a 10-li radius. The murderer has already escaped far away." Shen Mu raised his brows and said, "Let's go and take a look." He did not get off the carriage and the entire convoy rushed into the forest. Yang Fan carefully sized up the surrounding riders. Every one of them was a strong man and their mounts were also majestic. As they followed the carriage forward, they gradually formed groups of 3 and formed an offensive and defensive formation. Because there was not much cover in the surroundings, Yang Fan could vaguely see a few figures in the distance. However, these vigilant riders turned a blind eye to them. It was obvious that they were the people secretly protecting Shen Mu. Due to this accident, their figures were slightly revealed. Yang Fan could not help but say to Shen Mu, "The bodyguards under Brother Shen are all extraordinary. Although I do not know how good they are at fighting on the battlefield, as bodyguards, I think they are more competent than the imperial guards in the palace." Shen Mu smiled. "This is different. After all, the imperial court and the Jianghu are 2 completely different places. The environment and people that the imperial court's bodyguards and the Jianghu's warriors live in are completely different. If a hungry and cruel wolf is chained to the house as a watchdog, it will lose its wild nature after a long time." Speaking up to this point, Shen Mu suddenly felt something and smiled apologetically at Yang Fan. "My apologies, this brother's analogy is somewhat inappropriate." Yang Fan did not feel offended. He only smiled and said, "Even so, I'm still amazed to personally witness Brother Shen's shrewdness and capability." Shen Mu lightly nodded and said with deep emotion, "Of course. These aristocratic families have risen for thousands of years. No matter how the dynasty changes, they have always stood tall. Of course they have their outstanding points. The branches of aristocratic families are incomparably prosperous and spread throughout the imperial court and the common people. In the imperial court, there are generals and ministers for generations. In the imperial court, there are rich merchants and wealthy families. Regardless of the imperial court or the common people, their power is deep and their foundation is deep. In addition to the descendants of the main branch of the aristocratic families, there were also many external forces that were allied or supported by these aristocratic families. They intertwined with each other and intertwined with each other. An empire can be easily destroyed, but it's very difficult for an aristocratic family. I dare say that even if the world were to undergo an earth-shattering change, the first to recover and rise would still be these aristocratic families with deep foundations." Shen Mu was startled and laughed involuntarily. "Yes, although I am also a descendant of an aristocratic family, as a side branch, I have been ostracized since young. Therefore, I unknowingly put myself out of the picture." Shun Mu was startled and laughed involuntarily. Yes, although I am also a descendant of an aristocratic family, as a side branch, I have been ostracized since young. Therefore, I unknowingly put myself out of the picture. Young Fan had heard him talk about the rough experiences he had in the past more than once and could not help but feel curious. However, he did not have the time to ask as they had already arrived at the edge of the forest. The carriage stopped at the edge of the forest and did not go deep into the forest. Young Fan and Shun Mu alighted from the carriage and walked into the forest accompanied by the guards. Miss Chichi could not bear the loneliness and also jumped out of the carriage. She picked up a piece of preserved fruit and excitedly wanted to join in the fun. In the end, she had just run a few steps when she saw a headless corpse lying on a bush. The neck was badly mutilated and had a slightly black color. At first, they thought that it was because the blood had dried up. However, when they got closer, there was a buzzing sound from the cut of the neck and a swarm of flies flew up, revealing the bloody wound with the trachea and tendons tangled together. Miss Chichi screamed and danced a hula dance. Then, with a wah, she vomited decisively. This time, she did not need Shun Mu's advice and ran back to the carriage. Shun Mu brushed his head and brushed the piece of preserved fruit that Miss Chichi had thrown off and walked forward without a change in expression. There were a total of 7 corpses in the forest. They were dressed as small peddlers from the western region. There were 2 overturned carriages on the ground with many goods such as coarse cloth, pottery, and iron pots. It was a messy scene. The 7 people had died in different ways. Some had been shot, some had been hacked, and some had been assassinated. Not far from where they had died, there were some puddles of blood, and there were traces of dragging. Then there was the messy sound of horse hooves. It seemed that the people who had killed them had also died, but their corpses had been carried away. It should be an ambush. They first set up an ambush in the forest and killed a few people before eliminating the survivors. The ground is very messy and the goods were not taken away. Even the weapons abandoned by the victims were not taken away. It seems that they must have noticed us attacking the front lines and fled in a hurry. From this, I can deduce that there shouldn't be many people ambushing us. Shun Mu rubbed his chin and muttered. Young Fan nodded his head. His gaze fell on a bloody saber that was still in the hand of one of the corpses. He then shifted his gaze to an old tree with a broken spear stuck in it. Young Fan's gaze turned solemn as he asked in a deep voice, "Have you searched the bodies of the corpses?" A very calm-looking middle-aged man nodded and said, "We've searched them, but there's nothing that can prove their identity. However, 2 of them are wearing dark armor under their robes. Look." The middle-aged man waved his hand and 2 corpses were carried in front of Young Fan and Shun Mu. Their robes were untied and they were indeed wearing dark armor under their robes. Young Fan identified them one by one and carefully looked at the other corpses. They all had Han faces but he did not recognize any of them. Young Fan could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Shun Mu followed beside him. Observing his expression, he asked, "Why? You suspect that the corpses are from the 100 Cavalry?" Young Fan shook his head and replied, "I do not recognize them. They are all unfamiliar faces. If they were from the 100 Cavalry, I would recognize them. However, these corpses should be from the Imperial Court and were sent here on official business." Young Fan took out half a spear handle from one of the corpses and pointed at the copper pattern on the handle. He told Shun Mu, "This is the special pattern of the spear used by the Imperial Guards. Also, this dark armor is specially made by the government. These 2 people must be the leaders, that's why they receive such treatment." Shun Mu asked, "You can determine their identity just based on their weapons?" Young Fan replied, "Armor, crossbows, spears, lances and armors are all prohibited for private ownership. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to rebellion. Only before the soldiers go out to battle can they be allocated equipment. Who among the commoners would possess these weapons? Moreover, they are specially registered by the Imperial Guards. Is this not enough to prove their identity? According to the regulations of the Imperial Court, armor, crossbows, lances and armors are strictly prohibited for private ownership. Even soldiers are not allowed to equip them when they go out on private business. Yang Fan did not mention the Mo Dao that they used because it is not prohibited for private ownership. Although the Mo Dao is the most powerful of the 4 types of weapons made from the Tang dynasty, it is only in comparison to the other types of weapons. The Mo Dao is only one of the many types of soldiers in the Tang dynasty. The opportunities for it to display its power on the battlefield are far inferior to the spears, lances and crossbows. Most of the time, the Mo Dao is used as an auxiliary weapon for individual infantry. Its formation effect is even worse than a dense formation of long spears. Therefore, it is not prohibited for private ownership. If the deceased were all using knives and did not have anything on them that could prove their identity, Yang Fan would not be able to guess their identity. However, the long spears and the dark armor with the special patterns of the Imperial Guards revealed their true identity. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to notice these hidden characteristics. However, Yang Fan is a member of the Imperial Guards and naturally can see it at a glance. After listening to Yang Fan's explanation, Shun Mu could not help but secretly speculate, since Yang Fan does not know these people, then they should not be from the 100 Cavalry. Are these people Princess Taiping's men, Wu Chengxi's men, or Wu Sance's men? Did they die from the secret infighting of other forces or were they attacked by small groups of horse bandits? Just as Shun Mu was thinking, a guard suddenly said, "Lang Jun, there is something here." Hearing the voice, Yang Fan and Shun Mu looked over and saw the guard bending over and pulling something out from under a low bush. There was a pool of blood where he stood and beside it was a drag mark more than 10 feet long. It seems that someone died here and was later dragged away on a horse. The thing that the guard pulled out from the bush was a swan ni belt with 7 colored vertical stripes. Shun Mu took the belt, which was made from a mixture of cow and wool, and looked at it carefully. His eyes gradually narrowed and he said, "Although I do not know who the deceased is, I think I already know the identity of the killer." Yang Fan asked, "Who are they?" Shun Mu did not answer and turned to the guard who found the swan ni belt and ordered, "Search carefully again. If there are no other clues, bury the dead on the spot." Finishing, he ordered another guard, "Inform Zhong Yi to personally escort me on my journey to the west. If there are any suspicious people along the way, it is better to kill wrongly than to let them go." Shun Mu has always given Yang Fan the impression that he does not care about anything. Only now does he faintly reveal a hint of coldness. The guard did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly complied. He turned around and left. It is unknown how he intends to inform Zhong Yi, who has not been seen yet. After Shun Mu finished giving his orders, he turned to Yang Fan and changed into a spring breeze-like smile, saying, "Come, let's talk in the carriage." The two of them returned to the carriage. Shun Mu gently stroked the soft and fine woolen belt. He turned to Yang Fan and said, "This material is different from the silk belt used by our Central Plains Han people, and also different from the leather belt used by other tribes. This is a woolen belt knitted by spinning and weaving, unique to the Tubo people." Yang Fan's eyes flashed and he asked in astonishment, "This is still our territory. How can the Tubo people commit murder here?" Shun Mu said, "That's right, this is our territory. But for some people in our dynasty, this place is dispensable. But in the eyes of the Tubo people, this is the foundation of their survival. So, the Tubo people pay more attention to this place than us and manage it better. Have you heard of the famous Tubo Gorge?" Chapter 223. Tufan Gorge? Famous? Yang Fan really does not know, so he can only shake his head in shame. Shun Mu knew that he lived in Southeast Asia when he was young and moved to Luoyang when he grew up, so he has never been to other places. Seeing that he does not know, he is not surprised and said, "So you don't know much about Longyo's archenemy, the Tufan people. Then I will briefly explain to you, and finally we will talk about this Tufan Gorge." Yang Fan said, "Please advise me." Shun Mu said, "Speaking of the 4 barbarians and Di Man, our Central Plains has always regarded them as barbarians and disdained them. But this can only be reflected in education and people's livelihood, talking about military affairs, ha ha." Shun Mu shook his head and said, "First talking about military strength, the Tufan population is not as large as our dynasty, but all of them are soldiers, their total military strength is at least 400,000. And our dynasty's total military strength is about 400 to 600,000, and we need at least 50,000 men and horses to guard the capital. Our vast territory needs to be garrisoned, so when our dynasty sends troops against the Tufan, we rarely have more than 200,000 men, and the Tufan can deploy their troops nearby, so in terms of military strength, our dynasty is at a disadvantage. Talking about military strength, the Tufan army is like the people are like the army, their culture is fierce, they love to fight, and when they fight, they are not afraid of death. In every battle, it is often when the front line is completely dead that the rear line enters the battle. Their bravery is in no way inferior to our dynasty's army. Talking about weapons and equipment, the Tufan people are different from the Turks. Their bows and arrows are not considered formidable. What is formidable is their armor and weapons. The Tufan elite troops, men and horses will wear chainmail, their whole body covered in armor, only their eyes are open, only a strong blade can injure them. Not only are they good at riding, they are also good at fighting on foot. Although they may not have learned our dynasty's art of war, but the grassland people have comprehended the art of separation and encirclement from hunting, which is not inferior to our dynasty's art of war. Yang Fan sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "They're actually that powerful?" In Yang Fan's imagination, he had thought that these Turks and Tubo were just a bunch of beggar soldiers. When they go to battle, they are nothing more than a bunch of fur-covered soldiers, armed with big sticks and iron forks, similar to the refugees who gathered together during the famine years. Who would have thought that in terms of military strength, they are not inferior to the Tang dynasty? Moreover, they have the advantage in military strength and geographical advantage. No wonder the Tang dynasty has always been cautious in deploying their troops to the western region. Shen Mu said, "That's right. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you emerge victorious in every battle. If you blindly and arrogantly consider yourself as the Celestial Empire, you will suffer a great loss." If Tubo's military force was not this strong, do you think that during the Lantern Festival, how could the Tubo envoys dare to be so arrogant in front of the Queen of Heaven, even daring to openly ask for the Jin Ou Yongjiu cup? Shen Mu smiled and said, "Of course, they also have their own shortcomings, and they can't avoid them. We'll talk about this in the future. Today we will only talk about the enemy's strong point. Not only the Tubo people are good at fighting, they are also good at using their intelligence. When it comes to savagery, it always makes people think that they are cruel and savage by nature. They only have brute force, but it's very easy for people to overlook their intelligence. To say something impolite, in terms of using their intelligence, the Tubo people have put in far more effort than our court. Their scouts, which I mentioned just now, are 100 times stronger than our scouts and mounted scouts. In their territory, in the territory they occupied, in the territory they wanted to occupy, their eyes and ears are everywhere, everywhere they look. These scouts and spies can be one person, they can also be a group of people, they can also be a family with the old and the young, or even a small tribe. They can even recruit the people of the conquered tribes and regions as scouts. After controlling their families, they will be sent out to act as their eyes and ears. Yang Fan recalled the time when he was in Luang's Xiuwen workshop, where he obtained information from the seemingly unremarkable people of the town. He couldn't help but be enlightened and said, "I understand now. Once these people infiltrate into the places we control, they will infiltrate into all walks of life, and even become the servants of the government or the auxiliary soldiers of the military camp. It's impossible for there to be no signs of any movement, and with these eyes and ears that can penetrate every nook and cranny, as long as you hear a little and they see a little, when combined together, it will be absolutely detailed and true information." Shen Mu nodded and said, "That's right. But not only do they spy for information, they will also use their hidden identities to deliberately provoke some conflicts, inciting the conflict between the army and the local people. Sometimes they will even carry out assassinations and ambushes, making the people panic at the slightest sound and treat every bush and tree as an enemy." Yang Fan said, "Like the scene just now?" Shen Mu cast his gaze out of the window again and said thoughtfully, "I only hope that it's really like this. Otherwise, it means that the information about your secret hiding in Longyu has already been leaked." Yang Fan thought that the rest of the journey would not be peaceful, but as they traveled westward, they did not encounter a single battle. The entire journey was calm and peaceful. There were a few times when they were in the sparsely populated forest, and they had seen a few dead people who had just died. But every time, They would find an arrow symbol on a nearby yellow wall or tree trunk. Once they saw this symbol, Shunmu's men would let down their guard and calmly continue on their way. Thinking back to Shunmu's words about Zhongyi personally leading men to escort them westward, Yang Fan guessed that this arrow must be a symbol left behind by that Zhongyi. Later on, when they passed by a few towns to rest and stroll, Yang Fan would often hear some merchants talking about how much goods the little flying general had stolen and how many people he had killed. After hearing more, he knew that this little flying general was a famous horse bandit leader who roamed Longyu. It was said that this person was ruthless and fierce. Although he only had about 300 men, the 2,000 to 3,000 strong horse bandit gang did not dare to provoke him. This was because the little flying general's subordinates were all ruthless characters who could fight against 10 men. If they really fought, the 2,000 to 3,000 strong horse bandit gang might not be able to provoke him. Moreover, the little flying general's subordinates were few and he could come and go as he pleased. If he wanted to find you, he could find you. If he wanted to hide from you, Longyu was high and wide. If he wanted to hide, there was no way to find him. That was why there were very few people who dared to provoke him. And this person's symbol was an arrow. As long as he was involved in a case, he would never conceal his identity. He would generously leave a sharp wolf fang arrow as a symbol. His nickname, Little Flying General, was due to his superb archery skills that allowed him to shoot through a willow tree from 100 steps away. However, the Little Flying General couldn't help but feel proud of himself for this, so he designed the symbol of his identity as an arrowhead. Yang Fan thought to himself, perhaps this Zhongyi is the Little Flying General. They arrived at the Huang River. This was Yang Fan's first stop in the western regions, and also Duo and Xiaoqi's final stop. The Huang River faced the Long Mountains in the east, the Red Ridge in the west, the Yellow River in the south, and the Chilean River in the north. 800 Huang valleys crisscrossed and contained thousands of rivers and streams. It was the birthplace of the ancient Chongyang Emperor. The car stopped on a small hill, from where they could see the Huang River city in the distance. On both sides of the road were rolling hills. There were tower-shaped pines, precious red pines, round cypresses that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, tall and straight spruce, as well as countless red birch, white birch, and rough-skinned birch. Tigers, wild wolves, red deer, roe deer, argali, antelopes, foxes, snow chickens, stone chickens, and other wild beasts and mountain birds lived in the forest. In front of him was a grassland overflowing with green. The grassland was overgrown with shrubs, and together, they weaved together to form an emerald green field. Flocks of white sheep and yellow cows could be faintly seen wandering on the grassland like clouds. Duo stood on the mountain with Xiaoqi in her arms. Looking at the familiar scenery in front of her, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She was finally back. After Madame's death, she had felt a sense of loneliness and uneasiness every day and night in Luoyang. Now that she was back and saw the familiar grassland, that sense of security finally returned to her heart. These were tears of joy, but also tears of sorrow when she thought of Lang and Madame who had left and never returned. Shunmu stood side by side with Yang Fan. He smiled cheerfully at a guard and said, "Zhongyi has done a good job along the way. Tell him to come and accompany me to the Huang River." "Yes," the guard answered and hurriedly retreated. No one knew what method he used to communicate with Yang Fan, but when Yang Fan and the others had moved around the mountaintop for a while and were about to board the carriage to continue their journey, 4 steeds suddenly emerged from the bushes beside a jade-like river at the foot of the slope in front of them and galloped up the mountain. There were 4 riders on the 4 horses. One of them had his hair draped in a headband. If a crescent moon was added to the headband, he would look like a douter. He wore a large robe that reached to his knees and a leather belt around his waist. There was a broadsword with a thick back and a bow slung diagonally on his shoulder. The bow was as long as an ordinary person's height. There were 3 other people behind him. They didn't wear their hair in a bun and only used a headband to tie their hair so that it wouldn't cover their faces or obstruct their line of sight. They let their hair flutter behind their shoulders, giving them a very boorish and heroic appearance. 2 of these 3 people were in their 30s, rough and burly. The other person was a little younger, looking to be in his early 20s. He wore a scarlet headband and didn't have a beard. His face was clear and handsome, but there seemed to be a touch of evil in his demeanor. All four of them carried bows and arrows, but the one in the front had the biggest bow. Looking at his face, thick eyebrows, and wide mouth, he looked very awe-inspiring. Yang Fan couldn't help thinking, could it be that this person is the little flying General Zhongyi? Unexpectedly, this person flew to the front of the carriage, rolled down the saddle and nimbly led the horse to one side. Yang Fan was surprised. This person isn't the little flying General Zhongyi? He was about to choose from the two dark-faced men among the remaining three when the young man with the red headband, with a slightly evil aura, jumped down from the horse and left the horse. He quickly walked forward and knelt down on one knee. He cupped his fists and said loudly, "Zhongyi greets the sect leader." Yang Fan was secretly shocked. So this person is the little flying general. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Shun Mu smiled and pulled the little flying General Zhongyi up. He said, "We're brothers, there's no need to be so polite. You've done well in Longyu these 2 years. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I asked you to come with me to go to Huangshui to have a gathering. There are some things I need to tell you. Come, I'll introduce you to a friend." As Shun Mu said this, he pulled Yang Fan in front of him. The little flying General Zhongyi looked at Yang Fan and his eyes immediately shot out a frightening light like that of a wolf. He stretched out his hand and pushed Shun Mu. He suddenly pulled out his saber and at the same time shouted, "Ashina Musi, it's actually you." Chapter 224. Yang Fan knew that this little flying General Zhongyi must be an important subordinate of Shun Mu. From Shun Mu's tone, it is very likely that he will need his help with what he is about to do. With a face full of smiles, Yang Fan hurriedly greeted him. He had just cupped his fists when Zhongyi shouted and pushed Shun Mu away with all his might. He pulled out his saber and slashed it towards Yang Fan's face. His saber moved like a wheel, swift and fierce like lightning. Yang Fan was greatly startled, but fortunately he had a good martial arts skill. Immediately he bent his waist and without bending his legs, relying only on the strength of his feet, he leaped diagonally to evade the attack. Shua! The bright saber flashed and a piece of Yang Fan's clothes was blown away by the mountain breeze. If Yang Fan had been a split second slower, this saber would have cut him in half. Even if he had been a split second slower, at least one of his legs would have been left behind. Yang Fan saw that this person suddenly attacked with such a vicious method and was slightly annoyed. He turned around and circled in the air before landing on the ground with a shua sound. He crouched down like an eagle crouching on a cliff and was about to attack. At this time, 2 of Shun Mu's bodyguards had already blocked his way and shouted at Zhongyi. "Zhongyi, have you gone mad?" Zhongyi shouted, "You 2 fools, you actually let Ashina Musi sneak up to sect leader's side and almost killed him. Get out of my way." Shun Mu has always been a steady and intelligent person, but after being pushed by Zhongyi, he fell into a sorry state. Shun Mu does not know martial arts at all and after being pushed by Zhongyi, he fell flat on his back. When he hit the ground, his back was hit by a mountain rock and it was so painful that he felt like his back was about to break. 2 of his men hurried forward to help him up. Shun Mu cried out in pain as he crawled up from the ground and angrily said, "Zhongyi, you bastard, what are you doing?" Chi Chi and Duo had already boarded the carriage. Seeing this scene, she also jumped down and rushed forward to support Shun Mu. She glared angrily at Zhongyi. Looking at Shun Mu's eager expression, if not for the fact that Shun Mu was questioning Zhongyi, she would have rushed forward to teach this brat a lesson. Zhongyi stamped his foot and said, "Sect Master, you have always been smart, but this time you are muddle-headed. How did you allow a Turk to come to your side? How lucky. How lucky. This person must have some other evil intentions, which was why he didn't make a move on the sect master. Otherwise, it would really be over. We can't let him escape this time. Quickly surround him." Shun Mu supported his old waist and limped to his side. Exasperated, he said, "Turks? Who are the Turks?" Zhongyi pointed at Yang Fan and said, "It's him." Only then did Yang Fan realize that Zhongyi had mistaken him for someone else. Afraid of causing misunderstandings, he did not dare to make a move. He stood still and looked at him coldly. Shun Mu snapped, "Him? His name was Yang Fan from Luoyang. When did he become a Turk?" Zhongyi was stunned and muttered, "How can it be?" "Ah. That's right, sect master, it must be his sophistry that deceived you." Shunmu rolled his eyes and asked, "Why are you so sure that he is a Turk?" Zhongyi said, "Because I have seen him before." Shunmu asked, "When did you see him?" Zhongyi said, "A month ago, I received the sect master's order to rush to Guangzhou to provide support. I wanted to do one more job before I leave. If I manage to rob a fat sheep, I can get some good stuff for the sect master as a greeting gift." In the end, as luck would have it, we robbed his carriage, and many of my brothers were killed or injured. Zhongyi pointed at young Fan and gritted his teeth. "That's right. It's him. I remember it clearly. He is Ashina Musi." Shunmu held his waist and sighed to the sky. He said weakly, "Zhongyi a month ago, he and I, that is, this Ashina Musi you speak of, were at a family's wedding banquet in Luoyang. Could it be that this person you speak of has the ability to fly in the sky and travel through the earth? He can appear in both the Turkic steppe and Luoyang at the same time?" "Hey!" Zhongyi's eyes widened and he stammered, "How can it be? How can it be? His appearance, his appearance." Shunmu looked at young Fan and asked, "Does this person really look like that Ashina Musi you speak of?" Zhongyi said confidently, "Not just look, but look exactly the same. Sect master, you should know that I have the best memory. Even if I met someone once or twice 10 years ago, I would still be able to recognize him. I would never mistake him. Other than his clothes, he is exactly the same as that Ashina Musi." Young Fan could not help but ask, "This brother, I do know a friend in Luoyang called Ashina Huzero. Who is this Ashina Musi you speak of?" Zhongyi exclaimed, "Ah, the voice doesn't sound like it. That's not right, the voice can be faked." Shunmu helplessly said, "I just said that this person can't be the person you met in the Turkic steppe, because when you met this Ashina Musi, I was drinking with him in Luoyang. The world is vast, and there are many people with similar appearances. Even if they look exactly the same, there are few differences in height and weight, but that doesn't mean that there are none. If you're not mistaken, then he's exactly the same as the person you met. There's such a thing." Zhongyi still did not believe it. After Shunmu explained it again and again, Zhongyi had no choice but to believe it. Shunmu said that when he met Ashina Musi, he was drinking with young Fan in Luoyang. The sect master would not lie to him. This meant that Luoyang and the Turkic steppe were separated by several thousand li, so it was impossible for these two people to be the same person. Zhongyi scratched his head and hesitantly said, "It seems that I really did get the wrong person." Young Fan unhappily said, "Brother mistook me for someone else and almost killed me." Shunmu smiled apologetically, "Erlang, please don't blame me. This brother of mine is good except that he is a little rash. Because of this, I cannot keep him by my side and sent him to Longyu. Who knew that after not seeing him for a few years, he is still as hot-tempered as ever. Luckily, he did not really hurt you. I apologize on his behalf. Erlang, please don't take this matter to heart." Shunmu bowed to young Fan and glared at Zhongyi, saying, "What are you waiting for? Apologize to Erlang." Zhongyi hesitantly bowed to young Fan and said no. Young Fan bitterly smiled, "Forget it. Luckily I did not die. If I was really cut into two by your saber, even if I have a stomach full of grievances, there is no one I can reason with." Shunmu pulled young Fan and Zhongyi up the carriage. After they were seated, Shunmu reintroduced them to each other and asked Zhongyi, "Zhongyi, who is that Ashina Musi you mentioned just now?" Zhongyi, "Ashina Musi is Ashina Huan's son." He slapped his thigh in annoyance and said, "That day, he went to give betrothal gifts to another tribe leader. The carriage was loaded with a lot of valuables and there was a large group of men and women in the procession. It looked like there was a lot of money to be had. Actually, I would not be so careless when robbing a fat sheep. I would definitely find out the other party's identity first. That day, I received the news and was in a hurry to go to Guangzhou to fetch you. I was careless. Hi. I lost more than 10 of my brothers." Shunmu did not care about the details of his robbery and only asked, "Ashina Huan? You mean Moshe?" "Zhongyi, that's right. His granny. If not for Moshe's son, I would not have suffered such a loss." Young Fan could not help asking, "Who is this Moshe?" Shunmu explained, Moshe is the younger brother of the Eastern Turkic Khagan Giyu Dulu. Giyu Dulu fell seriously ill at the beginning of the year, and the Eastern Turks are currently under Moshe's control. The Eastern Turks and Western Turks were originally one family, and their Khagan belonged to the Ashina clan. Ashina is the surname of the Turkic Khagan, meaning pale wolf's eyes. Yang Fan nodded in understanding. Zhongyi continued, Erlang, I am truly sorry. You look exactly like that Ashina Musi. At the time, I did not expect that two people could look so alike, so, Shunmu glared at him. So you stabbed him in the head? Even if Erlang really is Ashina Musi in disguise, is there a need to do this? You just need to state his identity and he will not be able to escape. Humph. You have been in Longyu for so many years and you have not improved at all. When will you grow a brain? Zhongyi was scolded to the point that he could not raise his head and did not dare to retort. After Shunmu finished, he thought for a moment and suddenly laughed. Haha, speaking of which, this matter is really interesting. Erlang, the two generals who went to Longyu to inspect the military situation this time are Qiu Shunji and Wang Xiajie. Do you know what happened to Wang Xiajie? Yang Fan did not know why he suddenly brought up Wang Xiajie and could not help but ask, You are talking about General Wang of the Right Eagle Guard? What happened to him? Shunmu said, in the 3rd year and 9th month of Ifeng, Emperor Gaozong ordered Li Jingxian, who was also the governor of Shanju, to lead the army to attack Tufan. At that time, Wang Xiajie was the deputy chief of the army led by Minister of Works Liu Shunli. When the army reached Defy Chuan, they met a famous Tufan general, Lun Qinling. Both sides had a huge battle. This Lun Qinling is known as the Tufan god of war and has been fighting with our Tang dynasty for decades. Whether it is Shui Rengui, Guo Daifeng, Li Jingxian, Wei Daijie or Lu Shida, all of them were defeated by him. In all these years, among our Tang dynasty generals, only Heikai Changji has defeated Lun Qinling. Naturally, we lost the battle at Defei Chuan. Liu Shunli's army was completely annihilated. Li Jingxian did not dare to save him. Liu Shunli was injured and died not long after. Originally, Wang Xiajie would not be able to escape death, but Tufan's Zhang Puqi Dusongzan saw him by chance and treated him with great respect. In the end, he was sent back to the Tang dynasty. Why is that? Yang Fan asked in astonishment. Shunmu smiled and said, because Wang Xiajie's appearance is very similar to Zhang Puqi Dusongzan's late father. Zhang Puqi Dusongzan believes in reincarnation. When he saw Wang Xiajie, he could not help but think of his late father. How could he dare to be disrespectful to Wang Xiajie? This Zhang Puqi first treated Wang Xiajie as an honored guest. Later on, he saw that Wang Xiajie could not forget the Tang dynasty and was very unhappy living in Tufan. So he simply sent someone to send him back. Shunmu laughed aloud and said, Erlang, Wang Xiajie only looks like Zhang Puqi's father. But you are exactly the same as that Ashina Musi. Too bad your luck is not as good as Great General Wang. Because of this, Great General Wang escaped with his life. Because of this, you almost lost your life. Ha ha. Yang Fan snorted. Thinking about the same reason but different treatment, he could not help but laugh. In that case, I should not blame Zhong Xiong, but that Ashina Musi. What do you mean? Zhong Yi asked. Yang Fan said, because Great General Wang looks like Zhang Puqi's father, he was treated as an honored guest and was respectfully sent back to his country. As for me, I look exactly the same as that Ashina Musi, but I was almost implicated by him. This is clearly because his relationship with others is not good. If one day I see this Musi, I will definitely beat his head into a pig's head so that he will never look like me again, so that he will not implicate good people. Hearing this, Shunmu and Zhong Yi could not help bursting into laughter. At this time, a horseman rushed outside the carriage window. Bending down, he reported, Zhongzhu, we have arrived at Huangshui City. Chapter 225. In this era, Longyu was not yet a barren desert. There were green mountains and clear waters everywhere, and the vegetation was lush. However, it was sparsely populated. Often, one would walk 100 li without seeing a single chimney smoke. Only wild beasts roamed the jungles and grasslands. Even when one reached the outskirts of Huangshui, If it weren't for the lofty city in the distance and the cattle and sheep grazing on the grasslands in front of it, it would have been difficult to feel any human presence. But once one entered the crude city gate made of yellow mud and gravel, the scene in Huangshui City was completely different. Inside Huangshui City, there were carriages and horses, and people were everywhere. The shops were like forests, and the people were abundant. Although this place could not compare to the prosperity of Luoyang, the more prosperous provinces and counties they had passed through before entering the Guangzhou after leaving Luoyang were not necessarily much livelier than this place. Huangshui was an important place for trade between the western regions and the central plains, so it was abundant with goods and people. Of course, what was different from the provinces and counties of the central plains was that there were fewer people wearing silk and satin. The streets were filled with the figures of Tubo, Turks, and Hu people from even further west. It was like an international metropolis. Further from Huangshui was the city of Shanju, where Heishui Changji had originally been stationed. Although Duoduo was not a well-known figure in Shanju, it was hard to guarantee that no one there would recognize her. Thus, after discussing it with her, Yang Fan decided to let her live in Huangshui, which was relatively close to Shanju. In Yang Fan's view, how a woman would survive with a child was a major problem. He had once discussed this with Duoduo, but Duoduo was very optimistic. Once in Longyu, Duoduo was like a fish in water, no longer as helpless as she had been in the Central Plains. She told Yang Fan that in Longyu, women could engage in more professions than women in the Central Plains. They could work in all kinds of shops and workshops, and earn enough grain to feed the two of them. There was no problem, so Yang Fan could only let her be. In Huangshui City, row upon row of houses lined up on both sides of the main road. There were wine shops, foot shops, butcher shops, temples, public houses, and everything that one could think of. Medical halls, medicine shops, cart repair, fortune-telling, shaving, plastic surgery, and other trades were all flourishing. Inside the shops, there were all kinds of expensive and cheap goods, such as silk and satin, jewelry and spices, silk and porcelain. The shops were bustling with pedestrians and merchants. More than a dozen knights were escorting 3 large carriages, moving slowly among them. Shen Mu said to Yang Fan, "Are you going to see your people first, or are you going to settle Miss Duoduo down first?" Shen Mu had revealed many secrets to Yang Fan. Although Yang Fan still did not reveal the true identity of Miss Duoduo and the baby she was carrying, it was not good for him to completely conceal it from Shen Mu. Therefore, he had already briefly explained to Shen Mu that Duoduo was a girl whose hometown was originally in the western region. This time, he was helping her return to her hometown and at the same time concealing his own identity. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and he did not have any personal feelings for her. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, "It's better to settle Miss Duoduo down first. You also said that Longyu is full of Tubo spies and spies. I have just arrived at Huangshui. If I go to see those people immediately, it will be hard to avoid attracting attention. Moreover, it will be inconvenient to bring a woman and a child with me." Shen Mu nodded and said, "That's true. Do you need my help?" Yang Fan thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No need. This is a gathering place for merchants from the north and the south. There are many places to rent and buy. There won't be any problem." Shen Mu nodded and looked out of the window. On the main street, there were merchants doing business, officials riding horses, peddlers peddling their wares, families riding carriages and ox carts, barbarians pulling camels from the western regions, people of different ethnic groups wearing strange clothes, monks carrying baskets on their backs, porters pushing wheelbarrows, and disabled old men begging by the roadside. There were all kinds of people on the street. Who knew which one of them was a Tubo spy? Shen Mu turned his head to Yang Fan and said, "If you and I part here, it will be very inconvenient. The Huangshui tycoon Yang Zhenhao has already prepared a banquet to entertain me. Why don't you come with me? When the banquet is over, my carriage will leave from the main entrance. You and Miss Duoduo can ride the same carriage and leave from the side entrance. It will be easier to conceal your tracks this way." Yang Fan nodded his head in agreement. At this time, a man was limping out of a medicine shop on the roadside. This man was wearing a robe with a lapel around his waist. His right arm was supported by a wooden walking stick, his left hand was carrying several bags of medicinal herbs. He was walking slowly, looking extremely distressed. If young Fan could walk face to face with him, he would definitely recognize this man as his colleague, the 100 Horseman Imperial Bodyguard Zhong Shitong. Unfortunately, they were going in the same direction. The curtains were rolled up. Young Fan was sitting in the carriage. He could only see the back of a man limping like a stray dog. He would never have thought that this man was actually his own comrade. The carriage rumbled past Zhong Shitong's side. Zhong Shitong carried his wooden stick and limped along. When he was tired, he stopped and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Looking at the bright sun in the sky, he sighed deeply and said to himself, "It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. I'm the 100 Horseman Imperial Bodyguard, but I actually fell into the hands of a group of small thieves. Ari, how can there be so many strong people in Longyu? The weather is so hot. I don't know if Tian Yang's injury will recover. Yu Zichin's group still hasn't arrived. Yang Fan, who is acting alone, is most likely in danger. There are only the two of us left. How can we complete the mission that the general has entrusted to us?" Zhong Shitong let out a long sigh and limped into a narrow and dirty alley. The carriages traveled in the city for a while and came to a wide alley with few pedestrians. On both sides of the alley were high walls and guangliang gates. With one look, one could tell that the people living in this area were either rich or of high status. The guangliang gates were buildings that were second only to the Wangfu. Logically speaking, there couldn't be so many high-ranking officials here. Longyu was not like the Central Plains. There were not strict requirements in these areas. As long as you had money and power, you could build anything you wanted. No one would punish you for overstepping your authority. The carriages traveled in the long alley for a while and stopped in front of a door with a high base. The eaves were decorated with sparrows and 3 clouds. Yang Fan and Shen Mu lifted the curtain and walked out. Zhong Yi followed behind. A man in his 40s dressed as a scribe smiled and stood at the bottom of the stairs. He bowed to Shen Mu and said loudly, "Young master, you came from afar. I, Yang, have not welcomed you. Forgive me, forgive me." This man was the richest man in Huangshui, Yang Zhenhao. Yang Zhenhao controlled jewelry, leather goods, silk, porcelain, salt, and almost all the profiteering businesses in the area. He also owned 2 large pastures and thousands of fine horses. He could be said to be as rich as a country. A few years ago, he was only one of the 4 great tycoons of Huangshui. He sat on the 3rd seat, but he wasn't number 1. Now, he was able to suppress the other heroes of Huangshui. The reason was that he had the support of Shen Mu. Yang Zhenhao was not one of Shen Mu's people. He had absolute freedom and could make his own decisions. But because of common and long-term interests, who could make him betray Shen Mu? Doing so was equivalent to betraying himself. Thus, he was someone Shen Mu could absolutely trust. Shen Mu got out of the carriage and helped Yang Zhenhao up. He laughed and said, "Old Yang, long time no see." Yang Zhenhao smiled and said, "Yes. It's been more than a year since we parted last spring in Chang'an. Young master is as handsome as ever. Congratulations. And this is..." Yang Zhenhao's eyes focused and he looked at Yang Fan. He was well aware of Shen Mu's identity and how much power he had. How could he underestimate someone who could walk shoulder to shoulder with Shen Mu? Shen Mu smiled and said, "Come, come, come. Let me introduce you. This is my brother, Yang Fan. You can call him Erlang. Erlang, this is the richest man in Huangshui, Yang Zhenhao, whom I mentioned to you before. Brother Yang." Little brother Yang Fan greets brother Yang. Yang Fan hurriedly went forward to greet him. Yang Zhenhao wore a turban on his head and a loose robe with pine and bamboo patterns. He was tall and thin, with a high forehead and a high nose. There were 3 strands of mustache under his chin. He did not have the stink of money of a merchant at all. He looked carefree and elegant, just like a distinguished scholar. It was difficult to associate him with a merchant's identity. After the greetings, Yang Zhenhao courteously led the 2 of them inside. At this time, Lady Chichi and Duo also came out of the carriage with their child. Shen Mu did not introduce Chichi to Yang Zhenhao. After all, the identity of the eldest daughter of the Li family was too illustrious. She was an unmarried young lady, but she had followed him thousands of miles to Longyu. It was difficult to explain to a man and a woman alone. Yang Zhenhao also had business dealings with the Li family. His jewelry business was with the Li family. It would be a little awkward for him to know that this lady was the pearl of the Li family. Yang Zhenhao was a little surprised to see two women come out of the carriage. One of them was even carrying a child. But he knew that Shen Mu was a playboy. Since Shen Mu did not point it out, he did not ask. He only quietly instructed the steward to quickly inform the lady of the residence. Yang Zhenhao led the guests into the mansion. They passed the front hall, the main hall, a few winding corridors, and a few houses before arriving at the back garden. They entered a moon door with vines and flowers hanging on it. There was a small winding stone path in the middle that led to a secluded place. To be able to build such a garden in Longyu, one must have put in a lot of effort. Just from this, it was enough to show the wealth of the Yang family. At the end of the winding path, a wide open space appeared in front of them. There was a pond about the size of an acre, rippling with light. A red pavilion with carved pillars was facing the water. The side facing the ground was open while the other three sides had windows. It was summer now and the windows were open. The wind blew in from all directions and it was very cool. In front of the pavilion, there was a woman with two maids waiting respectfully. When she saw the guests, she smiled and went forward to welcome them. This woman was Yang Zhenhao's legal wife, Lady Gong. Her maiden name was Nianxi. She was also from a prestigious family in the western region. Although she was around 30 years old, she had a clear and fair face without makeup. Her facial features were elegant and elegant. She looked like a person in her 20s. It was funny that the people of the Central Plains liked to wear Hu clothing. Longyu was the closest to the Hu people, but the local people liked to wear Han clothing. Lady Gong wore a floral, narrow-sleeved jacket with a lotus leaf skirt tied around her waist. She wore a plain robe on the outside. Her glossy black hair was tied up in a peony bun. Other than a jade hairpin in the bun, there were no other pearls or jade ornaments. She looked very simple and elegant. This style of dressing was not luxurious but graceful. It was just right for her noble status. One must know that the rich merchants of the western region were very different from the merchants of the Central Plains. They were actually the leaders of the local politics, economy, culture, and education. Although they were called merchant families, they were actually the families of the local officials. Their background was very deep. Naturally, the merchants who only dealt in business could not compare. Seeing that Lady Gong was about to step forward to pay her respects, Shen Mu hurriedly stepped forward and smiled. Both sides greeted each other. As the hostess, Lady Gong warmly invited the guests to sit in the pavilion. There were already a few tables in the pavilion. Everyone took their seats. All kinds of delicacies were served like flowing water. Musicians played under the door. Two beautiful Hu concubines walked in. The welcoming banquet began. Chapter 226. At this time, Shanju was also holding a welcoming banquet. The welcoming banquet was held at the post house. Because there were many merchants traveling from the south to the north, this post house simply ran an inn. In this way, not only did the imperial court not need to allocate a lot of construction funds, but it could also make a lot of money. Now, this post house in Shanju was connected with luxurious rooms. Just the banquet hall alone had several rooms, such as the upper hall, the lower hall, the main hall, the side hall, the east hall, and the west hall. The inner walls of the post house were lined with bamboo mulberry trees, halls, and corridors. There was also a pond with a circumference of several acres. One could go boating, fish, or lean against the railing to admire the moon. The environment was very elegant. Because this place also ran an inn and received merchants from all over, the post house was divided into different areas. The area for receiving officials and messengers was separated from the other areas by high walls. It was equipped with special kitchen rooms, livestock corridors, warehouses, and so on. It was Lu Shida's idea to make use of the large number of merchants from the north and south to open an inn to make up for the lack of funds allocated by the imperial court by running a hotel. Lu Shida was an honest official and did not take any money other than his salary. These years, He Changji was in charge of the military and administration of the Qingyuan army. As his deputy, he was in charge of logistics and farming. It could be said that he was in charge of money. However, he lived in a shabby house and could not even afford to hire a few servants. Now that Wang Xiajie and Qiu Shunji had come from Luoyang, he could not afford to hold a lavish banquet in his house. Fortunately, these two officials of the imperial court were here and should stay in the post house. The post house would be responsible for their food and accommodation, so it was reasonable for Lu Shida to host a banquet here. In fact, Lu Shida still benefited from them. Otherwise, as a local chief officer, there was no reason for this General Lu to go to the post house for receiving officials to eat. Lu Shida was the same age as Di Renjie. He was also an old man with a head full of grey hair. He was 8 feet tall, had a square mouth, and a plump body. In fact, he was a man of great self-restraint and magnanimity. The idiom "dry one's face" after spitting came from Lu Shida. One of Lu Shida's legs was a little disabled. When he was young, he fought in the army, and his right leg was cut by an enemy's hook. Although he recovered later, his leg was a little inconvenient to move. In addition, he was old and fat, so when he welcomed Qiu Shunji and Wang Xiajie into the inn, the two of them had to slow down in order to walk with him. Wang Xiajie was also a general of the border army and was an old acquaintance of Lu Shida. In terms of seniority, he was much younger than Lu Shida. Seeing that Lu Shida was having difficulty walking, he hurried forward to help him. Lu Shida smiled and said, "This old man is old, I'll have to trouble General Wang." Wang Xiajie said respectfully, "Duke Lu is too polite. Duke Lu has been guarding the western border and has worked hard. As a junior, it is only right for me to do so." Qiu Shunji, who was walking on the other side, glanced at Lu Shida and said lightly, "Lord Lu has been farming in the western regions for more than 10 years and has stored tens of thousands of bushels of grain, so that the soldiers in the border towns have enough grain. Not only did he avoid the pain of transporting grain for the imperial court, but he also saved a lot of money and grain for the imperial court. His Majesty is also very approving of this." Qiu Shunji's words seemed to be a compliment, but in fact, he was hinting that Lu Shida was just a petty official who was good at farming and had no achievements in military affairs. The border of the western regions was an important place. No matter what your strengths were, they would ultimately be in military affairs. If you had no achievements in military affairs, how could you be qualified to be the commander of an army? And at this moment, Lu Shida was acting for He Changji as the Qingyuan army's administrator and chief of the army. Lu Shida heard Qiu Shunji's implied meaning, but he only smiled faintly and did not explain. On the contrary, Wang Xiajie felt that it was unfair for him and said on the side, "General Qiu's words are wrong. Since the first year of Yongchun, Duke Lu has led troops to fight against the Tubo, and won 8 battles and dominated the western border. Later, because He Changji became the Qingyuan army's administrator, Duke Lu became the deputy and was in charge of the military supplies, so he rarely had the opportunity to go to war." Qiu Shunji chuckled and glanced at Lu Shida's fat body and stiff legs. He laughed and said in a joking tone, "Fortunately, Duke Lu has not led troops to war since then. Otherwise, this lifetime of fame, haha," Wang Xiajie said angrily. "The martial arts of a general is the ability to devise strategies and mobilize the 3 armies. Could it be that in General Qiu's eyes, the commander-in-chief of an army relies on personal bravery in battle? Duke Lu has won 8 battles in the western regions. I wonder if you, General Qiu, have fought against the Tubo and the Turks." Lu Shida pressed down Wang Xiajie's hand and coughed, saying, "The banquet will be held in this hall. Since the 2 generals are here on a secret edict, it is not appropriate to announce it to the public, so this old man did not inform the other generals. Today, only this old man is here to welcome the 2 generals. I hope the 2 generals will not mind the cold atmosphere. Haha, please come in." This time, Qiu Shunji and Wang Xiajie were actually sent by Wu Zetian to find out the situation. Wu Zetian sent 2 groups of people. One group was Qiu Shunji and Wang Xiajie, who rushed to Longyu to understand the actual situation of the Tang dynasty's military strength, combat power, deployment, provisions, equipment, and other aspects of the actual situation. The other group was sent to investigate the military strength, equipment, roads, fortresses, tribes, and conflicts between the various tribes in the area controlled by the Tubo with the cooperation of the local scouts. This was to act according to the situation and sow discord. This was the so-called knowing one's enemy. It was necessary to use military force, but it was impossible to defeat the Turks and Tubo in the Longyu area with military force, which was superior to the Tang dynasty. Whether it was the previous dynasty's Yang Jian or the current dynasty's Li Shimin, they were able to achieve brilliant results in the western regions because they cleverly made use of the internal conflicts of the foreign tribes and finally used military force to achieve great victories. This was the so-called the best military strategy. On the other hand, Wu Zetian had sent out troops to conquer the Tubo Empire several times, but she had always met them head-on with force. In the end, the Great Tang Empire had exhausted all of its troops while the Great Tang Empire had been waiting for its exhausted troops. Their battle prowess was not inferior to that of the Great Tang Empire at all. This time, Wu Zetian learned from the painful experience and decided to imitate the method used by Yang Jian and Li Shimin. On the point of sending troops, Qiu Shunji and Wu Zetian had the same goal, because he wanted to seize the opportunity to seize the military power of Longyu. At the same time, he was worried that the series of defeats in the past, coupled with the opposition of Di Renjie and other important officials in the court, would force Wu Zetian to send troops due to internal pressure and fear of another failure. So he planned to create a conflict in Longyu. He wanted to give the Tubo or Turks a chance to continue to the east, occupy an important Tang town, create a bloody case, and arouse the indignation of the court, so that it would be inevitable to send troops to the western regions. At that time, Lu Shida, as the commander-in-chief of the western regions, would have to bear the responsibility of the failure, be executed or exiled, and the military power would naturally be handed over. Before that, he still had to use Lu Shida and obtain Lu Shida's trust until this scapegoat completed his mission. After all, Lu Shida was the one who had to take the blame, so it wasn't good for him to become enemies with Lu Shida before that. Thinking of this, Qiu Shunji quickly changed his tone and said, "General Wang, why do you say so? I was just joking with Lu Shida. Duke Lu's military skills are divine, and I also admire you very much." Qiu Shunji said, attentively holding the other side of Lu Shida, and said with a smile, "Duke Lu, please." In a pavilion by the water, music was pleasing to the ears. Two dazzling Persian beauties danced gracefully in front of the hall. Their exotic dance was captivating. Their graceful and alluring bodies constantly transformed into soft and graceful curves. Not only were the men unable to take their eyes off them, but even Duo and Chichi were amazed by them. Little Chi was lying in Duoduo's arms, staring with her big black eyes, seemingly stunned. The two dancers had Persian beards, brown eyes, high noses, and snow-white skin. Their facial features were beautiful and charming, and they were very moving. Shunmu nodded repeatedly. Yang Zhenhao stroked his beard and said with a smile, "These two beauties were bought from an Arab merchant 2 months ago. They are very beautiful, and their bodies are enchanting. They are especially good at singing and dancing, and they are very tactful. Young master has come from afar, and the journey is lonely. I will send them to young master to serve on the pillow, grind ink, and sing songs to relieve your boredom." "Ha ha! Old Yang, you are too polite." "Then I won't be polite." Shunmu laughed, and just as he accepted the gifts, he suddenly felt 2 sharp gazes shoot toward him. Shunmu was alarmed, and only then did he remember that he had brought a vinegar jar with him. He quickly changed the topic and very naturally said, "However, Shunmu is not young anymore, and I don't have the frivolous mood of a young man. I plan to give these 2 dancers to Erlang. Brother Yang, please don't take it to heart." Yang Zhenhao smiled and said, "Since they have already been given to young master, it is naturally up to young master to decide." Yang Fan was greatly embarrassed. These 2 beautiful and enchanting Persian beauties were indeed very beautiful. As a man, Yang Fan could not take his eyes off their dance, but he was not at all used to giving women away like they were goods. Besides, he had come to the western regions on official business. What was the big deal about taking two beauties back? Yang Fan hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, no, Brother Shen should keep them for yourself. Shen Mu was stared at by Miss Chichi's murderous eyes and did not dare to accept these two troublemakers. Even though he felt the pinch, he still laughed and said, Since you call me brother, don't reject my brother's gifts. Yang Fan said, No, no, no. He turned to look at Zhong Yi and immediately said, Brother Zhong and I feel like old friends. This is our first meeting and I do not have any presentable gifts to offer. Since that is the case, I will present these two dancers to Brother Zhong. Zhong Yi did not expect such good fortune to fall into his lap. Upon hearing this, his spirits rose and he laughed and said, If that is the case, then I am ashamed to accept it. Ha ha ha, although this is the first time I have met Erlang, we are indeed compatible. From now on, you and I are brothers. Brothers. Ha ha. After the banquet, all kinds of drinks, dried fruits, and candied fruits were served. Everyone either sat or walked around, chatting with each other. Shen Mu gave Yang Zhenhao a look, and the two of them slowly walked side by side along the pool. Yang Zhenhao and Shen Mu strolled along the lake. On the surface of the lake, a few couples of mandarin ducks swam leisurely. Yang Zhenhao told Shen Mu in detail. When they walked 3 rounds around the lake and returned to the pavilion, Yang Zhenhao was already at the end of his story. Young master, don't worry. The first batch of rations has been safely delivered. Shen Mu nodded his head and said, Rations, weapons, and armors must be provided in a timely manner. In order to contain the Turks and Tubo, it is not enough to rely on the army of the imperial court. Even if the imperial court were to pay a heavy price and innumerable amounts of rations, they might not be able to suppress their development. Moreover, Longyu is a long and narrow line. The Turks are in the south and the Turks are in the north. One south and the other north, they are keeping us in check. The border line is long and they can attack us at any time. This is also one of the reasons why they are able to succeed so many times and become so arrogant. If we can create some internal strife in one of the factions, we can focus on the other. After defeating one, we can deal with the other. This will make things easier. Supporting the Western Turks is a good idea. Their roots are also in the Turks. By supporting them, they can fight with the Eastern Turks for territory, tribes, and war. There is no lack of wise men in the imperial court. They will not let go of this good opportunity and can focus on dealing with the other ferocious tiger. Yang Zhenhao nodded his head repeatedly, saying, Young master is thinking of the long term and has a grand plan. I understand. You don't have to worry about me. I will definitely provide you with the necessary supplies. Shen Mu nodded his head, saying, If that is the case, I can rest assured. I still have some matters to attend to in Longyu and these matters have nothing to do with you. You are a merchant and as long as you can handle these matters well, it will be the greatest help to me. Yang Zhenhao laughed. Young master can rest assured. After they finished talking about the main topic, both of them relaxed. Yang Zhenhao joked, I remember that last year in Chang'an, you were a frequent guest at the brothel, snuggling up to the beauties and living a carefree life. I bought these two courtesans at a high price and have never touched them before. I was planning to give them to young master as a gift for your birthday celebration. Why did young master change his mind? Shen Mu grumbled, You are still talking. You can give them away but you have to do it in such a grand manner. You want me to do it in front of 7. Ari. How can I accept them? Yang Zhenhao was enlightened and said, Could it be that young master does not want to offend one of the two ladies? Let me guess, it should be that noble and elegant lady in a light blue dress. Shen Mu did not speak and only pretended to be distressed. Yang Zhenhao said with a smile, Young master is really like the stars shining in the sky. That lady is really not bad. Hehe, I did not think this through. I thought she was just an ordinary lady by your side. I did not expect her to have such a great background. How about this? I will look for 2 excellent courtesans and send them to young master. There is no need. Shen Mu said with a smile. Fortunately, Beta Percy did not want to accept them and gave them to Zhong Yi. I was just being polite to Beta Percy but he did not stand on ceremony at all. He. After we leave this place, I will ask him to give them to me. Shun Mu had just said this when he saw Zhong Yi's eyebrows crooked, his eyes slanted, his face full of satisfaction as he walked out from a fork in the forest. Behind him were the two Hu girls. Their hair was disheveled, their clothes were untidy and their cheeks were flushed red. Seeing Shun Mu, Zhong Yi immediately greeted him with a smile. "Ha, young master, these two women are really interesting. Their butts are round and big. They are so charming." Shun Mu looked at Zhong Yi and then at the two courtesans behind him. He stared and said, "You, where do you work?" Zhong Yi stuck his thumb up and said proudly, "In the forest. I have not touched a woman's body for 2 months. Today is really comfortable." Shun Mu looked up at the sky and sighed, "How could I forget that you are called Little Flying General? It is not only because of your fast arrows." When Shun Mu and the rest left the Yang residence, Yang Zhenhao opened the door and sent them off. In order to prevent people from noticing, Yang Fan did not ask for his carriage back. Instead, he gave it to Shun Mu to take with him. He also changed one of the courtesans who was given to Zhong Yi into the same outfit as Duo. She carried a bundle in the shape of a baby and boarded the carriage first. She purposely rolled up the curtains so that people could vaguely see her. Shun Mu walked out of the residence and chatted with Yang Zhenhao for a long time before boarding the carriage. He swaggered to the Huangshui post house. Among the local residences, that was the best place. Yang Fan and Duo carried the baby. While they were pretending to chat in front of the gate, Madame Gong personally escorted them to the corner gate of the backyard and left in a hurry. Before they left, the steward of the Yang residence had already given them a few pointers so that they knew the layout of Huangshui City and which areas had houses for rent. Therefore, after leaving the Yang residence, they went straight to the south of the city. Because there were a large number of merchants coming and going in this city, there were many shops, inns, taverns, and brothels. As a result, the entire city was divided into relatively obvious areas. The east side of the city was where the civil and military officials and the mansions of the rich and powerful merchants gathered. The west side of the city was where all kinds of shops and businesses gathered. The north side of the city was dominated by all kinds of entertainment venues. The south side of the city was where the local residents gathered. Therefore, if they wanted to rent a long-term residence, it was easiest to find it in the south side of the city. Duo carried the baby and followed behind Yang Fan. She blindly followed his every step like a little wife. From the east side of the city, they directly turned to the south side of the city. Along the way, they inquired about the information of the local people's houses for rent and sale. They entered the first alley in the south of the city that separated the cross street. Inside the alley, in a house with 2 courtyards, a young man wearing only a pair of jeans, his entire body tanned and extremely sturdy, was currently chopping firewood under a tree. There were deep traces of a pile of firewood by the wall, but other than the firewood at the bottom that was old, the firewood stacked high above was freshly chopped. In front of the pile of firewood was a flat blue stone. The young man held an axe in one hand and erected a wooden stake. With a swish of the axe, he cleanly chopped the wooden stake into 2 halves. It seemed that the chopped firewood by the wall was the result of his labor today. The firewood was still fresh, but when he chopped firewood, it was still accurate, steady, fast, and powerful. His arms really did have some arm strength. There was a stool under the shade of the tree. A woman in her 40s, wearing a beige long dress that was half new but not old, sat on the stool with one leg crossed. She scolded him, "Look at you. You're not young anymore. How can you not even know how to go on a blind date, huh? When you were a spy, you were so capable. You could pretend to be a dragon and a tiger like a tiger. But when you see a girl's parents, you're so clumsy. You can't even fart with 3 sticks." The young man didn't say a word. He just kept chopping firewood. The woman was annoyed and said angrily, "Did you hear what I said? You only know how to chop firewood. Every time you go out and come back, you chop a wall of firewood for me. No matter how much firewood you chop, I'm still living alone at home. I don't have a daughter-in-law, not to mention a grandson. When I see other people's children, I'm very curious. I say, Sheji, although our Gao family has declined, you're still a descendant of the Gugurio royal family. If you can't even find a wife, won't our Gao family have no descendants?" Pa. Another 2 pieces of firewood fell to the ground. The young man helplessly turned around and said, "Mother, look at what you're saying. I'm only in my 20s. Why are you worried about having no descendants?" The woman said angrily, "You blockhead. When you were young, Crow, who played with you in the mud, became a father at the age of 15. Now, his 4th daughter can call him father. You're already in your 20s. Don't you think it's too late? You don't even know how to go on a blind date. If you only know how to chop firewood, do you think your wife and child will come looking for you?" Just as the woman said this, the door knocker knocked a few times. A clear girl's voice came from outside the door. She asked, "Excuse me, is there anyone in the house?" The woman glared at her son. She got up and opened the door. She saw a pretty girl with big eyes and handsome eyebrows. She was holding a child in her arms. She stood under the door and asked, "Auntie, do you have a house to rent or sell?" The woman looked her up and down. She hesitated and said, "There is an empty house. We can rent or sell it." "Miss, you," Duo heard her words and happily turned around. She called out to someone in the distance, "Second brother, don't look anymore. This family has a house to rent or sell." Hearing the call, Yang Fan, who was asking at the door of another house, immediately ran over. The woman looked at them and asked, "Are you husband and wife?" There were some married women in the Longxi area who called their Langjun brother. Therefore, the woman was not sure about their relationship. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Auntie, you misunderstood. This girl is my sworn sister. I'm here to accompany her to find a place to live." The woman said, "Oh." She opened the door and said, "Come in and talk." When Yang Fan and Duo entered the courtyard, they saw a strong man with braided hair. His upper body was bare, and he held a sharp axe in his hand. He stood there and coldly sized them up. The young man was quiet, but the woman was talkative. She pulled the 2 to sit in the courtyard and started chatting with them. The woman was Mrs. Pu, and the young man was her only son. His name was Gaosha Chicken. The mother and son lived in a house with 2 entrances and 2 back entrances. The house was not an exquisite mansion, it was the most common type of house in the area. The roof was made of yellow mud mixed with grass, and it was covered with a thin layer of tiles. Because there were only the 2 of them and their son was not home often, they wanted to rent or sell the house in the back so that it would not be empty. If the house in the back was sold, the buyer would only need to build a wall between the 2 houses and open a door in the original back wall. They could enter and exit through another alley without much work. This was originally Mrs. Pu's idea of selling the house, but she changed her mind when she heard the pretty girl's identity. It turned out that on the way here, Yang Fan had discussed it with Duo and felt that it wasn't suitable for her to live here as a married woman. After all, she still had to get married. Moreover, she was actually unmarried and had no children. As time passed, the neighbors in the neighborhood would inevitably notice it and inevitably arouse suspicions. What happened in Luoyang would not spread so far. Besides, Wu Yuyi did not even know that the person he was looking for had already given birth. It was better for her to choose a place to live as an unmarried woman, making it easier for her to start her own life. As for the child, he would say that he was the son of her eldest brother. Her brother and sister-in-law had been killed by bandits, and she and the child had been rescued by Yang Fan. Duo thought that this was reasonable and agreed to his arrangement. Mrs. Pu, who was suffering from her son's inability to find a wife, heard of Duo's background and felt sympathetic tears. She suddenly thought of her son who could not find a wife. She looked at Duo again and felt like an old woman looking at her daughter-in-law. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. Mrs. Pu immediately said enthusiastically, "Is that so? What a poor girl. Then you can stay here with me. It's just a run-down house. Just give me a few coins. You're a girl with a child. In my opinion, there's no need to build a wall in the middle or open another door. We can live in the front and back courtyards and look after each other." Yang Fan looked worriedly at the silent youth and asked, "Auntie, are there only the 2 of you at home? Is your son unmarried?" Mrs. Pu clapped her hands and laughed. "Yes, you don't have to worry about this. We are a family of our own. My son is especially honest. Also, he is a soldier and works under Ambassador Lu. He won't do anything illegal. Oh. Young Fan didn't quite believe her. Mrs. Pu panicked and ran into the inner room to retrieve her son's uniform and badge. She placed it in front of Young Fan so he could see it clearly. She said, "Look, it's right. If it weren't for the fact that my son is a soldier and is often away from home, I wouldn't have sold the house in the back. Warrior, don't worry. We've been living here for dozens of years, and we obey the law. How would we dare to do anything that goes against the rules? This old woman and this daughter of mine are very congenial, so let her stay here. This old woman is usually alone at home, and it's boring. At least we'll have a companion." As Mrs. Pu spoke, she seemed to be afraid that her son's fierce look would scare the girl away. She glared at him and said, "I'm talking to someone here. What are you listening for? Go and chop the firewood." Koshek Chicken's chiseled face was expressionless. After being reprimanded by his mother, he didn't make a sound. He just silently picked up his axe and turned to chop the firewood. Mrs. Pu chuckled and said to Duoduo politely, "Miss, what do you think?" Young Fan also cast an inquiring glance at Duoduo. Miss Duoduo looked at the benevolent-looking Piyusha, then turned her head to look at the Kosho chicken who was busy chopping firewood in the yard. She did not feel that this taciturn and seemingly fierce young man was dangerous. Instead, she felt that he was steady and reliable, so she nodded to Young Fan. Young Fan smiled and said, "Good. If that's the case, Duoduo, you and Auntie Pu will be neighbors from now on." When Young Fan left the Gao family, Duoduo carried the child and accompanied by Mrs. Pu to the alley. When Young Fan asked her to go back again, Duoduo suddenly handed the child to Mrs. Pu and knelt down. She kowtowed to Young Fan 3 times, tears streaming down her face. Strolling along the long street, thinking of this scene, Young Fan couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. No matter what, all of this was over for now. He would never forget the great mother who was buried alone under the 7th grain cellar of Kang City in Luoyang, Chun Ni. If she was still in heaven and saw her son safely return to his hometown, she would probably be smiling in the underworld. The trip to Longyu was over. Next, it was time for him to fight for his goal. Chapter 227. This was a dirty, smelly, and chaotic alley. When Young Fan was still far away from the alley, he could already smell an unpleasant smell. This smell was a mixture of all kinds of foul smells. It was impossible to accurately describe it, but one could feel that when this smell rushed into one's nose, it would immediately make one feel suffocated, and even breathing would become difficult. However, it was this smelly alley that was actually bustling with people coming and going. This was an alley in the commercial district of West City. At the entrance of the alley was a half-collapsed courtyard wall of a family. At the foot of the wall were a few beggars, half sitting and half sitting. Even though it was a scorching summer day, they were wrapped in leather robes that had lost all their fur and were now shiny. People walked around them, not even glancing at them. In front of them, there were only a few coins or half-eaten bread in the broken pots. Walking into the alley, it became even more crowded. There was a drainage ditch on the side of the road. Rainwater and domestic water had accumulated in the ditch, and a layer of green fur had already grown on it. One could faintly see human and cow and horse feces being washed down, gently floating on the surface of the green fur. This alley was a place where all kinds of fur, animal bones, and other grassland products were wholesale and retail. The fur and animal bones sold here were goods that had not been processed in any way. The fur had not been washed or tanned. The whole cowhide and sheepskin were hard and flat, all piled up together, emitting an unpleasant smell. However, after these things were processed and sold to the Central Plains, they could be made dozens or even hundreds of times more profitable. Therefore, some rich merchants who traded in silk and satins did not mind the overwhelming stench here at all. They would personally come to see the goods, negotiate the price, and finally load the goods that they were satisfied with into their carriages before leaving excitedly. As Young Fan walked down the street, in order not to attract attention, he also bought a wolfskin mattress. Of course, with his current appearance, he would not buy an expensive wolfskin that was hunted in autumn or winter. Moreover, this wolfskin was not good in terms of color or workmanship. The wolfskin was still hard, and there were even a few damaged areas. Yang Fan rolled up the wolf pelt and tucked it under his ribs. He continued to look around as he walked forward. After a while, he saw a sign with a black yak drawn on it. The yak was not big, but its horns were huge. The word Li was written on the two half-moon-shaped horns. Yang Fan knew that he had arrived at his destination. The front of this shop wasn't big, and there was a pile of yak hides of poor quality in front of the door. On the other side, there was a complete ox skull with two sharp and huge horns. Yang Fan paused for a moment at the door. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he immediately walked in. There was only the shopkeeper and a young shop assistant in the shop. The shop wasn't big, and it was difficult for 3 or 4 people to even turn around after entering. There were only a few things sold in this shop. Some were placed outside, and most of the goods were in the backyard. The backyard was the spacious space, and all the shops here were like this. Seeing that there were no customers in the shop, Yang Fan used the code that Xu Liang taught him when he left the capital to contact the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was in his early 50s, and his body was thin. His skinny face was full of wrinkles, and he had a sparse beard, which made him look like a big mouse. After using the code, the shopkeeper's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, "In your group, you are the only one who came out alive. You actually came out unscathed." Yang Fan was startled, and he said, "What do you mean? What happened to the other groups?" The shopkeeper asked curiously, "Could it be that your group didn't encounter any bandits or Tibetan scouts?" Only now did Yang Fan understand. He said, "I came alone, traveling with a large group, so I didn't encounter any accidents. But someone else has arrived. Did they encounter any trouble along the way?" The shopkeeper pulled Yang Fan and said, "Come with me." The shopkeeper pulled Yang Fan to the back, and as they walked, he gave him a brief explanation of the situation. It turned out that the 100 cavalry guards who had set off from Luoyang, although they had disguised themselves as merchants or travelers, had all encountered different groups of people and different degrees of attacks along the way. In the end, not a single group had been able to reach the Huangshui unscathed. Some of them had even been completely wiped out. Up until now, the shopkeeper had only received 3 groups of people. In total, there were only 7 survivors, and all of them were injured. Including Yang Fan, there were only 8. In other words, if no one else arrived, then of the 50 elites sent out by the 100 cavalry, only these 8 people were left. The guards who had been attacked had thought that there were as many bandits as there were hairs on an ox in the Longyu area. It was only in the past 2 days that they had learned from the person in charge of contacting the local army that the people they had encountered might be bandits cutting the path, but most of them were probably gorge scouts. Only the gorge pass scouts, skilled in ambushes and fearless of death, in a situation where they were completely unprepared, could cause such great damage to these brave and skilled soldiers. As Yang Fan listened to the shopkeeper's explanation, he hurriedly bypassed the mountain of stinking fur goods and turned to a row of simple houses in the backyard. Zhong Shitong was slowly moving in front of a house with his walking stick when he suddenly saw the shopkeeper leading Yang Fan over. He immediately stopped and looked carefully. His hand loosened and the walking stick fell to the ground with a clang. Zhong Shitong looked like he had seen a ghost. You are Yang Fan?" Yang Fan saw that he was standing unsteadily on his own. He hurriedly stepped forward and picked up the walking stick to support his ribs. "Of course it's me. How did you become like this?" Zhong Shitong said in surprise. "You're alone, how come you're not injured at all? Didn't you meet a single Tibetan scout along the way?" Yang Fan repeated what he had said to the shopkeeper to Zhong Shitong. Zhong Shitong wanted to cry but had no tears. "I didn't expect that you would escape a calamity by traveling west alone. Sigh, let's not talk about it. I, Zhong Shitong, have been on the battlefield before, and the number of foreigners who have died under my blade is at least a few dozen. I've never fought such a stupid battle, being ambushed for no reason." Zhong Shitong said angrily, "It's not that we are careless, but sometimes, there are travelers who lead camels, women, and children with us. How can you be wary of them? Hey, I've been traveling with you for 3 days. A moment ago, I was singing to you around the bonfire with strong liquor in my hands, and the next moment, a knife came stabbing me. It's impossible to guard against it." Yang Fan patted his shoulder and said, "I've heard the general situation from the shopkeeper. Who else has arrived? Zhong Shitong pointed to the row of houses behind him and said, they're all inside. Including me, there are only 7 left alive. Most of them are injured. I don't know how long it will take for them to recover. Yang Fan said, I'll go take a look first. Yang Fan stepped into the room. Zhong Shitong leaned on his crutch and followed behind the shopkeeper. The people who had already arrived were Huang Xuchang, Zhong Shitong, Zhong Qi, Tian Yang, and Wei Tongchuan. Most of them were injured. Among them, Tian Yang's injury was the most serious. He had been stabbed in the ribs. Because of the hot weather and the lack of timely treatment, he had fallen unconscious after arriving at the Huangshui River. He had gotten better in the past few days, but he was still unconscious most of the time. Huang Xuchang's injuries were also not light. He had been injured twice. After escaping from the first attack, he was attacked a second time only 3 days later. They killed their way all the way to the Huangshui River. The draftsmen from the Ministry of Works they had been ordered to protect had also been killed on the way. Huang Xuchang was the captain and the person in charge of this mission. He had great responsibilities. These days, he had been angry, and his mouth was full of blisters. Yang Fan comforted him, Captain Huang, don't blame yourself too much. You're a warrior who charges and breaks through enemy lines. You're not good at scouting. Huang Xuchang said dejectedly, don't comfort me, that's not a reason at all. Even those crude and barbaric Tibetans can be as cunning as foxes. Why can't we be good scouts? I was too careless. Yang Fan asked, did you inform the Huyuan army to capture those scouts? The shopkeeper said, that's too difficult. They usually mix in with all walks of life, just like the common people. How can we tell who is the real scout? There are many foreigners here, and there's no lack of good people among them. We can't capture them all, can we? Besides, not all the scouts in the Tongxia are Tibetans. Yang Fan said, of course we can't find all the scouts, but it's not completely useless. Just now, Captain Huang said that along the way, they killed many people who attacked them, including our brothers who were completely wiped out. I don't believe that the other side didn't suffer any casualties. Since those Tibetan scouts have legitimate identities, they must have an explanation for their sudden death, right? The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. You mean? Yang Fan said, if they want to hide here for a long time, it's not possible for those who died to come up with an excuse to go out. It's also not easy to hide from the neighbors that they died of a sudden illness. The best excuse is that they met the horse thieves when they were out grazing. Also, they don't need anyone to ask, they will spread the news themselves, so, the shopkeeper continued, so, as long as we investigate the recent deaths of the bandits in the various prefectures, counties, and tribes in Longyu, we will be able to find the spies. Yang Fan said, that's right. Zhong Shitong said, leaning on his walking stick, but there might be people who really died from bandits. Yang Fan said, I know, so, we still have to investigate. He would definitely be able to find some of them. These spies had to be found one by one. He couldn't just let them run wild in Longyu. I think it's because of this reason that they always try to snatch the corpses back. They don't want to expose a group of people just because of a corpse. But as long as they make a move, there will be casualties. This method can be used by the local authorities often. In the future, there will be fewer Tibetan scouts attacking our soldiers. Huang Xuchang slapped his forehead, that's right. Why didn't I think of this? Huang Xuchang gave Yang Fan a thumbs up and sincerely said, this is a really good idea. I've always looked down on you. After being tricked by others, and after today's matter, I've finally accepted my defeat. A good brain is really more useful than a good body of martial arts. Yang Fan said with a smile, Captain is too polite. I just thought of this idea by chance. It's just that, Huang Xuchang said, capturing the Tufan scouts is, in the end, of no help to our mission. Right now we have suffered heavy casualties, we are only left with these few people, and each one of them is wounded. His Majesty has placed high hopes on us. If this trip to the western region is fruitless, and we suffer heavy casualties, what would His Majesty think? Yang Fan thought for a while and said, Captain's injuries are very serious. By the time you and your brothers recover and can move freely, I'm afraid it will take more than a month at the earliest. If we drag this out, It will be even harder to find information during autumn and winter. If Captain is trustworthy, then leave this mission to me. Huang Xuchang looked at young Fan in bewilderment and said, You? Just you? Chapter 228. Young Fan said, Of course, not only that. There are also the scouts from the He Yuan army helping me. I have thought about it. The reason we ended up like this after leaving Luoyang is because we are not familiar with Longyu. Even if we changed into the attire of the Longyu people, we would not be able to blend in quickly. The locals would be able to see the difference at a glance, which is why you were ambushed. I am only one person. If I blend in with the horse caravan that is used to Longyu, it will not be easy for others to see through me. Furthermore, it is not suitable for you to move in your current situation. Why don't I go alone, along with the scouts from the He Yuan army? Maybe it will have a miraculous effect. This, Huang Xuchang was slightly hesitant. Young Fan smiled slightly. Looking at the pitiful state of the 100 cavalry soldiers in the room, he said, Everyone came west together. Some of our brothers have been slumbering in Longyu. It is not that the brothers here do not want to carry out the mission, but they do not have the strength to act. Our time is tight. If young Fan does not disappoint everyone and completes the mission, the credit will naturally belong to everyone. Young Fan will not be greedy for credit alone. Hearing this, Huang Xuchang's black face turned red. He said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Will I fight with you for credit? I am just worried that so many of us will be killed by the enemy. You are alone. Young Fan said, What is there to worry about? Someone has to do this. Since I am a soldier, how can I be afraid of death? We have so many brothers. Some are dead, some are injured, and some are dead. I am the only one who is still alive and kicking. If I don't go, who else can go? Can I be a coward? Huang Xuchang looked at him for a long time. He sat up with difficulty and held young Fan's hand. He said emotionally, Beta Percy, after you entered the 100 cavalry, I, old Huang, started to be picky and disliked you no matter how I looked at you. Old Huang was wrong. This matter concerns the honor of the 100 cavalry. Now, I will leave it to you. Young Fan looked at this soldier who valued honor more than his life. He did not say anything and only nodded heavily. He then turned to the shopkeeper and said, Have the local scouts who cooperated with us come here? The shopkeeper replied, Not yet. Only an officer in charge of this matter came by to deliver some necessary medicine and invited a doctor from the army to treat everyone. Because your trip here is an absolute secret, and you can't move for the time being due to your injuries, we haven't sent any scouts to coordinate with you yet. Young Fan thought for a moment and said, How about this? You inform them to send someone over tomorrow afternoon. We'll meet first and discuss our plan of action. Most of our people are injured, so there's no need for them to send the original number of scouts. However, the scouts must be elite. I want the most outstanding scouts here. The shop owner nodded and said, All right. I'll inform them immediately. Young Fan continued, Captain Huang, brothers, stay here and recuperate. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Huang Xuchang asked, Aren't you going to stay here? Young Fan said, It's easy for me to go alone. I won't attract too much attention wherever I go. The main reason why we were recognized the moment we arrived in Longyu is because we don't look like locals. I want to walk around and learn more about the customs here. Huang Xuchang nodded and said, All right. Then be careful. By the time young Fan left the leather shop, it was already late. It was already past the hottest period of the day, and it was almost dusk. The sun had already lost its power, and the wind that was blowing against his face had a trace of coolness. The people who were drowsy from the midday heat felt refreshed as they faced the wind. Young Fan did not wander around aimlessly. In order to find his enemy, his experience of hiding in Luoyang for more than a year told him that there was no quick way to blend in with the locals in a place with different customs. Rather than wasting time on this, it was better to seek help from Shen Mu. Although Shen Mu was stationed in Chang'an, he clearly had an enormous hidden force in Longyu. Since they were already working together, how could he not make use of such a powerful person? Young Fan carried the wolfskin mattress and asked around until he found the Huangshui courier station. More accurately, This was the Huangshui courier station. A courier station was a place set up by the imperial court to receive officials, couriers, and other public servants. Only a level lower than it was called a guest house. It was a place set up by the local government to receive officials and public servants who had connections. Next was a private inn. The Huangshui courier station was actually a collection of courier stations, guest houses, and inns, so it occupied a large area. Yang Fan rushed directly to the northwest corner of the Huangshui courier station, where the inn was located. The grade of the inn at the Huangshui courier station was no worse than the guest houses here. This was the most high-end inn in the city. Yang Fan wandered all the way from the west of the city. After confirming that no one was following him, he entered the inn with a bundle of wolf skin. The waiter in the inn saw him dressed like this and almost threw him out. Hearing that Yang Fan was looking for someone, the waiter doubtfully asked him to wait outside the door while he went in to report. In a short while, Zhongyi ran out with his mouth wide open. There were a few red lipstick marks on his cheeks. It seemed that this little flying general, who had not tasted meat for months, was really greedy. He couldn't wait to have sex in the garden of the Yang family, and after checking into the inn, he enjoyed the bliss of having 2 wives. Although this little flying general was as cunning as a fox and as vicious as a wolf, his attitude toward people was very simple. If you are good to me, I will be good to you. If you treat me as a brother, it doesn't matter if I risk my life for you. Yang Fan had given him 2 enchanting and moving Persian beauties in a flash. This little flying general really treated Yang Fan as a brother. Haha. Erlang, why are you here? I was thinking of looking for you to drink some other day. You came at the right time. Don't leave tonight. Let's drink to our heart's content. Zhongyi went forward to hug Yang Fan and pulled him inside. The waiter saw that this ordinary person was really this rich guest's friend and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Haha, is that so? When Shenmu heard the reason for Yang Fan's visit, he couldn't help but laugh. I originally didn't expect the soldiers from Luoyang to be able to find any special information. I originally wanted to help you in this aspect. This is also good. Throw away those people and you are the only one. It will be more convenient for us to move around. Yang Fan said happily, if that's the case, I really have to thank Brother Shen. Shenmu waved his hand and said, don't mention it. Speaking of which, there is no falsehood in the various reports from Longyu. The Empress is just being paranoid by those scheming officials around her. That's why she can't trust anyone. The information I've gathered might be more detailed than what the military scouts have gathered, but that's all there is to it. There won't be much difference. Shenmu said again, where will you be staying tonight? If you can leave, why not stay here? Gathering information is a small matter. My people have been gathering information from various places in Longyu, so it's just a matter of convenience. You don't have to worry about this matter too much. As for the matter that I mentioned, we still need to discuss it properly. Yang Fan said with a smile, I came here today with the intention of being an unwelcome guest. If you don't ask me to stay, I will not leave either. At night, in Shenmu's room, the 3 of them sat facing each other. Zhongyi is the only one drinking heartily. The wine is good, the dishes are good, but Shenmu and Yang Fan's minds are not here. Shenmu said, the Tubo army's organizational structure is like this. The country is divided into 4 RU. Each RU is divided into 2 sub-RU. Each sub-RU has 4 Dongdai. Each sub-RU also has a direct subordinate Dongdai. In addition, there are 4 Imperial Army Dongdai guarding the 4 RU. Each sub-RU has a marshal, a deputy general and a judge. In total, there are more than 400,000 soldiers and horses. Their armors and weapons are highly skilled and can be forged into excellent weapons. We have already talked about their fighting strength. Next, we will talk about their weaknesses. And they are unavoidable weaknesses. Yang Fan's spirit was aroused and he leaned forward slightly. Shenmu said, the Tubo are good at fighting, they dare to fight and they are not afraid of death. This is not false. But they have a big problem. Our dynasty's soldiers and generals belong to the country. The soldiers and generals are not united. For example, the current Longyu general is Lu Shida. If Lu Shida is transferred to Liaodong tomorrow and Qiu Shinji is appointed as the Longyu general, he can also command Longyu's hundreds of thousands of soldiers. But Lu Shida, he single-handedly took up his post. When he goes to Liaodong, he can command Liaodong's hundreds of thousands of soldiers. This kind of situation is impossible for the Tubo. Shunmu took a sip of wine and said, "The Tubo army has a big problem. This problem exists even in the elite troops of the Tubo headquarters, and that is, the power of the general does not come from the top, but from the bottom." Yang Fan asked, "What do you mean?" On the side, Zhongyi gulped down a big bowl of wine. He stared at them and then grabbed the wine jar and filled it again. Shunmu said, "The Tubo army and the people are united. During wartime, they are the army, and during peacetime, they are the people. Their general is the lord and the leader of the tribe during peacetime. Because he has people and territory in his hands, he is recruited to fight in wartime. That's why he is a general. If his men and horses are all killed, he as the lord will naturally be finished. Even if Zon Pu wants to use him, he can't send him to any other lord's tribe to command other people's troops. In this case, it means that as long as his men and horses are all killed, he will be penniless. It's impossible for him to become the commander and continue to live the life of a superior. Therefore, they must preserve their capital. Once the battle is too hard, even if the soldiers dare to fight, their leaders will not dare to continue fighting. They will do everything possible to preserve their own strength." Yang Fan suddenly understood and gently nodded his head. Shunmu continued, "Let's talk about those vassal tribes of Tubo, such as Yangtong, Supi, and Tuyuhun. They are regarded as foreign tribes by the Tubo nobles and are discriminated against. When they go out to war, the Tubo's generals and soldiers are fed with meat and drink, but they are often hungry and full. Not to mention this, as vassal tribes, they must regularly pay tribute to the Tubo's headquarters, send troops for free, and distribute the spoils of war first to the Tubo's headquarters. How can they not harbor resentment? It's just that they are forced by the situation and have no choice but to comply. Therefore, there are those who outwardly agree but secretly oppose, there are those who secretly drag the troops down, and there are those who betray our court. These are the weaknesses that we can exploit. Sui when Emperor Yang Jian and our dynasty's Emperor Taizong were able to defeat them completely because they cleverly exploited their internal contradictions. Otherwise, with the wisdom of these two sovereigns and the many elite soldiers and generals under them, they may not be able to easily win against such a brave and skillful army." Yang Fan sighed, "That's right. No matter how brave and skillful an army is, if it has this flaw, as long as it is exploited, there is no reason for it not to lose. Fortunately, they did not learn our Central Plains military system, otherwise this Tubo would be even more of a headache." Shunmu laughed heartily and said, "That's impossible. The reason why I said that this is an unavoidable flaw is because of this. They can't learn our military system." Seeing Shunmu laughing, Zhongyi also giggled foolishly. After laughing, he picked up his wine bowl and said to the two of them, "Cheers." "Cheers." Finishing, without waiting for the two of them to reply, he tilted his head back and downed the wine again. Yang Fan stared at Shunmu and asked, "Can't learn it or don't want to learn it?" Shunmu replied, "It's that they can't learn it. Our Central Plains military system originated from our Central Plains agricultural system. The grassland military system originated from their nomadic system. Unless they also change to farming, otherwise they will not be able to learn it. Their current military system may have a major flaw, but it can still allow them to become a strong country in the western region. If they forcefully learn our dynasty's military system, I'm afraid they won't even be able to maintain their current situation and will soon become a mess. If a system lags behind the present and is still being implemented, then it will be a disaster. But no matter how outstanding a system is, if it surpasses the present and is implemented in the present, then it will also become a disaster." Yang Fan carefully pondered over Shunmu's words. After a long time, he was slightly moved and said, "Listening to a wise man's words is better than reading 10 years later. With Brother Shun's knowledge, if you enter the court and become a prime minister, it will be more than enough." Shunmu laughed and waved his hand, saying, "Erlang is too kind. This brother can only be an armchair strategist and cannot be a prime minister in court." Shunmu's smile faded and he said to Yang Fan, The Eastern Turks have the same problem as Tubo. But because they do not have many vassals, this problem is not as serious as Tubo. I plan to support the Western Turks to resist them and tie up the Eastern Turks. The focus of this division will be on the Tubo side. Although Tubo does not have two Khans, they have a prime minister whose authority is no less than that of the Khans. This prime minister is the god of war, Qianling, who has defeated several famous generals of my Tang dynasty. Qianling is the son of Tubo's former prime minister, Lu Dongzhan. When the current Zampu was young, Lu Dongzhan was the regent. After Lu Dongzhan's death, his son, Qianling, became the prime minister and continued to wield power. Now, this Zampu has grown up. Hearing this, Yang Fan finally understood Shen Mu's overall plan and could not help but be shocked at the meticulousness and farsightedness of his plan. Defeating an enemy once on the battlefield would only cause a temporary loss to the enemy. Unless it was a massive casualty, it would be very difficult to damage the enemy's vitality. However, once the conflict between the two opposing factions was provoked, the damage would be huge. It could even last for decades until the other party's national strength was exhausted. Yang Fan excitedly asked, "Then, what can I do?" Shen Mu replied, "Of course, you will be the one to discover this problem. You will be the one to find someone or something that the enemy can use and report it to the Empress so that she believes that she can use this to divide and disintegrate the enemy. If you are willing to share the credit with Teacher Shuai or some other general you are on good terms with, I believe that you will have a greater chance of success." Startled, Yang Fan somewhat disappointed, "What I am doing, is that simple?" Shen Mu smiled, "It is that simple." Yang Fan sighed, "This truly is a simple task." Chapter 229. After a long conversation last night, Yang Fan had received confirmation from Shen Mu, and his heart was at ease. When the two of them had decided on a plan and were ready to drink, they found that Zhongyi was already hugging a wine jar, curled up into a ball, and snoring away. The next morning, Yang Fan left Shen Mu's place and went to Duoduo's home. The second courtyard that Duoduo lived in was usually cleaned by the diligent Madame Park, so it was very clean. After Duoduo moved in, other than the bedding and oil rice that she had to buy herself, everything else was ready. Even the stove and pots were prepared. When she moved in yesterday, there was no time to buy anything. Madame Park wanted to make this beautiful daughter her daughter-in-law, so she enthusiastically pulled her into her room and invited her to have a meal together. Madame Park was afraid that her son would feel uncomfortable sitting in the room with a young lady, so she simply chased him out the door. The poor kosho chicken was carrying a bowl of porridge with only a few strips of pickled vegetables on it, squatting on the threshold to eat. This made Duoduo feel very bad. When Yang Fan arrived early in the morning, the kosho chicken was no longer at home. Madame Park was about to accompany Duoduo to buy some necessities. Before Yang Fan left, he left a sum of money for Duoduo. Little Seven was still young and needed someone to take care of her. Although Duoduo could take on some work at home, she still had a child to worry about. Thus, the money Yang Fan left her was enough to ensure that she would not have to work for a year. Seeing Yang Fan, Duoduo was very happy. Yang Fan took the child in his arms and accompanied Duoduo to buy things. Madame Park walked in front, helping Duoduo. Madame Park was very good at haggling over the prices of things. She could talk non-stop for half a day until the seller completely broke down and obediently sold the things to them at the price she offered. This way, Madame Park saved Duoduo a lot of money. Duoduo was happy to be free of worry and quietly chatted with Yang Fan in the back. Yang Fan whispered, "How was it? Did you live here well last night?" Duoduo nodded. "Yes, this place is similar to Shanju. I'm used to living here. But it's my first time living in someone else's house, so I was a little scared. I blocked the door at night and even put a rolling pin by my pillow." Speaking of this, Duoduo pursed her lips into a smile and said, "I was overthinking. This family is really honest. Their toilet is built at the back of the courtyard. Because I live in the back room, that kosho chicken is afraid of me. At night, he doesn't even dare to come to the backyard. He held it in for a whole night. When I woke up in the morning, I saw him running back like he was putting out a fire." Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Duo was able to be neighbors with such a kind and honest family. Yang Fan was relieved. Along the way, it was the Pu family who had helped with everything. There were only a few daily necessities that Duo could think of, but with Madame Park's reminder, she remembered many things that she had overlooked. When they returned, Yang Fan was a grown man, so he naturally became a laborer. He accompanied them back to the GAO residence, and it was Madame Park who helped Duo settle down. Seeing that everything was in order and there was nothing else to do, Yang Fan got up to leave, but Duo was unwilling to let him go. Soon, smoke rose from the chimney in the GAO residence's backyard. Although it was just a simple meal, with Duo and Madame Park's warm hospitality, Yang Fan was very full. After the meal, they sat for a while and played with Xiao Qi. After he took an afternoon nap, Yang Fan got up to leave. He went to the Li family's leather shop in the west of the city and saw Zhong Shitong, Huang Xuchang, and the others. The scouts sent by the Heyuan army had already arrived. They were all dressed in commoners' clothing. When they were brought in front of Yang Fan could not see the slightest hint of a soldier's temperament. They were completely ordinary commoners of Longyu. One of them had blue eyes and a long beard, and was actually a Hu. Yang Fan could not help but secretly praise them. These were the materials of a spy. If they had only relied on these people from Luoyang, even if nothing happened along the way, they would not have been able to complete the mission given to them by the imperial court. He examined the 4 scouts one by one, and when he saw the third person, he could not help but be startled. That person was also looking at him, and his face was full of surprise. Yang Fan stared at him for a while, and asked tentatively, "Gaosha chicken?" The dark-skinned man with 2 patches of dark red on his cheeks said with some surprise, "That's me." So Miss Duo's sworn brother is me. This was the first time Yang Fan had heard him speak. His voice was a little hoarse and had a strong Longxi accent. Yang Fan smiled and turned to the shopkeeper, "I don't need so many people, I only need 2. Yang Fan pointed at the Gaosha chicken, and then at the blue-eyed and bearded Hu, saying, "I just want the 2 of them, that's enough." The Gaosha chicken was a scout of the Heyuan army, and had always been responsible for gathering intelligence in enemy-occupied areas. He was one of the most outstanding spies in the Heyuan army. The blue-eyed and bearded man was a Turk who had lived in the Huang River region for generations. He had long since been assimilated into the Han language, and now he was also an outstanding scout in the Heyuan army. His name was Big Bear. This chicken and bear pair were very disapproving of Yang Fan's plan to travel west. Although there were many journeys in the western regions on the ancient roads, very few people would travel long distances with just 3 or 5 people. The difficulty of the roads and the presence of bandits meant that they had to form a group of at least several dozen camels. Only then could they deal with the ever-changing weather, the lack of water in the desert, and the elusive mounted bandits. For Yang Fan to travel west with just 3 people was no different from sending himself to his death. Thus, the 2 of them made a series of suggestions to Yang Fan, such as expanding the size of the scouts, forming a large caravan, or concealing their identities to join westbound caravans. Yang Fan did not comment on any of their suggestions. When they were ready to set off 3 days later, Yang Fan led the 2 to the inn of the Huang River relay station. Camels, horses, and ox carts converged to form a long procession. The cavalrymen were all tall and sturdy, and judging from their charm, temperament, and attire, they were probably frequent customers of the western region's trade routes. Looking at their rough faces that had been weather-beaten, it was as if a desert wind was blowing against one's face, carrying with it an endless amount of sand. Gaoshi Chicken noticed that the hands holding the knives were full of calluses, especially between the thumb and forefinger. Some people even had ugly, centipede-shaped knife scars on their cheeks. Although they did not have any other weapons besides their knives, the heavy backpacks on the backs of their horses could not contain gold or silver. The real big things were probably hidden away. There were probably not many people who could rob such a procession. If there were really some blind mounted bandits who wanted to find trouble with them, they were more likely to be robbed by them if they had fewer people. The temperament of these people was really more like a group of mounted bandits, and they lacked the feeling of merchants. Gaoshi Chicken said in surprise, "Erlang, we go with them?" Yang Fan said with a smile, How about it? With such a group of people, we can ensure that we go all the way west, right? Big Bear stroked his beard and said hesitantly, of course there is no problem. But I don't know where Erlang found such a group of people, and whether they are reliable. Young Fan said with a smile, I know that you two are the best scouts in the Hayuan army, but you should not underestimate us who came from the Imperial Army. Their identity is absolutely reliable. Do you think that we came to the western regions without any preparation? Big Bear and Gao She Chicken looked at each other and suddenly understood, although they actually did not hear any answer. Young Fan said, you wait here, I will go see their leader. After saying that, Young Fan stepped into the inn. In front of a restaurant opposite the inn, the innkeeper respectfully handed a copper alms bowl filled with food to a Lama monk. The Lama monk took the alms bowl and nodded to the innkeeper with a smile on his face. The innkeeper hastily put his palms together, bowed repeatedly, and escorted the monk out with a smiling face. The Lama monk did not go far, standing in a corner by the roadside. He leaned his Buddhist staff against the wall and put down the basket on his back, as if he wanted to eat here. The Lama monk was thin and withered, and his robe was so shabby that its original color could hardly be seen. He looked to be in his 50s, and the short hair on his head was faintly mixed with white. Because he was thin, there were many wrinkles on his face, but his dark and ruddy complexion showed that he was still very healthy. Under the shabby monk robe was a pair of straw sandals, revealing his dusty toes. It seemed that he had walked a long way. This was a Lamaism ascetic monk. Now was the time when the Lamaism was flourishing in the western region. A large number of monks were motivated to practice asceticism and practice yoga meditation. If there was anyone who could travel long distances alone on the western region trade route, it could only be this kind of ascetic monk. Because any passing caravan would not be stingy with giving them a mouthful of water or a bowl of rice, and the stealthy horse bandits would not beat up these penniless Lama monks who had to rely on others for even their porridge and rice, and who were determined to fight against heaven and earth to sharpen their will. No one noticed him, not even Young Fan. Even if Young Fan came face to face with him, he would not look at him more than once, because Tin Ano's disguise was really flawless. Even if she stood in front of Young Fan and admitted that she was Tin Ano, Young Fan would not believe that such a beautiful little girl could actually become like this. The wrinkles like old tree bark, the skinny body that did not have the slightest hint of femininity, and the pair of dirty feet, such an ascetic monk, how could she be the fresh and pretty Tin Ano? But she was indeed Tin Ano. Tin Ano saw Young Fan, just when the restaurant manager handed over the alms bowl. Tien Ainu was so shocked that she almost dropped her bowl of rice. She had followed them all the way here, originally to keep an eye on Shenmu's movements, but she never thought that Young Fan would also come to the western regions. He really came together with Shenmu, Tien Ari Nu thought to herself. She could not help but reveal a joyful smile on her face when she suddenly met him in a foreign land. A rich foreign merchant with a big belly and 2 servants passed by her. Suddenly seeing this ascetic monk smiling at him, he hurriedly stopped, put his palms together, and respectfully bowed to this master. Chapter 230. Shenmu, who had disguised himself as a wealthy merchant, stuck a big beard and stuffed something into his stomach, said to Young Fan, this time, let Zhongyi escort us. The people accompanying us are all carefully selected by him. Don't worry, with these people, there shouldn't be any danger along the way. Miss Chichi stood at the side, pouting. If they went any further, they would be out of the Tang army's complete control. Since the 4 towns of Anshi fell into the hands of the Tubo, their power continued to spread eastward and had now spread to the Hushi corridor. On both sides of this important road were mountain ridges. To the north were the Turks, and to the south were the Tubo. The widest part of the road was more than 200 miles, and the narrowest part was only a few hundred feet. It would be very dangerous if they were attacked. Now, there was neither the Tang army nor the Tubo army stationed in this large area. Both sides used this area as a buffer zone, which made the situation even more complicated. In addition to horse gangs and bandits, some caravans would occasionally act as horse bandits and kidnap other weaker caravans. And some of the small tribes living in this area were half people and half bandits. Shenmu was determined not to let Chichi follow them. He wanted her to wait for his return at the Huang River. Miss Chichi was very unhappy, but she also knew that Shenmu seemed to be easy to talk to. If she was too willful and annoyed him, then the loss would outweigh the gain. So even though she was unhappy, she could only agree. The caravan set off. Shenmu was disguised as a big merchant, Zhongyi was the leader of the caravan's guards, and Yang Fan, Gao Shiji, and Big Bear had blended into the caravan, becoming the assistants who rode on camels and pulled goods. When their caravan walked on the street and was about to turn to the West City Gate, they happened to see a group of Huyuan soldiers dragging a few Tubo men in the direction of the magistrate's office. Gao Shichikin moved closer to Yang Fan and whispered, "General Lu already knows about the method Erlang mentioned to find out the Tubo scouts. Pass down the military order, in this 1 month, in all the prefectures, counties, and tribes of Longyu, if there were any strong men who died suddenly due to an accident, and those who were close to them are all major suspects, General Lu ordered, capture them first, and then screen them." Big Bear narrowed his eyes as he looked at the group of people being taken away and said, with all the prefectures and counties taking action at the same time, they were less vigilant and unprepared. Now, we have found a lot of evidence from the families of those people we arrested. Out of 10, at most 1 or 2 are innocent. Erlang's plan is really good. However, this method can only be used this time. In the future, they will definitely be more careful and won't hide stolen goods and weapons in their homes anymore. Yang Fan nodded slightly and said, but because of this, they will have to be more apprehensive if they want to carry out an assassination. After all, even if there is no evidence, the sudden death of someone is still suspicious. Kosho Chicken and Big Bear nodded in agreement. Shanju City, Huyuan Army Camp, Lu Shida, Wang Xiajie and Qiu Shunji came out of a tent one after another. Lu Shida smiled and said, "This 100 cavalry guard surnamed Yang really has some tricks up his sleeves. This time, almost none of the people he arrested are innocent. Although he can't completely eradicate the Tufan scouts hidden in Longyu, he has greatly damaged their vitality." Qiu Shunji's eyes slightly turned and said to Lu Shida, "General Lu, the identities of the Tufan scouts have been verified. Can I transfer them at any time?" Lu Shida said, "Oh? General Qiu, what do you mean?" Qiu Shunji said with a smile, "Oh, nothing much. I just want to understand more about the Tufan situation from them. When His Majesty asks about it when we return to the capital, I will know what to do." At this time, Qiu Shunji and Wang Xiajie had already moved into the army camp because Qiu Shunji said that if they wanted to understand the current situation of the Longyu army, it would be best to live in the army camp. Wang Xiajie naturally agreed, and Lu Shida also did not object. The two of them now had their own tents, and the surrounding guards were also brought by them from Luoyang. After listening to Qiu Shunji's reason, Lu Shida smiled and said, "Of course." He turned his head and ordered a military official, "Pass down the order. General Qiu and General Wang have the right to interrogate the Tufan spies that have been captured. They are not to disobey." "Yes." The military official bowed and responded. Qiu Shunji turned around, a trace of a sly smile suddenly flitting across the corner of his mouth. Shenmu's troops left Huang River and traveled all the way west. Gradually, they stepped from Longyu to the land west of the river. After passing Wushao Ridge, the environment of the entire region gradually became different from Longyu. In the distance, there were snow-capped mountains that never melted, and the peaks overlapped. One could vaguely see the Great Wall that had been built over the generations. It was like a long dragon, winding and undulating under the magnificent peaks. And right in front of them was 1,000 miles of fertile land, sandwiched between the endless mountain ridges of the north and south. The wilderness was not as vast as the endless grassland, but because of the contrast between the snow-capped mountains and the wilderness, it appeared magnificent and spectacular. The sky was azure blue, and the pure white clouds seemed so low that they could be reached by raising one's hand. In the distance was the spectacular snow-capped mountains, and beneath their feet was the soft grassland. The wind gently caressed their bodies, and from time to time, cows mooed, horses neighed, and camels neighed. It added a bit of liveliness to the already lively caravan. This kind of long journey was originally a spectacular sight, but after looking at it for a long time, it became very boring. The people in the caravan all thought of ways to have fun, talking about ghosts and women, laughing and joking, and enjoying themselves. Yang Fan and Zhong Yi were lying side by side on a cart pulled by a Heineken bull. They were sprawled on their backs, their heads pillowed on their arms, and their faces were covered by a sun hat. They were chatting idly. However, outside this leisurely caravan, there were vigilant riders patrolling the area 5 or 6 miles to the left and right, indicating that this was a place with countless hidden dangers. When it was almost evening, the caravan just happened to reach the side of a lake. This was the advantage of having an experienced guide who had memorized the entire Hashi corridor by heart. He could remember the location of every lake and river, and accurately control the speed of the entire caravan. When they were preparing to set up camp, they would stop at a place with a water source. The caravan stopped, and the caravan was unloaded. The camels and cows were pulled to the side of the lake to drink water, and the empty water bags were filled to the brim in preparation for the next day's journey. The person in charge of cooking quickly dug out a stove on the grass, and wisps of smoke drifted into the air with the wind. Along the way, little Fei Jiang Zhong Yi, who had been lying on the cart with Yang Fan as if his bones had been scattered, was also energized. He began to arrange for everyone to set up camp and patrol. When the sky was full of stars, everyone had eaten and drank to their heart's content. The huge camel city was placed at the outermost perimeter, like the first line of defense of a fortress. Behind it was the second line of defense made of caravans and a large number of boxes and sacks, and finally the tents were set up. At every line of defense, there were people sleeping there, ready to enter battle at any time. In addition, there were also roaming sentries placed at the outermost perimeter. Because it was night time, and to prevent a night attack, other than the side facing the water, the other 3 sides had 2 layers of roaming sentries. One layer was placed 5 miles away, and the other layer was placed 10 miles away. With such a formation, no matter if it was horse bandits or wolf packs, they would not dare to easily invade. A bonfire was set up in the camp. They had hunted some wild animals on the way, but they did not have time to slaughter and clean them for dinner. At this time, they had cleaned them up and put them on the fire. White-lipped deer, snow chicken, gazelle. After roasting for a while, they emitted a tempting fragrance. At first, Gusako chicken and Big Bear were not at ease, but along the way, they saw this team set up camp and marched in order, and they were completely relieved. Anyway, they were only responsible for cooperating with Yang Fan, and everything was decided by Yang Fan. Now they were relieved, roasting the gazelle on the fire, enjoying this rare leisure time. Erlang, our owner wants you to go over. Yang Fan was also sitting by the fire, talking to Gusako chicken and Big Bear. He found that Gusaki was not a man of few words at all times. He was probably shy when he saw a woman. In such a large group of men, he also talked and laughed wittily. He was a very outgoing person. As they were talking, a guard with a full beard suddenly came over and shouted something to him. Yang Fan stood up, patted his buttocks, and followed him. The bearded guard brought Yang Fan to the front of Shun Mu's sleeping tent. Shun Mu was standing in front of the tent with his hands behind his back, bathed in the starlight and moonlight of the day, looking at the scenery in the distance. The gentle evening wind blew his clothes up and down. Yang Fan walked over and stood by Shun Mu's side. Shun Mu did not turn his head, but he knew that Yang Fan had come. Shun Mu pointed to the dark mountains on the left and right, saying, 2 mountains, a single line of road, hanging for 2,000 li. The west controls the western regions, the south is separated by the Chongrong, and the north covers the Hu. If we advance, we can control the western regions, and if we retreat, we can defend Guanlong. This is truly the throat of our central plains. Yang Fan said in agreement, along the way, this place is indeed dangerous. The mountain range between the 2 sides, as well as the pass and the wall built over the generations to make up for the geographical inadequacies, can become an important barrier for the central plains. When the country is strong, it can advance from here and control the western regions. When the country is weak, with this strategic location, it can also carry out a powerful defense at the lowest cost. Shun Mu said, that's right, so we have to work hard to obtain it. Yang Fan frowned and said, but this place has already been obtained by us, so why would we lose it? It's not the first time that the 4 cities of Anshi have been obtained, lost, and regained. Shun Mu said, because our enemy is also not weak. The most important thing is the support of the people. Occupying a place is easy, but winning the hearts of the people is difficult. Since the Han Dynasty, our Central Plains has lost the western regions for a long time. If we want to win back the hearts of the people, it will not be a day's work. Yang Fan said, if that's the case, it's not easy to obtain, not easy to lose, not easy to defend, not easy to defend. How can we think of a way to never have any future troubles? Shunmu smiled and said, you are daydreaming again. How can there be no future troubles in this world? The founding emperors of the past dynasties were all wise and valiant, all of them working hard for the sake of their legacy. But when they encounter an unfilial descendant, even if all the gods and Buddhas in the world are at his disposal, he will still perish. When we do things, we only seek to live this life to our heart's content, to live happily in this life. That is enough. 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations? First Emperor has already told you that this is a big joke. The matters of the later generations should be left to the later generations to worry about. Yang Fan said with a smile, Brother Shun is broad-minded and has a free and easy bearing, truly worthy of admiration. But did Brother Shun specially call this little brother over just to express these sentiments? Shunmu shook his head and pointed to the dark shadows of the mountains on the left, saying, we will follow this great snow mountain and travel for another 3 days before we reach the Great Big Dipper Valley. At that time, I will introduce you to someone. Who? Yang Fan asked. Shunmu's eyes slightly flickered as he said, a person who can become Khan. He slowly turned around and said to Yang Fan with a smile, if there is a Khan who needs our approval to become the ruler of a region, wouldn't we feel a great sense of accomplishment? Chapter 231. First, the sun rose from the east. Unknowingly, a ray of sunlight pierced through the cloudy sky like an arrow and shone on the earth. Then, the red sun broke through the clouds. The sky was bright, and the long night finally ended with the howling of the wolves in the distance. Tin Ano climbed out of the sleeping bag and stretched. He moved his muscles and began to pack up and wash up. The ashes from dinner were far away from where she was staying. The bones of the snow chicken were also buried deep in the ashes. This little girl had a lot of experience surviving in the wild. She knew that even a little bit of oil could attract ants, and ants would attract lizards, and lizards would attract snakes. There were all kinds of poisonous snakes in the West River grassland. When shepherds grazed, their livestock were often bitten to death by poisonous snakes. Although Tin Ano sprinkled sulfur powder around the area, he was afraid that there would be some strange poisonous snakes that were not afraid of the smell. It was better to be careful when he was alone. After brushing his teeth and changing his appearance, Tin Ano took his staff and got back on the horse. Just like Tang Sanzang, he set off on his journey again. The bonfires in Camel City were extinguished at dawn. People came out of their tents and packed up their luggage. The whole city began to get busy. The sacks and boxes were put back on the ox cart and tied to the back of the camel. The people who prepared breakfast and packed up their luggage were all responsible for their own tasks. By the time they cleaned up and finished their breakfast, the dew on the grassland had almost been dried by the sun. The huge caravan continued its journey, and the person who was in charge of patrolling last night lay down on the cart and slept soundly. Everything seemed to be the same as usual. Yang Fan thought that the day would pass peacefully, but when it was almost noon, the patrolling sentries on the right suddenly rushed back at full speed and blew the warning horn from afar. Then came the dull sound of horse hooves. A black line appeared at the end of the grassland and quickly turned into a surging tide. Get ready! Get ready! Little Flying General Zhongyi shouted excitedly, not caring at all that the ground was shaking from the stomping of the horses' hooves, which sounded like a thunderstorm. This was the sound of galloping horses that could only be produced when countless cavalrymen were galloping in formation. The Gusako chicken and Big Bear nervously held the sabers under their ribs. The Gusako chicken used a long and narrow saber, while the tall and strong Big Bear used a large machete. The back of the machete was extremely thick and weighed more than 30 kilograms. Not to mention chopping people, it was more than enough to smash people. The hilt of the blade was hollow, and after inserting the wooden handle, it would become a long-handled machete. The two of them gripped their steel sabers tightly. Just as they were ready to fight, they saw a scene that left them dumbfounded. Little flying General Zhongyi's men were also preparing. From the backs of their horses and ox carts, they took out longbows and crossbows. They were all brand new military bows and crossbows. As the main long-range weapon, crossbows were equipped with the vast majority of the armies of the Tang dynasty. The rate of equipping bows was 100%, and the rate of equipping crossbows was 1/5. There had always been powerful nomads around China, but they had never seen heavy cavalry as their main force. This was not a coincidence. The Chinese had invented the powerful crossbow since the Warring States period. With such powerful bows and crossbows equipped, the heavy cavalry was simply a group of live targets. However, that was an army after all. This group of people, the Gusako Chicken and Big Bear, watched as the crossbows were skillfully strung by those people. There were longbows and horned bows. The longbows were used for infantry, the horned bows were used by cavalry, and the crossbows were light crossbows for one person, such as arm crossbows and horned crossbows. Seeing this kind of equipment, the Gusako Chicken and Big Bear immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were scouts, they were not ignorant of military tactics. There were more than 700 people present, and there were about 2,000 enemies rolling in from the distance. However, they had already entered the actual control area of the Tubo. The cavalry that suddenly appeared here must be people from the Tubo tribe or horse bandits formed by the Tubo people, and the Tubo people were not good at archery. Due to the impact of the range, the crossbow could only be fired when the enemy cavalry was within 150 steps. At such a short distance, according to the loading speed of the crossbow, when the enemy cavalry rushed in front of you and entered hand-to-hand combat, you could only shoot 3 arrows. That was why there was the saying 3 arrows at the last moment, but that was only a theoretical saying. In fact, since the Warring States period, the Qin and Han dynasties, the crossbow had played an important role in the battlefield of China. For thousands of years, the generals had long thought of ways to make up for this fatal flaw in actual combat. One was to shoot in batches, and the other was to shoot cross shots from the front, the side, the straight shot, and the projectile shot. There was also the use of terrain and various man-made obstacles to delay the speed of the enemy's approach. Under such circumstances, only the heavily armed cavalrymen, who were equipped like tin cans, could barely rush to the front under the dense rain of arrows. However, the other side did not only have archers. Kosho Chicken and Big Bear were now watching those people equip themselves with bows and crossbows, then pull out steel spears from the ox carts and quickly assemble them into sharp spears that could stop the cavalrymen. In this case, although the other party had a large number of people, they could not gain an advantage. If the situation was really unfavorable, as long as they temporarily abandoned the supply and changed to Li Ling's riding and shooting method of guerrilla warfare, the 2,000 enemies were not enough at all. In the past, the Han general Li Ling led 5,000 men to fight against the Xiongnu's 30,000 cavalry. He shot and killed thousands of them, and retreated while fighting. The Xiongnu Chanyu was shocked and mobilized more than 80,000 cavalry to pursue and kill together. These 5,000 men relied on their superior crossbows to fight and retreat at the same time. Every time they fought, they would shoot and kill thousands of the enemy. In the end, when they ran out of arrows, they were defeated and captured. At this time, the 5,000 Han cavalry had been chased by more than 100,000 Xiongnu cavalry for more than 10 days. They had shot and killed more than 10,000 enemy chieftains. Surprisingly, there were still more than 3,000 of them alive and kicking, and only 1,000 casualties. After Li Ling was captured, he looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. He said that he only needed to give each of them a few dozen arrows and they would be able to shake off the pursuit and return to the Han territory. Judging from the familiarity of these valiant guards who looked like horse bandits with crossbows, they must be men who were skilled in riding and shooting. Against a Tufan cavalry who were not good at riding and shooting, there was nothing to be afraid of. At this time, those people were getting closer and closer. There were close to 2,000 cavalrymen galloping as fast as lightning. From their clothes and the messy weapons they were holding, it was obvious that they were not a regular army. They were either horse bandits or a tribe that wanted to rob a merchant group. When Shen Mu saw this scene, he frowned and ordered, "Prepare for the cavalry battle." This armed force was to escort him, the hidden sect's sovereign. Naturally, he had enough wealth to arm these few hundred men to the teeth. However, these weapons could not be used unless it was the last resort. Because once these weapons were used, the enemy would immediately think that the Tang dynasty's army had secretly infiltrated. It was impossible to annihilate this entire cavalry. Once the news spread, it would bring them great trouble. Hence, even if they had sharp weapons in their hands, they could not use them unless it was a matter of life and death. Third brother. Zhongyi carried his saber, circled his horse and ran to him. Shun Mu whispered a few words in his ear, seemingly explaining the pros and cons of this matter to him. Zhongyi nodded and said, "I understand. They are just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Even if we don't use these crossbows, we can still take care of them." Zhongyi carried his horse and rushed to the front of the defensive line formed by the camels. He shouted, "Niu Mang, bring your men to protect third brother. The rest of the brothers, follow me and charge." The incoming cavalry was like a tide and had an overbearing aura. Zhongyi raised his sharp long saber and howled towards the sky, leading 500 cavalrymen to meet them. Gao Shi Chicken and Big Bear looked at Yang Fan eagerly. Before they became scouts, they were brave warriors in the army. When they saw this scene, they wanted to rush up and fight. Yang Fan rode on his horse and glanced at Shun Mu. Shun Mu laughed, "There is no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Erlang, you cannot go." Yang Fan smiled. Of course, he knew why Shun Mu did not let him go. In Shun Mu's eyes, his value was not just that of a warrior. Swords and spears had no eyes. Shun Mu was not willing to let any accidents happen to him. He also wanted to see the combat power of Shun Mu's private army. Hence, he only waved his saber at Gao Shi Chicken and Big Bear and said in a low voice, "Behave yourself. We are here to be scouts." Gao Shi Chicken and Big Bear had no choice but to let go of the reins and join the team on guard. Like a sharp arrowhead, the 500 men pierced straight into the incoming cavalry. At the same time, a large flag was also raised in the rear. It was a white flag with a black arrow in it. This was the flag of Little Flying General Zhongyi. This meant that once this battle was discovered by others, it would only be a battle between horse thieves and horse thieves. Roar, 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 Zhongyi led the horse thieves and charged into the enemy's formation. In the past few years, his team had wandered all over Longyu, the territories of the Turks and Tubo. They were famous for being difficult to deal with. When the unknown horse thieves saw the flying arrow flag in the rear, they knew that they had made a mistake in stepping on the plate this time. They had mistakenly treated the ancestors of the thieves as fat sheep. But at this time, they could not retreat and could only grit their teeth and charge forward. Clang, 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 clang. There was a burst of harsh sounds of weapons clashing. Under the sharp sabers that were like snowflakes and the thunder-like spears, as soon as the two sides clashed, countless people screamed and fell off their horses. Both sides were entangled with each other like a group of angry beasts. People screamed and horses neighed. Blood spurted out. It was a fierce battle. When Yang Fan was in Nanyang, he had helped his senior to quell a rebellion. But that kind of battle was closer to mountain warfare. Moreover, in those small countries, the number of soldiers that could be mobilized to deal with the rebels was small. This was the first time he had seen such an intense battle on horseback with such a large number of people. Zhongyi's men had been roaming around Longyu for the past few years, fighting with soldiers, Tubo, Turks, and other horse thieves. The elite troops that had been tempered through blood and fire could really fight 1 against 10. Each of them charged forward bravely and were unstoppable. Not only were they strong individually, they were also good at teamwork. 3 horses in a group, some wielding spears, some wielding sabers. Defense and offense, long and short, long and short, long and short. Their teamwork was as ingenious as if they were one person. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yang Fan was an expert in martial arts. With one look, he could see the ingenuity of the battle. He studied it seriously and was overjoyed. This kind of joint attack was ingenious and also benefited from long-term teamwork. It was very effective in close combat and often caused the opponent to lose sight of one another and die with one slash. This whole process happened in an instant. Following which, the 3 of them turned to attack another opponent. As the 3 of them stood in different positions, the main attack and defense changed at any time. The other party originally wanted to split their forces to attack Shen Mu and Yang Fan's camp, but when they saw that these 500 people were so valiant, like a hot knife through butter, and that there were still nearly 200 people in front of the goods, their leader unconsciously hesitated. Shen Mu stood in the middle of the formation and saw that the other party's formation was wavering. He clapped his hands and laughed. "Little flying general is really good. They are going to lose." Before he finished speaking, the shaking of the ground suddenly became more obvious. Dust flew up from afar and a black mass of elite cavalry, like a large net, pounced towards them. Shen Mu's face changed and he shouted, "Prepare the crossbows." Chapter 232. Seeing another group of men charging towards them from afar, Zhong Yi's main force was engaged in a fierce battle with the horse bandits and was unable to send reinforcements. The 200 men who remained on guard immediately tensed up. Niu Mang hurriedly rushed to Shen Mu's side and shouted, "Third brother, let me escort you out of here first." Shen Mu glared at him and before he could speak, Yang Fan suddenly said, "Wait a minute, they may not be our enemies." Shen Mu turned his head and saw the sudden appearance of the men from afar. Not only did Zhong Yi and his men get a shock, even the horse bandits quickly gathered and got into a defensive position. From the looks of it, this group of men that suddenly appeared are not their accomplices. When the men rushed to the left, most of the cavalry drew an arc and went diagonally to the side of the horse bandits. Only 20 to 30 riders split off and rushed towards Shen Mu. If they have evil intentions, how can they come so close? Shen Mu cupped his hand over his eyes and squinted to take a closer look. He laughed loudly, "Not bad. They are on our side." With that, he urged his warhorse to meet them. Yang Fan and Niu Mang also urged their horses to catch up. Seeing that they are about 7 to 8 feet away from the enemy, the burly man in front flew down from his horse and threw the reins. He took a few quick steps forward and cupped his fists towards Shen Mu. In a loud and clear voice, he said, "Young Master Shen, I am late to welcome you, please forgive me. Please forgive me." Shen Mu flipped down from his horse and welcomed him with a big smile. "You came at the right time. Let's chase away those annoying flies first." That man laughed. "That's what I was thinking." At this moment, there was a woo-woo sound of a bugle horn. Upon hearing the sound of the bugle horn, the riders who were on their horses to cut off the horse gang's escape route suddenly turned back like a raging tide. They turned in unison and pounced towards the horse gang. Zhong Yi did not know that help has arrived. He was instantly energized and roared, "Let's go together and F***CK them over." On the other side, Yang Fan had already dismounted with Shen Mu and was sizing up this person who led a large group of cavalry to rescue them. This man's face was dark and scarlet, his shoulders were broad and thick, and he looked exceptionally sturdy. When he stood there, he looked as steady as a deep pool resting on a mountain. He looked very imposing. As Yang Fan got closer to Shen Mu, the man glanced at him. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Shen Mu smiled. Come, Erlang, let me introduce you. This is the person I wanted to bring you to see. He is Mohedegan, Turkic official title, military commander, of the Western Turkic Kargan Husaro, the great leader of the Turkic Cavalry Division, Wuzhile. Oh, Wuzhila, this is the Yang Fan that I mentioned to you in my letter. Wuzhile clearly knew about Yang Fan's background. Upon hearing these words, he immediately strode forward and gave him a Turkic hug, heartily laughing. Brother Yang, I've heard a lot about you. When Yang Fan heard that this person was a general under Ashina Husaro, he instantly felt a sense of familiarity and returned the hug. But the moment the two parted, Yang Fan suddenly recalled the words Shen Mu had said to him last night, a person who can become Kargan. The Western Turks already had a Kargan, and that was Ashina Husaro, but Shen Mu was saying that he wanted to bring him to see a person who could become Kargan. Just what kind of Kargan did this Wuzhile want to become? At this time, Wu Zhila's army, which had just joined the fray, had already begun fighting with the mounted bandits. Their tactics were different from Zhong Yi's, but their attacks were just as fierce. Wu Zhila had brought no less than 3,000 cavalry with him this time, and he had the advantage in numbers. Their fighting power was even greater, and they either wandered about or attacked ferociously, killing them cleanly. Seeing that the situation was bad, the mounted bandits immediately broke out of the encirclement and fled. In the chaotic battle, Less than 300 managed to escape before Wu Zhile's subordinates split off to pursue them. Zhong Yi excitedly ran over, and Shen Mu introduced him to Wu Zhile. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the confused Jiao Sheji asked Yang Fan, "Erlang, I've heard of the Tukishi tribe before. They're part of the Western Turks, and after Husaro fled back to Luoyang, he was temporarily in charge of the 10 tribes of the Western Turks. They're Turks loyal to the imperial court, but what are we doing here?" Yang Fan coughed and said, "This person has often fought with the Eastern Turks, and is currently in the territory of the Tufan Empire. He has the greatest understanding of both sides. Don't you think that we can learn a lot of useful information from him?" Jiao Sheji and Big Bear glanced at each other, and Big Bear couldn't help but ask, "If that's the case, what are we doing here?" Yang Fan thought to himself, if it were any other 100 cavalry, wouldn't they be relying on you to fight to the death? But he laughed and said, "If you listen to one side, you'll be in the dark, but if you listen to both sides, you'll be in the light. We naturally can't just listen to what he says. We have to verify it for ourselves." As Yang Fan spoke, he recalled what Shen Mu had said to him, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He and Husaro had met in Luoyang, and they had fought together to defeat the Tufan Empire. Later on, Husaro, as a great general, had not hesitated to lower himself to befriend him. Yang Fan had always kept this friendship in mind. If Shen Mu's plan was for Wu Zhile to replace Husaro, Yang Fan would find it somewhat difficult to accept. "No, I have to get to the bottom of this matter," Yang Fan quietly thought to himself. Unfortunately, Yang Fan did not have a chance to be alone with Shen Mu. Wu Zhile and Shen Mu seemed to have many matters to discuss, and the two were inseparable as they traveled in the same carriage. Who knew what they were discussing? Yang Fan saw that there was no chance to communicate with Shen Mu, but he was in no rush. After all, this matter was not something that needed to be carried out immediately. As they traveled, he carefully observed the 3,000 cavalry of the Turkic Cavalry Division. He felt that these cavalry were not only brave in battle, but also disciplined. Yang Fan thought to himself that they were able to mobilize 3,000 cavalry just to welcome Shen Mu. This was enough to show that the Turkic Cavalry Division was strong and well-trained. Judging from this troop, Wu Zhile also had good command over his troops. No wonder Shen Mu thought so highly of him. But he did not know how good Husaro was at ruling the 10 families tribe. It was a pity that he did not go to Chang'an on his way here. Apparently, he was recuperating there. 3 days later, they finally arrived at Big Dipper Valley. Big Dipper Valley was backed by a snowy mountain, and there was a hot spring at the foot of the mountain. The water from the snow on the mountain flowed down and merged with the hot spring at the foot of the mountain, forming a lake with a circumference of several dozen li. The Turkic Cavalry Division was camped next to this lake. By the time Shen Mu and the others arrived, it was almost dusk. Above the sea, fish were leaping between the waves, water birds were flying low, and herds of cattle and sheep gathered on the shore. Shepherds on horseback were singing ancient pastoral songs. Among the lush weeds that reached the knees, a group of half-grown children who looked like calves were wrestling with their backs bare. There were also a few little girls with rosy cheeks, carrying buckets filled with milk as they skipped towards their homes. Their arrival was immediately welcomed by the entire tribe. Shen Mu, Yang Fan, and the others dismounted and walked with Wu Zhile into the camp. They had not gone far when they saw a dozen or so burly men in leather robes hurrying towards them. There were old and young people in this group, and the youngest among them was in his early 30s. Yang Fan had thought that they were all people with a certain level of authority in the tribe, but when he reported their identities, he found out that they were the chiefs of the Mukan tribe, the Hulu tribe, the Shushu tribe, the Ashiji tribe, and the Gushu tribe. Wu Zhile smiled at Yang Fan and Shen Mu. "These chiefs live closer to me. When they heard that our esteemed guests were coming, they hurried over. The chiefs of the other 4 tribes are too far away from the land of nomadism, so they couldn't make it back in time. However, there will be a chance for us to meet in the future." The chiefs were all very polite to Shen Mu, and when they heard that Yang Fan was Shen Mu's brother, they also treated him with great respect. As Yang Fan returned the greeting, he was secretly alarmed. Look at how these people treat Wu Zhile. They do seem to be following his lead, and they clearly know about his deal with Shen Mu. Even if Wu Zhilei isn't telling the truth, the other 4 tribes aren't coming because they are too far away, but because they are not on the same side as Wu Zhilei. Wu Zhilei already controls the majority of the power in the 10 families tribe. That night, the tribe held a grand banquet to welcome their most esteemed guests. The entire tribe was in a state of jubilation. Inside the tent, Wu Zhilei and the other 5 chiefs clustered around Shen Mu, Yang Fan, and Zhong Yi, constantly urging them to drink. A few beautiful girls from the tribe danced to the accompaniment of the flutes and zithers, adding to the fun. Wu Zhilei was a forthright person. Even in front of the most esteemed guests in his heart, he did not put on any airs. He drank in large bowls, then used a small knife to stab large pieces of beef, lamb, and blood sausage on his plate and began chewing on them. Everyone. After the dancing girls retreated with smiles on their faces, Wu Zhilei picked up a bowl of wine and said loudly, "Chiefs, under the combined oppression of the Tubo people and the Gulu people, our 10 families tribe has had a very difficult time. Now, we have finally found a place to settle down so that our tribesmen can live and reproduce here. The most difficult days are not over yet. Many of our cattle, sheep, and horses have been stolen by the enemy. We need to endure through the winter and wait for the livestock to give birth to more offspring next year before we can regain our strength. These days are all thanks to young Master Shen's righteous help. If in the future, we can have a prosperous population and have herds of cattle and sheep, it will all be due to the merit that young Master Shen has bestowed upon us. Let us toast to young Master Shen." The chiefs all responded, raising their cups to Shen Mu to express their thanks. Shen Mu smiled and drank his cup. At this time, 2 maids carried over a whole lamb that was roasted until it was a glossy yellow. Wu Zhilei personally walked up and picked up a silver knife from the side of the wooden plate. First, he nimbly shaved the meat from the tenderloin onto the plate and brought it to Shen Mu, followed by Yang Fan and Zhong Yi. Yang Fan tore off a strip of roasted lamb, dipped it in the fine salt on the plate, and gently stuffed it into his mouth. This roasted lamb was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The skin was crispy and the meat was smooth. It was abnormally fresh and delicious. He gently chewed on the delicious lamb as he watched Wu Zhilei's actions. After Wu Zhilei personally served the lamb to the 3 of them, he did not return to his seat. Instead, he personally served the other chiefs and elders of the tribe, not leaving a single person behind. This man, who looked as rough as a lion, was far more meticulous than his appearance suggested. Chapter 233. The feast lasted very late into the night. The warriors in the tent were all big eaters, and they had already eaten 3 whole roasted goats. At this time, there were still 2 whole goats that were roasted to a shiny yellow color hanging on the stove in front of the tent. The people in the tent were already 80 to 90% full, and began to compete with each other in drinking wine. Wine jars were scattered around them. The people of the steppe loved wine. Although they had been forced out of their homes by the Tubo and had fled to this place to find shelter, the wine had not been left behind. Seeing that the people in the tent were no longer able to eat, Wuzhile ordered the roasted goats to be distributed to the guards in front of the tent, eliciting another round of cheers from the guards. It had to be known that in this era, roasted goats were an extremely famous dish at the banquets of the nobility. Ordinary shepherds and tribal leaders, while their main diet was meat, did not have the right to enjoy roasted goats. This action caused Yang Fan's opinion of Wuzhile to rise even higher. Ever since he had arrived in Luoyang, he had seen many high officials and nobles, but it was truly rare to see someone so considerate and caring for their subordinates. Wuzhile had drunk so much that his face was red and his tongue was stiff. This action of his came from the bottom of his heart and was definitely not an attempt to win his favor. Shen Mu did not drink much. Although everyone toasted him first, to this honored guest, he only took a small sip, and the bystanders were not picky. He did not drink much, but he had eaten quite a bit of milk skin, milk tofu, blood sausage, and roasted meat, so his eyes were still very clear. After drinking for a while, Shen Mu rose and went to relieve himself. Yang Fan took the opportunity to follow him. 2 Turkic girls supported Shen Mu away from the bustling crowd and into a quiet corner. They smiled and gestured to him, indicating that he could relieve himself here. One of the girls gracefully squatted down, intending to help him take off his pants. At this moment, Yang Fan appeared in front of him. Shunmu waved his hand. After the two girls had left, he smiled at Yang Fan and said, "Erlang seems to have something on your mind." Yang Fan said, "There's one thing I don't understand, but my wisdom is shallow and I can't figure it out no matter how I think about it. If I don't ask you face to face, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep peacefully." Shunmu laughed. "Since when did Erlang become so scholarly? We are brothers, if there's anything you want to say, just say it." He did not try to avoid Yang Fan. After undressing and relieving himself, a Turkic girl standing in the distance quickly stepped forward, took a handkerchief from her waist, and respectfully offered it. Shun Muqing washed his hands and gestured to Yang Fan in invitation, and the two began to stroll through the yurts, the two Turkic girls following at a distance of 30 jong. Yang Fan said, "The person that Brother Shun spoke of who can become Kargan is Wuzhile?" Shun Mu said, "Not bad, what do you think of this person?" Yang Fan said, "He is indeed a hero. However, which Khan does Brother Shun intend to support?" Shun Mu smiled. Erlang is asking a question you already know the answer to. Naturally, the king of the 10 Western Turkic tribes. Yang Fan stopped and turned to Shun Mu, sternly asking, "The Western Turks already have a ruler, and one who is loyal to our court. Why does Brother Shun want to make another Kargan?" Shun Mu replied, "Huselo? Huselo is naturally loyal, but so is Wuzhile. They are both loyal, but Wuzhile is even more worthy of being a ruler than Huselo." Yang Fan asked, "What does Brother Shun mean by this?" Shun Mu replied, "Huselo is skilled in martial arts, but not in commanding the tribes. In battle, he often uses the weak to fight the strong, forcing the Western Turks to repeatedly lose the upper hand in their confrontations with the Eastern Turks, losing their land and losing their people. As a result, the tribes are forced to leave their homes and wander the world. His prestige is no longer enough to convince the masses. This is the first reason. Huseruo Qian was an autocratic ruler who was not good at protecting the tribes. He was cruel and often whipped his soldiers when he was drunk. He would also severely punish the other tribes if they made any small mistakes. This caused fear in the tribe and dissension in their hearts. As a Kargan, these two qualities are enough, especially when the Western Turks have powerful enemies and are in dire straits." Yang Fan hesitantly said, "There's such a thing. When I was in Luoyang, I interacted with Great General Huselo. His personality seems to be very different from what Brother Shun has described." Shun Mu suddenly understood. "I was wondering why you had so many misgivings about supporting Wuzhile as Khan. So this is the reason." Shun Mu bitterly smiled. "Erlang, the two of you fought on the same battlefield. He views you as a friend, not a subordinate, so his attitude is naturally different. But this does not mean that his subordinates are the same. In truth, if I supported Wuzhile, I would be able to obtain the same benefits from him as Huselo. If Huselo is someone who can be supported, wouldn't it be easier for me to support him than Wuzhile? This person truly cannot be groomed. If you don't believe my words alone, you can ask anyone in the 10 families tribe about his character and ability to lead his tribes. You've seen for yourself how much the tribes support Wuzhile. If Huselo was a wise ruler, would his subordinates be so disloyal?" On his journey here, Yang Fan had not only witnessed Wuzhile's ability to train his soldiers, but also the sincere support of his subordinates and the subservience of the other tribal leaders. He had also personally witnessed Wuzhile's attitude toward his subordinates. In the Central Plains, it was extremely rare for a superior to show such care and concern to his subordinates. In the tribes, the relationship between nobles and their subordinates was almost like that of master and slave, and there was such a great difference in status. But in this aspect, Wuzhile, the Western Turks were being suppressed by the Eastern Turks and Tubo, and their living space was shrinking. In these difficult circumstances, a change in ruler could easily lead to unrest, plunging a tribe already on the verge of extinction into even greater danger. Moreover, in this sort of situation, if Shun Mu could provide them with help, he could also obtain from Huselo what he could obtain from Wuzhile. This was probably the only reason why he would choose to support Wuzhile. When he thought of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but waver. He did not believe that Huselo was an evil person, but a good person was not necessarily someone worthy of being a leader. Yang Fan hesitated, still holding on to a sliver of hope. Huselo was originally the ruler of the 10 families tribe. Is it possible for Wuzhile to suddenly replace him? Shunmu saw that he was about to be convinced and gave a relaxed smile. Do nobles, generals, and ministers have guts? Why does Erlang also believe in the rotten theory that only those of the imperial clan can become king? The current empress is not a descendant of Li Tang's imperial clan, so is she not the current emperor? As for Huselo, unless my Tang dynasty recognizes him, his position as Khagan might not be legitimate. Putting aside the fact that the Eastern Turks still had Ashina Gulu, even in the Western Turks, Huselo was not a successor to the throne. The ruler of the Western Turks was originally Ashina Mish, and Huselo's father, Ashina Bujan, was Khagan's brother. He wanted to establish himself as Khagan, so he murdered 20-some of Mishi's brothers and nephews and usurped power. Ashina Mish led the Chuyu and Chumi tribes under his command to submit to my Tang dynasty, and Emperor Taizong conferred upon him the title of Shili Dwalu Khagan. Ashina Bujan declared himself independent, but many of his tribes refused to submit. Bujan could only submit to my Tang dynasty and was conferred the title of Left Guard Great General. Later on, Ashina Bujan falsely accused Ashina Mish of treason and was killed. Only then did Bujan take the 10 tribes under his command. Shunmu chuckled. This matter happened 20-some years ago, and everyone in the 10 tribes of the Western Turks knows about it. Now that Huselo has inherited the throne, he cannot win the hearts of the tribes. What difficulty is there in replacing him with Wuzhile? Yang Fan said, although I've only seen a little of Wuzhile's abilities, I have to admit that he truly has the air of a hero. But, it's precisely because he's so talented that if we support him, won't we be nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity? Shunmu chuckled. Erlang, you've always planned for the sake of our court. Such thoughts are admirable, but this way of thinking is gravely mistaken. He placed his hands behind his back and slowly walked forward. With a wave of his hand, he pointed at the countless twinkling stars beneath the starry sky. If a great clan, when the chief branch doesn't have any outstanding descendants, still envies the talents and suppresses the descendants of the branch clans, then this clan will never be able to exist for 1,000 years. If an important official cannot only recommend talents based on talent, constantly worrying that someone else will one day become an even more outstanding official than he is, then he will sooner or later become a treacherous official who uses his power to his advantage, unable to leave his name in the annals of history. If an emperor is always worried that his subjects will outdo him, and if he doesn't even wait to eliminate external threats before getting rid of those talented and capable civil and military officials, then he will sooner or later become the ruler of a subjugated country. Erlang, just the Tubo army is no weaker than our Tang dynasty, and there is also the Eastern Turks. What will the result be if we continue to be so wary of our own people? Can Wuzhile destroy the Tubo and the Eastern Turks? Impossible. But if he can strengthen himself, where will he get his strength from? Even if people rely on themselves to survive, the territory is only so large. Dividing it among the 3 families will only bring us benefits. It's true that Wuzhile is very capable, but in this dangerous environment, the help we can give him is limited. It's precisely because he has the ability that our great clans and the imperial court have the value to support him. Otherwise, what use is there in having him? While supporting him, we naturally have to control him. This has nothing to do with whether Wuzhile is a Turkic or not. If the Tang dynasty weakens to the point where it can't even control the strength it raised, or if the ruler is blinded by greed, then those with ambition, whether they are of the same clan or not, or even related by blood, will all the same replace them. There's no need to look far away for examples. Isn't our dynasty a living example? After a long silence, Yang Fan asked, "Why did you bring me to see him, and why did you let me know of this matter?" Shunmu replied, "Because if he wants to become Khagan, he needs the support of the imperial court and a righteous title. In truth, whether you admit it or not, the authority of the 10 tribes is already in Wuzhile's hands. It's just that Huselo is completely unaware of this, and Wuzhile has not shed all pretense of cordiality with him. If our imperial court does not agree, do you think that Wuzhile will give up his authority? He won't. Huselo will still have to face the betrayal of his own people. If that happens, What do you think will happen to the Western Turks who are being watched by two fierce tigers? If that happens, our imperial court will lose an important force to restrain the Eastern Turks. Erlang, in such a situation, do you think it's better for Husello to stay in the imperial court as a great general and a rich man, or to let him come back and cause the 10 tribes to all die in the internal strife? If you report these pros and cons to the Empress, I am confident that after weighing the pros and cons, the Empress will not be reluctant to part with the title of Khagan. Husello's remaining in the court will only bring him benefits and no harm. For the imperial court, he will be one more bargaining chip to control the 10 tribes of the Western Turks. If necessary, we can even bring him out, if Wujile really has any intentions of rebelling. Wujile, I swear to the heavens that if I am Khagan, I will never betray you. With these words, Wujile strode out of the darkness. He was still drunk and his feet were a little unsteady, but his face was brimming with excitement, sincerity, and solemnity. In the distance, 2 Turkic girls bowed deeply to him. Yang Fan was not surprised that he had run over, only asked, "How can I trust your promise?" Wujile sneered. "You can only trust my promise. If you're worried that once I get stronger, I will have thoughts of rebelling, can you guarantee that once Husello gets stronger, he will definitely be loyal to you?" Yang Fan naturally could not guarantee this. After a few moments of silence, he slowly said, "Can you guarantee that all of you will always be loyal to the Tang dynasty?" Wujile placed a hand on his chest and lightly bowed. "I can only guarantee myself, my friend. This is my most sincere vow. If I say that I can guarantee anything for my descendants, then that would be the biggest lie to you. Everyone has their own path. Whether it's you or me, who can guarantee what our sons, grandsons, great-great-grandsons will do?" Yang Fan softly sighed, looked at Shenmu, and then at Wujile, and asked, "What exactly do you plan to do?" Shenmu gave a joyful smile. Yang Fan's words meant that he was truly a kindred spirit. Shenmu straightforwardly said, "First, the imperial court must allow Husello to remain in Luojing. Even if Husello doesn't have this request, the imperial court must think of a way to keep him in Luojing. Only this way can the tribes of the Western Turks avoid internal strife and internal strife. Second, the imperial court must accept the old, weak, women, and children of the 10 Turkic tribes, numbering in the tens of thousands. Move them to Longyu or Guangzhou. Only then can we have nothing to worry about and also lessen the burden on these tens of thousands of people. We can concentrate our elites and fight our way back to the 4 garrisons of Anshi. That place has always been the place where the Western Turkic tribes have settled." Yang Fan said to himself, at least 6 of the 10 tribes are already standing on Wujile's side, and with Shenmu's secret support, staying in Luojing is probably the best outcome for Husello. As for moving the tens of thousands of old and children to Longyu or Guangzhou, it's not a big problem. They can work on farming and livestock, essentially becoming hostages of the 10 tribes. This is probably what Shenmu is planning. Shenmu added, "I will provide you with sufficient evidence for these 2 matters. You are the scout sent by the Great Empress, so all you need to do is present them to the Great Empress and do your best to persuade her to accept them. Of course, I will also use other people to help you from the side." Wujile said, "What I need to do next is what I need to do. Internally, I need to rest and recuperate. The 10 tribes have suffered heavy losses. Don't be fooled by the fact that we don't have to worry about food and clothing. In truth, because we were forced to leave our homeland, and many of our livestock were captured by the enemy while we were fleeing, we don't have enough livestock to sustain the tribe. I need to get through this winter in order to slowly recover my strength. During this period of time, I need to recover my strength and train the troops diligently. I need to combine the elite troops of the 10 families tribe to create a force that can compete with the Tubo and Gulu tribes. As for external forces..." Wujile turned his gaze to Shenmu. Shenmu said, "Externally, Wujile has already sent a secret emissary to the Tubo royal city to seek an audience with Prime Minister Trinling and tell Trinling that Wujile wishes to replace Husello." Yang Fan's eyes flashed. Feigning allegiance. Shenmu gave him a thumbs up in praise. Correct, feigning allegiance. Feigning allegiance to Trinling and obtaining his support so that he can become the lord of the 10 tribes. Trinling naturally wouldn't easily believe Wujile's sincerity, But to be able to take over the elite soldiers of the 10 tribes without a fight was an enticement that he couldn't refuse. The place where Wuzhile is stationed is called Big Dipper Valley. It's a shortcut to Huangzhong, and also an important pass for the Tubo North to enter Hashi, so this place is extremely unsafe. But right now, Wuzhile doesn't have the time to find another place with lush water and grass to station his troops. He can only use this as a pretext to get through this winter. Yang Fan nodded. Even if Trinling doesn't fully believe him, as long as he wants to take over this force, he won't act rashly. This way, it'll be enough for us to catch our breath. In the Tubo language, the Prime Minister was called Lun, so Trinling was often called Lun Trinling. In order to save trouble, Yang Fan also used their title. Shen Mu said, "Not only that, I will also think of a way to let their Zanpu know of this matter." Yang Fan frowned. The Tubo Zanpu and Lun Trinling are already at odds. Wuzhile interrupted with a smile. Not only that, but they're also very scheming against each other. Yang Fan thought it over, then said, "I'm afraid this plan won't work." Shen Mu smiled. "Why won't it work?" Yang Fan said, "Taking over the 10 tribes tribe will cause too much of a commotion and won't be able to keep it a secret. No matter how much Lun Trinling wants to bring such a massive force under his rule, he can only discuss it in secret with this side and do something in secret. He wouldn't be so stupid as to not tell Zanpu about this matter, would he?" Shen Mu gave a sly smile and slowly said, "Trinling is, after all, the prime minister of a dynasty, and one who wields great power, one who even Zanpu looks up to. Would he impatiently rush to Zanpu's side to claim his merits at the slightest bit of news? He needs time to verify Wuzhile's sincerity. He has to first think of a way to control the power of the 10 families tribe in his own hands, and this will take more time. Before that, he will not rashly report to Zanpu, and what I want is this period of time." Yang Fan came to a realization and said, "I understand. As long as the Tubo Zanpu hears this news from someone else before Lun Trinling, even if Lun Trinling rushes to Zanpu to confess this matter, Zanpu won't believe him. In fact, he'll be even more wary, because he'll think that he has Lun Trinling's eyes and ears by his side." Shen Mu waggled his thumb at him and roared with laughter. Wuzhile also chuckled to the side. Yang Fan looked at the two of them and felt that one of them was a scholar and the other a warrior. One was as fierce as a wolf, the other as cunning as a fox. As for himself, he had the wildness of a wolf and the vigilance of a fox, but compared to these two, he was still too immature. If he wanted to mature, he still had a long way to go. Chapter 234. Higher. The warhorse galloped. Yang Fan had once seriously practiced horsemanship with Chu Kuanga in Luoyang, and it finally came in handy here. He felt that this kind of place was truly suitable for a fine horse to gallop. The sky was high and the ground was wide. The wind swept the grass, and the horse's hooves on the ground seemed elastic. The man and the horse were one, and they followed the movements of the fine horse to ride the waves. It was simply joyful. "Erlang, do it," the Gusako chicken shouted. Yang Fan held the horn bow, pulled the string, and shot an arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow hit the butt of the marmot. Yang Fan's still shooting was already very accurate, but on a galloping horse, this kind of accuracy was already considered extraordinary. The autumn marmot was the fattest, and the arrow in the butt was not fatal. Under the pain, it ran even faster. The Gusako chicken laughed and grabbed the bow. Almost as soon as the bow was in its hand, a sharp arrow was already on the string. It seemed to take a casual aim, and with a whoosh, the arrow hit the marmot. The sharp arrow pierced through its head, and the marmot ran 2 steps before falling dead to the ground with a whine. Autumn was a good season to hunt marmots. There were many fat marmots on the grasslands, and they were an important source of livelihood for the grassland herdsmen who both grazed and hunted. Marmot meat could be eaten, and marmot skin and marmot oil could be exchanged from merchants for daily utensils such as salt, cloth, rice, and iron pots. In addition, they also needed marmot oil. The winter here was very cold, and any butter or butter would solidify. Only marmot oil could maintain its liquid state. In the coldest days and windy weather, applying a layer of marmot oil on one's hands, feet, and face could play a very good role in preventing the cold. Yang Fan galloped to the front of the marmot, stooped down and lifted the fat marmot up. Although his archery on horseback was still inferior, relying on his excellent skills, his horsemanship was not inferior to that of a human. Young Fan put the fat marmot on the back of the horse. There was already a lot of prey on the horse's back. There were even more prey on the backs of Kosho chickens and Big Bear. There was even a fat red deer. They had encountered this marmot on their way back from hunting, and they had already chased it to the vicinity of the yurts of the cavalry division. If it wasn't for this timely arrow, once it entered the group of yurts and was seen by a herdsman, it would have become their meal. Gao Shiji galloped over. Young Fan smiled at him and said, Gao Xiong's arrow did not miss its target. You are really awesome. Gao Sheji said modestly, I don't deserve such praise. I used to be proud of my archery skills, but ever since I saw little flying General Zhong Yi's archery skills 2 days ago, I don't dare to boast anymore. I really don't know where little flying general learned his archery skills from. He can actually shoot 9 consecutive arrows. He is the most brilliant archer in the grassland. If there is a chance, I want to learn from him. Young Fan said, Little flying general, that guy is really amazing. That level of archery skills is godly, how can he? Just as Young Fan said this, he saw little flying General Zhong Yi coming out of a yurt. His clothes were untidy and he was tying his belt. Behind him, a young girl with braids from the tribe came out. She happily hugged him from behind and kissed him hard on the cheek. Zhong Yi turned around and said something. The young girl with a red face went back into the yurt with a smile on her face. Young Fan stiffened and said with a bitter smile, This guy's archery skills, don't tell me he learned it from a woman? Big Bear licked his thick lips and said enviously, Little chicken, let's treat Zhong Yi to a drink tonight. If we make him happy, he will teach us a few moves. Gao Sheji said, Okay, that's what I was thinking. Big Bear said, You learn how to shoot from him, and I will learn how to make women happy from him. Young Fan and Gao Sheji looked at each other. Returning to the yurt where they lived, Young Fan, Gao Sheji and Big Bear only kept 2 snow chickens and a dziran leg from their hunt. The rest were distributed to the shepherds sent to serve them. They were a few young and pretty Turkic girls. For the past few days, Young Fan and the others had given them game. The girls were really happy. Pairs of big watery eyes glanced at them. It seemed that if they wanted to learn from Zhong Yi, they would be very willing to be their target. Big Bear, that guy on the outside, was probably a little moved. He tried to strike up a conversation with the girl in the Turkic language. Although he tried his best to make it sound like he was beating around the bush, almost no one could not understand the meaning behind his words. One little girl was not a big deal, but there were several little girls in the tent. There was also a Gorosheki who could also understand Turkic language. After being teased by these people, the little girl who received the gift from the Gorosheki ran away with a red face, leaving Big Bear staring at her swaying little but with a disappointed look. At this time, Niomang suddenly rushed in. When he saw Young Fan, he said, Erlang, my master wants you to go over immediately. Young Fan saw his nervous face and knew that there must be something important. He immediately followed him out of the yurt. At this time, Young Fan was also dressed in Turkic attire. Accompanied by Niomang, he quickly walked towards Shenmu's yurt. Halfway there, he suddenly saw a Turkic girl beside Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi was holding a copper bracelet in his hand. After talking for a while, he helped her put it on her wrist. While the girl was admiring herself, he pulled her little hand and went into the yurt beside him. Young Fan's eyes widened. Zhong Yi, this fellow, was practically a stud horse. When Young Fan walked into Shenmu's yurt, he saw only 2 people inside. One was Shenmu, the other was Wu Zhila. The 2 were sitting cross-legged opposite each other, their faces gloomy. After Niomang put up the curtain for Young Fan to enter, he put down the curtain and stood guard outside. Young Fan looked at the 2 and went straight to sit next to Shenmu. He asked, What happened? Wu Zhila said in a muffled voice, I'm afraid, we will have to move to another place. Young Fan was startled and asked, Why? Shenmu said indifferently, It's not just moving to another place. I'm afraid our original plans will all be for naught. We need to think about it further. Young Fan couldn't help but ask, Just what happened? Shenmu said, The people that Wu Zhila sent to secretly request an audience with Lun Trinling were tied up the moment they arrived at his residence and brought to seize on Pu. In addition, they pointed out that this was Wu Zhila's delaying tactic. They should attack Big Dipper Valley before winter arrives and drive the Tukishi tribe out into the wilderness to be dragged out and frozen to death. Yang Fan looked at Wu Zhila. Wu Zhila pounded his thigh in frustration and said hatefully, "There's a spy. Someone leaked our plan to Lun Trinling." Yang Fan's eyes narrowed. "Who did you tell?" Shen Mu snorted. Wu Zhila's black face immediately turned red. After a moment, he said in a muffled voice, "The chieftain of the main tribe, the elders, and the leaders of the other 9 tribes," Shen Mu said, "the problem is, you didn't ask these people to keep it a secret, so the entire tribe knows." Wu Zhila straightened his neck. "I trust my tribesmen." Under Shen Mu's sharp glare, Wu Zhila shrank back again. In a low voice, he said, "How could we hide this kind of trick of feigning surrender from our tribesmen? If we don't say it, it's hard to avoid someone making it real. It's not like you don't know that the relationships between the tribes are very distant. If we want to feign surrender, we have to communicate with each other. It's not like the army of the Tang dynasty, which obeys every order and doesn't need to let them know the reason." Shen Mu sighed and shook his head, saying nothing. Yang Fan said, "If that's the case, then we have no way of finding the spy." Shen Mu said, "It's not important right now whether we can find the spy or not. Since it's something that the entire tribe knows about, the spy might just be a small character who doesn't speak, or someone might have inadvertently leaked it to an outsider. What's important is where the Tukishi tribe needs to move to in order to survive this winter without suffering any losses. In addition, we need to find a way to drive a wedge between the Tufanzon Pu, king, and the Great Minister, Great Prime Minister. We need to reconsider our survival and the way we deal with our enemies. It seems that just getting through this difficult time is a very difficult task, not to mention anything else." The tent was silent for a moment. The 3 of them lowered their heads in silence. Wushale thought for a while, then raised his head to look at Shen Mu. Seeing Shen Mu's gloomy expression, the light of hope in his eyes gradually dimmed. This happened a few times. Yang Fan, who had been ignored by him all this time, suddenly said slowly, "Perhaps, I have a way." Shen Mu and Wushale turned their gazes to him. Wushale couldn't help but ask, "You've thought of a good place to move to?" Yang Fan was taken aback. "You're 100 times more familiar with the situation in Hushi than I am. If even you can't think of a good place to move to, how can I?" Wushale was also taken aback. "If it's not migration, then what method have you thought of?" Yang Fan said, "I still don't know if this method of mine will work, but I've been thinking about it over and over again. I think that if this plan can be carried out, then you won't need to migrate, and the plan to break up the relationship between the Tubo monarch and prime minister can proceed as planned." These words caused even Shen Mu's eyes to light up. "Erlang, speak quickly. What brilliant plan do you have?" Yang Fan glanced at the door. Shen Mu said, "Relax, there are only my people here, and the people at my side are absolutely reliable, because no one can pay the price of bribing them." These words were very arrogant, but Yang Fan believed his guarantee. Yang Fan nodded. "I remember that when we were about to reach the Huang River, Brother Shen had little Fei rush over to meet Zhong Yi. As soon as he saw me, he stabbed me in the face, saying that I was the nephew of the Eastern Turkic Kargan Jiu Dulu, Musi." Shen Mu asked suspiciously, "That's right. What about it?" Yang Fan said, "It's not strange for people to look alike. I just want to know how good Zhong Yi is at reading people. Is his claim that I'm identical to Ashina Musi reliable?" Shen Mu said, "Zhong Yi and I have known each other for a long time, and his ability to read people is truly superb. If he says that you're identical to Ashina Musi, then he can't be wrong." Yang Fan said, "In Luoyang, I once met Ashina Husello. That person has yellow hair, a sharp nose, light blue eyes, and a dark skin. Besides my dark skin, I have nothing in common with Ashina Husello. Husello and Musi are both Turkic royalty, so their characteristics should be similar. Am I really that similar to Musi?"